Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We're back for day two of this test match between the West Indies and Australia at Adelaide Oval. It's supposed to be around 26 degrees today. So both of these sides definitely will not want to be in the field. And at the moment, the West Indies, they need 7 more wickets to get out of there. Jason Holder going to be opening the bowling here for today. 89 overs bowled yesterday, so just the one short of the amount that they were hoping to get through. But Travis Head sitting there, 114 runs off 140. He's been an enforcer in the Australians' innings. Alongside that, they've got Marnus Labuschagne, 120 runs off 235, just doing things that Labuschagne normally does, which is scoring runs. He's gone a double century, to another century throughout this West Indies series. A Holder, they're going to need a breakthrough relatively soon. They want to stop the Australians from getting the 500 on the board outside of our stump. Nicely played by Travis Head, just works it out to point for the easy single. And that is now the 200-run partnership. So a good milestone to have at the start of the day. 200 of 284 deliveries, both men contributing well. I'm just having a bit of a laugh about it as well. The fact that they've only just made their way out to the middle and now already they have the 200. Good morning, Mitch. There's Gareth. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Hope you're excited for all of the sport that we've got on this weekend. We've got the cricket. We've got the sevens taking place in Cape Town. The Champions Cup going to be up and firing as well. Labuschagne and Travis Head certainly firing here early on for the Australians, in the second test match. It's the pink ball. They'll be running through to about 12:30 a.m. New Zealand time, just before we do start our sevens live stream. Pitched up from Holder early on. And Oz, how many sessions are planning to do? At this stage, I believe all 3, unless my voice decides otherwise. If my voice starts sounding like it's going to cut out a little bit, or if the match seems like Australia are going to bet the full day rather than just giving the West Indies the last session, then it may only be the first 1 or 2, but we'll see how we're going. I believe the full day, though, is on the cards today. So a whole another 7.5-hour live stream. And good afternoon, Hamish. First one to come. Says just there, welcome in, mate. And also 609 still on the cards. And how are we? Says AFL doing very well. Whipped to the leg side by Marnus Labuschagne. Going to be at least the 2 runs here. It's a good chase from the West Indies in the field, though. Nice work from Blackwood. They'll only get the 2 runs. It's actually pretty well done from Blackwood. Yeah, for the West Indies. We didn't see a lot of excitement in the field, I guess is the best way of describing it. For the West Indies, they just were there. But they were in autopilot. This looks like they're going to be a little bit more aggressive today. They know how important this session is for the result of the matchup. I should mention, if you're wondering why I look so red today, it is because of the red curtain there with the sun streaming in. It's actually quite a nice day here also. And then normally when it's a bit brighter and the sun's out, it makes everything just in this corner a bit more red. That's 4 runs for Travis Head. Jason Holder. Already gone for 7 runs off the first 5 deliveries and excited for the South Africa test. And Shish has said, do you kiss any girl? If yes, then explain it. I think Shish is trying to get off in the early stages of this matchup. It's a bit of a weird question to start us off, Shish. I can tell you the answer is yes, but I don't think I'll go into depth for you, buddy. You know, some things are best left unsaid, aren't they? But 2 slips and the gully at the moment. For the West Indies here, 1 ball left. The first over, already going for the 7, like I mentioned. Pitched up, down the ground, well fielded at mid-off by Alzadi Joseph, and that's the end of the over. And yeah, he's still looking good ahead. His balance is fantastic. As I said yesterday, if he survives the night, we got a double in the cards, says Gareth. And the fact that he's not wasting any balls, really, he's just making sure to continue ticking over at around that 1 and over. Do you fight with someone? If yes, then explain it, says Shish. Okay, so he's decided to go from my love life to seeing whether or not I'm a bit of a scrapper in my spare time. I feel like it's pretty obvious that I don't really fight many people, do I? Don't really have an aggressive bone in my body, unfortunately. And also, we've got the next to be asking, oh yeah, for lunch in 2013. Yeah, probably 2013, a little while ago. To be fair, I could actually answer that one easier, AFL, because I know that back at school, I used to have the exact same thing every lunchtime. I won't tell you what it was, but it was literally the exact same thing every day. Do you propose any girl? If yes, then explain it. Says Shish. I have not. Probably strategic as well, because my last girlfriend, she found another fellow. And also, let's start a jinx, 2 double centuries incoming for Australia, says Keith. Okay. So normally, that's the thing. Sometimes you jinx things, sometimes you don't, Keith. This is the question of, will it be this time that it's right, or will it be this time that it's wrong? Alzadi Joseph off the back foot punch there from Travis Head. Once again, gets himself a single out to deep point. These are just flowing runs for the Australians at the moment. And it's going to become the situation of, if these two keep on batting, how many runs do Australia want? They mentioned on the commentary just a little bit prior to the match getting underway. It's going to be the case of how many runs and how tactically are Australia going to play this test match. Don't be surprised if Marnus can get to 700 not out. I can easily bat for 5 days. And also, tell me your story from childhood to now, says Shish. Well, I was born and now I'm here. It's that, that's about it, really. Just cruising. And he likes Fanta, says Gareth in there. Oh, you shouldn't have told him that, Gareth. He'll be all over that now. But yeah, Fanta's pretty nice, isn't it? Although, depends. I haven't tried a grape Fanta, something that I would like to try in the future, just because I've had the tropical and I've had the orange. Also haven't had a raspberry Fanta slushy from anywhere, which is another one got to try and tick off. Next at the crease, Cam Green. He's been waiting for about 7 days now to have a bat in these test matches, and he's still yet to have one. Azadi Joseph way down the leg side. A little bit of movement there. Of course, this is still a new ball, so it should be doing a little bit in the air. The partnership. I mentioned now the first run of the day made it 200. Now they're already up to 207, scoring freely at the moment, Australia, up against this Windies side. Brathwaite, his tactics are definitely going to be important throughout this matchup. I don't think he's quite got it right yet. I'm still wondering why they decided to go with spin after 8 overs. It just seemed like a weird choice, but and behind that one, Marnus, he'll just bat all day if he's allowed to. I don't know whether Steve would allow it, though, because Steve will be frustrated getting a duck earlier on, 0 off 8. There was actually a caught and bowled from Jason Holder. And you ever had lemon Fanta? It's a great time. I haven't. I wonder whether or not they sell it here. But yeah, I've had the tropical one, which I thought was quite nice. Quite a light drop, if you enjoy a analogy of beer, but it's Fanta. But yeah, it's interesting. It's slightly less fizzy, but it's good. Is lemon Fanta just lemonade? Probably not. I'd assume it's actually like a special thing, but I've never tried it. And does he Gillespie 200 not out back in the day? Says young boy Pete. Because I think the question of who will get to their 200 first between Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne, I think it's got to be Travis Head, just with the way that he's going. He's got an extra, he's had 100 less balls faced, but he's got only 10 balls or 10 runs behind. Unpopular opinion, I don't rate Fanta. The thing is, I can understand where you're coming from, because sometimes Fanta's good and sometimes Fanta's not so good. Like, depending on the bottle you get, can be a completely different one. I actually enjoy Fanta more. This is going to sound weird, but I enjoy Fanta more when you drink like that much of the bottle and then you shake the absolute daylights out of it for the next like 3 minutes and then it's flat. I actually prefer the flatter taste than the completely carbonated. Like, if it's too carbonated, you're just going like this, so you can't really enjoy it, but you got to shake it a bit and then it's a lot better. That's the end of the Alzadi Joseph over. 338 for 3 here for the Australians. And don't like many orange flavored foods or drinks, says AFL. Do you like orange juice? Of course I'll start sneezing because the live stream started. I haven't sneezed for the last like hour or so. And now that I started live streaming, apparently that's the time that we've got to start sneezing again. They're just showing some brilliant shots from Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne for that 200-run partnership. They've been putting it together extremely well. I'm not the only one who like shakes a fizzy drink to try and get it slightly less like fizzy, am I? Surely that's a normal thing. And yes, OJ isn't bad. Says AFL there, and lemon Fanta is good. Well, so is orange, grape, and pineapple. But it's no Coke. And I guess an unpopular opinion, Pepsi. More like orange lollies and soft drinks. Says AFL. And also Travis get to first to 150. Do you remember how many runs Marnus had? when Travis arrived at the crease? I believe Marnus. It's a great question. I want to say he was up to, oh, that's a little bit of an outside edge. Travis said hits it through the slip cordon, though it will race around for 4. I want to say about 40. Just trying to remember because him and Kawaja had a good partnership building. Oh, I actually know how I'll be able to find out. I'll have a look on my phone, see what I can find. And also, my father's from Mumbai. My mother's from Canberra. I was born in Canberra. My first friend was Jessica. Later on, at the age of 10, she shifted to Spain. I hope for a special day one day she come and I propose. Shish, do you still talk to her, Shish, or because you'd have to probably still be talking to her if you're going to propose to her, just because that might make more sense rather than just a random fella from childhood going, oi, oi, how it going? Have you got an Australian accent, Shish? So you probably, g'day, mate. How are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Pop a ring on your finger. At Stumps, they were 330 for 3 already. They've been able to get themselves another 12 runs on the board. I just realized that me looking up this the way I was going to won't actually tell me how many runs he had. I want to say it was about 40, though. Somewhere around there. Travis said he's been playing catch up. He's only now 6 runs behind. That was a good ball from Jason Holder. Didn't deserve to get whipped away to the leg side for the single, but still, you got to pitch it up there. You got to be flirting with those stumps. See if you can get that chance to break through. And I think he knows it as well. Before the matchup, or I think it might have been yesterday, they were actually having Jason Holder and Jason Holder, the jockey from Australia. They were standing back to back. Bit of a size difference. That's my boring story, says Shish. And there, I mean, it's not really a boring story. You got a bit of a backstory to you. It's important. It's good for a first date, although it sounds like you've already got that sorted when Jessica comes back. And also, Marnus was born in South Africa. He spoke only Afrikaans when he moved to Australia, says young boy Pete. It's a fun fact, isn't it? And now he's got the really Australian accent. He's got no run. It's just, I guess it's one of those examples of no matter how long you spend at one place type thing, as you stay in another place for a little bit longer and longer and longer, you slowly start to pick up on the way that they speak. They're like James Lowe in an interview the other day for Leinster. He actually ended up saying a couple sayings that were quite Irish, and people were like, hang on, he's starting to convert a little bit. Yes, I talked to him mobile, says Shish there. And also, what's up, Kiwi says it was right. Was it Blaze last time? I remember we discussed this for a little bit, but we couldn't, or I can't remember what we decided your name you wanted it to be. And also, I don't want to be in us, but you might want to give up on that, says Gareth. And there is, oh, yeah, Spain quite far away. And I know someone from Spain, actually, or not from Spain, living in Spain, Norm Maxwell. Some of you guys will know him from the channel. Marnus on 127. Head on 100. Oh, actually, with head sitting on 121, we might be able to almost do a little bit of the maths. What is 213 minus 121? 92. What is 127 minus 92? 35. They've had probably about 5 wides / no balls. So I'd say Marnus would have been on about 25 to 30. Oh, Marnus was on 41 when Travis started betting. Okay, so that maths was out the window, wasn't it? Was he? He must have been scoring at a slow rate, Marnus. Well, that just means they've had a lot of no balls. No. Yeah, kind of. Interesting. That maths that I did just then let me down a little bit, didn't it? And I was just Blaze. Okay, so we will go with Blaze. And Marnus was at 41. I looked up a clip of when Smith got out. Okay, so Marnus. My first instinct was in the 40s. I think I said 43. I still play it by Marnus. It's to the leg side. Azadi Joseph. He needs a breakthrough early on today. Or else the West Indies, they're in some trouble. Although the line and length, there's no consistency. A lot of difference there. West Indies, says Jocelyn. And there's, oh yeah, they're going to need some wickets soon. Alzadi Joseph, he could be the man to get the breakthrough, or maybe we might see Jason Holder get one. He had a good ball earlier on. Mars worked for Channel 9 as a hotspot camera operator at the Gabba in 2010. There's young boy Pete. It's a bit of a fun fact, isn't it? It's out to the league side there. Single taken. Marnus moves up to 128. It's a race to 150 at the moment between these two individuals. Seems like Travis Head just has that little bit of an advantage. And also we have got their sweet more Waimea High second 15 coverage or second 11 coverage, says Fluffy. In there as well. Waimea High second 15. Oh, sorry, second 11. I keep on saying 15, don't I? Second 11. Do they have a second 11? We couldn't even get a first 11 when we were playing at high school. That'd be pretty impressive, wouldn't it? I don't think they had any firsts. I don't think they had a first 15 rugby team, a first 11 cricket team. I don't even know if they might have had a netball team if they were lucky. But other than that, we didn't really have too many teams. Amanas has struggled. Obviously, not as much as how badly the West Indies have bowled out ahead. Is batting really well, says Gareth there. And also, Gareth, never give up. I talk to her on phone and tablet, says Shish in there as well. Well, I mean, if you think it's going to work out, then I guess maybe it could. You never know. Yeah. And I was like, nope, says Fluffy. And yeah. It's going to be nicely played off the back foot. And also, did you buy any mangoes today? I did. I actually did. I ordered one last night alongside some other groceries. They actually arrived about 3 minutes before the live stream started. I believe there is a mango out there in the kitchen that I will be able to consume at some point. I might save it till after the weekend just as a treat for finishing like 30 or 40 hours of streaming. I have a mango. But they're a lot more expensive than I thought they were. $6.50 for a singular Australian mango. I hope they're good. And the West Indies selectors made a big mistake in not calling up Shannon Gabriel because he's in good form. He's playing regional cricket. That's a good short ball from Alzadi Joseph. Tries to take Marnus Lavishane's head off with that one. I was like, okay, season this in. And Marnus, 1,014 runs in the first season of county cricket. And yeah, and did you eating them on the way home in the car like Richard Tillwell? Nah, they ended up getting delivered. So I did, I guess, have to wait a bit longer. Hang on one moment. Once again, because it's such a nice day outside, I'm sneezing flat out. Did have my first sneeze on the stream not too long ago. That's going to be worked away to the leg side by Marnus. Once again, gets a single. And he plays like it's a one-dayer. He does. And it's effective. Seen him score a lot of runs in the past. That's going to be 3 runs off that over. 347 for 3 now for the Australians. Right, how is Gabriel not playing? I assumed it was some sort of injury because for me, he had to be there. If, like, with the amount of injuries, they lost Roach, they lost Seals. That opens up the door for a bowler coming. I would have thought he would have probably come in for me rather than Mindley if I had to pick. And I was like, good morning, bro, says Chinese Rose. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. You need red Fanta with roti or bake and shark, says BSHB. And never trust an Australian mango. Just ask Davey Warner. What happened with David Warner and an Australian mango? I feel some heat coming on, says Fluffy. And also we have got there Hamish say, yes or no, do you like PlayStation? Yeah, I guess so. I haven't got one, but they're all right. They do the job. Not quite T20 pace, but it's far faster than Test batting pace. Yeah, both of these individuals, it seems to be when Labuschane's at the crease with Travis Head, he also speeds up, which I think is just natural because the bowlers are getting a little bit looser when you've got Head just smashing it around the park. And Jollibee is a Philippines fast food. They do a peach and mango pie. They have an outlet in Auckland. Not sure if the pie is on the menu, says Keith. Might have to give it an investigation next time I'm up in Auckland. Although the last time I was in Auckland, probably like 2012. But next time, we have to get ourselves maybe a mango and peach pie. See how it's a knock knock or I'm invisible, says Chinese Rose. Knock knock or I'm invisible, says Chinese Rose. I assume that's because I read Good Morning Bro a little bit late, didn't I? Maybe that's why Mango Gate involves some dodgy Indian umpire. Ah, yes. I can see where you're coming from now. Jason Holder. It's going to be two dot balls to start it off. I want Cameron Green to come on soon, says this in GTR. Although if Cameron Green's out there, it means that Australia have lost another wicket. Who do you think would be the wicket to fall, Labuschagne or Travis Head? I think it's going to be Travis Head. He'll go after the wrong ball outside of off stump, get the edge, similar dismissal to what we saw for David Warner. Maybe off Jason Holder's bowling. It's going to be straight. Once again, worked away to the leg side. Well fielded by Blackwood. Now just showing you can get yourself a nice canopy in the back outside of the stadium. Just get to chill out watching the game ahead. More head, says Fluffy. Labuschagne, he's 7 ahead at the moment when it comes to the race to 150. I feel like that would actually be probably an odd on the TAB for who they think is going to get there quicker. And we're probably going to see Labuschagne getting out on the 98th, says Gareth. Oh, it came back in a little bit. With a bit of extra bounce, Labuschagne just gets hit in the back pad, or the back leg, I should say, up on the thigh pad. Want Marnus out so he can get more runs on the ball quicker than bowl them out tonight, says AFL. And why are they not trying Yorkers and body bounces? It's a great question. I assume the bouncer side of things is because they don't want to use up too much effort early. They may feel they're going to have a lot of overs in the field. But the problem is, they're going for runs already, so there's no point risking going for extra runs without that little bit of a chance of a reward. I can understand why Holder's pitching it up, but I don't understand why Alzarri Joseph is. I feel like he needs more short stuff. We saw that ball to Marnus. It hurried him up a little bit. When he's bowling about 140, maybe, can be quite handy. And I want to see Aaron Finch play Test cricket for Australia at number 6 or 7, unless he would retire on a high note, says Chinese Rose. And when I was in Sydney in 2019, I had strawberry Fanta. They don't have Royal Crown Draft Premium Cola over there, says Kiwi. And don't be surprised if both get to 200 not out, says young boy Pete. That is a possibility at the moment. The West Indies, we haven't really seen too much threatening bowling early on in today. That's going to be another over down. Phillip fields it. And an easy single for Labuschagne to close out the over 348. That reminds me, Strawberry Fair actually taking place tomorrow, something that happens locally around these parts. You can get yourself some strawberries. Seem like a good idea. Definitely on the weather that we've got at the moment. 20 degrees Celsius we're sitting at. In Adelaide, there 26 degrees. And tomorrow it's supposed to be 32 degrees Celsius. So it's going to be an extremely hot day, which is going to work out that Australia actually have to be bowling in those extremely hot conditions more than likely. So they'll want to pick up as many wickets as they can tonight so that they don't have to spend the whole of tomorrow out there in the field while it is absolutely blaring. But that is a mullet and a half from that man. And also, we have got there, which one do you prefer, cat or dog? I've only ever had a cat, so I guess I'll go cat. Dogs, don't get me wrong, they'll be all right as well. I just have never had one. That's a good take from De Silva above his head. Takes it nicely. It's going to be the wide from Alzarri Joseph, not quite getting the radar right for that one. Have you been to India? I have not. And also, dogs taste better than cats, says Fluffy. And also, I know I was just saying that we could take 3 or 4 wickets by tonight, especially after the new ball with Bolland and Stark. Thought you meant all out tonight. And name of your previous girlfriend, by the sounds of it, she's in a different country to yourself, but that doesn't mean she's off the cards for yourself. So don't think I'll be putting out her name for the world to hear. I wish William Maxwell was in next. Quick 550, says young boy Pete. And we have Scott in the chat. I think I missed one. I want to watch Aaron Finch. Weight Watchers. Interesting. I think he's going to be opening the batting for the Renegades with Martin Guptill, which is a combination that we probably didn't end up seeing. Previous girlfriend equals Barry. Barry was a great bloke. No. Barry, I don't really know too many Barrys, to be honest. It was the name of my old principal. There's no correlation between the two, though, I should say. Sorry, Joseph pitches that one up a little bit more. I see played by Labuschagne. Still the soft hands. Which one you prefer, cat or dog? Still cat from the minute ago when you asked it. just because I haven't had a dog, so I wouldn't really know. But George's dog seems all right. He's got a couple of them. In fact, he's got three: Maggie, Ruby, and Bob. I believe it is. No, it's actually Sam. Bob was his old dog. And also, you guys eat. I think Chinese people eat that. I mean, I do not. I'm not sure what Fluffy gets up to in his spare time. Scoreboard is wrong, says Fahad. There we go. It has updated itself. George has any girlfriends? He's got plenty of girls on the go. Shush. He's quite country lad. He's pretty much farming 90% of the time. It doesn't really get out and about a huge amount when it comes to meeting the ladies. As we've got there, our prediction Martin's out in the 98th over. Head gets his double. Green makes a 50 in Australia to clear. You got to walk dogs, cats. You just throw them some food and water and give them pets or pets. Says Novum. Yeah, so I guess if you're looking for a less maintenance animal, you go for a cat. If you're looking for something that you want to put a little bit more time into, plus you want to have to walk it and whatnot, then you go for your dog instead. Cat dog. Says Fluffy. 130 on the board for Labuschagne. He's starting to pull away a little bit. And Marnus out around April or March. And did you know that BJ Watling was born in South Africa? I did. I also know that about 3 or 4 of the New Zealand players have South African origins, whether that's Devon Conway, Neil Wagner, BJ Watling, like you mentioned. De Gronholm's not quite. He's actually Zimbabwean. De Gronholm. And then I think we've got another South African scattered throughout the Kiwi side as well. We've got quite a few. And also, do you like Chainsmokers or Charlie Puth? Quite different music between the two of them. What was that Chainsmokers song? Was it Closer back in the day that they like blew up for? And then other than that, I'm not too sure what else they've released. I'm vegetarian since birth. Actually, I do follow Sanatan Buddhism. Says a Chinese rose there. I'm about to sneeze again. New Zealand has a wallaby problem, should fire up the barbecue. There we go, another sneeze going. It's a beautiful day here. Sitting at about 21 degrees. Oh, almost up-ish from Marnus. One moment. We are better now. All right, okay. All wallabies are loving the amount of subcontinent watchers right now. Please like and subscribe, bros. There's Gareth. Yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel. We've got plenty more cricket coming in the future. I actually went into my cricket bag and I found this. Found me old wide brim hat. It doesn't really work because it's a bit too big. Well, it doesn't really work with the actual the headphones. But at least I won't get sunburned in my lounge now, which is ideal. 5 degrees here. It's winter here, says Chinese there. I'm just talking about Labuschagne's average, 76 when he's batting in Australia. Minimum 2,000 runs. Shame on you, Australia, for an unprepared pitches, says Dudley. And there, I'm not Australian, so it's all good. But I mean, it's an interesting one. So unprepared pitches. Is it the fact that because there haven't been many wickets falling? Because I can guarantee you once Australia start bowling, you're going to see some more wickets falling. And then the pitch, you might be hoping that it was only about a day 3 or 4 test match. Because this pitch is probably going to break up on day 4 or 5, similar to what you do want it to do. And do you speak anything other than English? I don't know you. I don't and you, says Shish there. Bienvenido de nuevo al canal Kiwi Lads. And then also, hola, como você está? Like 3 sentences of Spanish. A little bit of Maori as well. It's going to be pitched off the outside edge. And also we have got there, have you ever tried to do the pizza delivery scene from Home Alone where you have ordered pizza? Says Kiwi Gamer, we can't actually order pizza where I'm from, unfortunately. And also we have got there, where's here, says Gareth. And do you have cowboy Texas hat? It will look good on you. I do not have a cowboy hat. I used to. And bull tampering team. Back in the day, wasn't it? In Australia, it is, says Dudley. And also put some zinc on your nose, same as says Gareth. I mean, I don't have zinc, but I'm sure I can find some sunscreen, even though it might not be ideal for in the lounge. And also, Dudley don't see anything wrong about Australia. Says she should also. I'm Indian, but I'm from Hamachal. Hopefully, I said that correctly. Glided there by Marnus. Works it out into the gap. And did you know that you got an award on the Distracted Sports 2 Sets Rugby Awards? Or his favourite YouTuber or something, says Nov Mum. I did not know that. When did that come out? Nov Mum. And was it on Tony's channel or Mark's? Do let me know. I had to give it a look. And also, I'm Indian. I know I read that one. And also, Australia have the best pitches. We water our pitches unlike our Asian counterparts, says young boy Pete. All right, we'll go like this. That was a nice shot from Travis Head. Just glides it down to the third man boundary. Adelaide is the best batting, says young boy. I don't speak English. Or I don't speak other than English, says Shish there. The up and over. And very nicely there, Travis Head on Tony's channel. I have to add it to me watch later. Was it on their podcast or was it just a video in general? Fired coaches crash awards night. Was it in that one? Maybe. And also we have got the Adelaide. Oh no, I read that one. Oh, Travis said once again, whipping it away. West Indies again struggling here. Do you expect more from Windies bowling? I expected that it would have been a bit different, but then they lost one of their key bowlers due to an injury on day one. So that hurt them big time. He only bowled 2 overs. And that's a big difference maker. When your bowler who's supposed to be bowling about maybe 15 on the first day only bowls 2, those are 13 extra overs that someone else has to try and bowl. My hat actually blends into Adelaide Oval with the green. If I tilt the head enough, kind of works, but if I don't, does not. And also North India, says Gareth. Travis here moves up to 131. He's trying to race Marnus to the 150 at the moment, and the runs is flowing quite freely in this first fill-up over. End of the over now, though. That is going to be 10 runs off at 359. And the scoreboard does not update. Had to cheat to beat the West Indies, says Dudley. Are we talking this test match or a different one, Dudley? Because I mean, West Indies had 4 injuries, so perhaps maybe they weakened all the muscles in the West Indies bodies somehow. Maybe they gave them like some cheeky massages, and then that was how it ended up with them injured. Like Mindley, maybe they didn't allow him to do all of his stretching, instead pulled him away for an interview, and then that was why he ended up pulling up lame after the first 2 overs. And also, we're born and grown, snow eating apples and drinking wine, says Chinese. And Windies saved their bowlers for the 4th test, says young boy Pete. And the AU flag from Dixie. Oh, is that Liberato Kakache you've got yourself in the picture? No, it's not. Never mind. I thought it was a Kakache from the Wellington Phoenix, but it was not. Emily came all the way from the Caribbean to bowl 2 overs. And Shimla is called Mini New Zealand of India. Contains lots of mountains. It's getting my husband finally got COVID in my 13-year-old for the 2nd time. Hopefully he will be all right, Nov Mum. Because I remember when you had it, he didn't get it, did he? And instead, like you had it, and then they somehow managed to avoid it. 29 runs so far off the first 7 overs of this session now. Alzadi Joseph. Going to be bowling again. To the Australians. Currently, Marnus sitting on 131 runs. And yep, everyone joys towards West Indies. And also from Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga, I see. Yes, I got the slightly wrong team, didn't I? And also, we were there. Do you like Christmas? I don't mind it. At the end of the day, for me, it's probably my only day that I had off last year from doing YouTube. And that's actually a lie. I edited in the evening. But it was probably my lightest day of doing YouTube last year. I had like maybe 1 hour of editing, and then the rest I got to just chill out. So I like it for that reason. It's like my one holiday that I don't have live streams on and I like don't do videos on. But yeah, it's all right. You get to meet up with your friends and your family. Portugal defeated Switzerland 6-1. Cristiano Ronaldo, they dropped him in the quarterfinal. Says coding there. And also, the Windies are in Australia for a holiday, says young boy Pete. We will catch you in the Caribbean, Aussies, says Dudley there. And his hubby doing okay, says Gareth. I saw that I could get a West Indies mug, right? A cup for $3 Australian, even though I'm from New Zealand, but it's like $3 Australian. You can get yourself a West Indies mug. And I was considering it. Will look quite cool. Kind of the color of the T20 kit. Joseph now, another short ball. And lucky you didn't read my full name. Ah, I have just realized as you said that, Dixie, I've done well then. Even without realizing, I've done well. Was Labuschagne born in South Africa? Or his parents from South Africa? I know that one of his parents are Greek. Not sure about the other one. I assume that one of his other parents out of the two would have to be from Australia for him to be able to play for Australia, unless it's something to do with maybe granddad or grandmother, something along those lines is why he can play for the Australians. Short ball, Marnus plays it nicely. Down to the man at deep backward square leg, Chanderpaul for the single. Partnership moves up to 229. These two ticking over very nicely at the moment for the Australians. And like there's still plenty of time in this test match. We're only at the first session of day 2. They might end up batting right through to about the last session. Maybe they give the West Indies an hour and a half at the end of the day to bat, see if they can pick up a few quick wickets. In fact, they may even consider giving the West Indies a majority of that last session. I wish I was born here. I went to Australia, or was born here, but went to Australia very young. There's Gareth. Just a bit achy. Went to bed early last night, like 9 p.m. The has been up for all of an hour today. Says Novmum, another short ball. Travis here doesn't go after it. Scoreboard is wrong, says Fayed. Yeah, once again, the scoreboard has been sleeping, hasn't it? There we go. It has updated itself again. We cover England versus Pakistan second test. Not a majority of it, unfortunately, just because of the overlaps that we will have with Australia versus West Indies and also with the Sevens and the Champions Cup. And it looks amazing. And Irish, let's have some fun. Maybe not on the live stream, shish. It's probably a time and a place for it. And I can't think of any time or place that we would end up in that scenario. Unfortunately, you've got Jessica from the Spanish continent, or the Spanish country, I should say, that you're eyeing up. You don't need to eye up me too. End of the over. 3 for 360 now. Apparently 97 overs down. 3 more. Just showing the height, 15 metres for Travis here for one of his random shots. Do you think being a cricketer bat maker or cricket bat maker would be an interesting job? Develop some innovative in there, says Almac. It would certainly be a fun job if you also love cricket, because surely every once in a while you go, oh, this bat looks a bit wonky. I might have to go and test it out just to see whether or not it's still working properly. But like, it's actually quite an interesting process when you watch a video on YouTube of them making the bat, and also when they're like knocking in a bat as well. It's actually quite a cool like process. Labuschagne had the option to play for either Gareth. What is here? Here's Claw. That's going to be outside of our stump, left alone by Labuschagne. 18 runs required for his 150. Travis Head, 19 away from his 150 now. Here in South Africa, says Gareth. For a bat making option. Or, I mean, would be all right, wouldn't it? I could also get a South Africa Cup for $3. And also, we have got there, you can create a platform of making bets, like satisfying videos. Use the account to promote your business. There's Dixie there. Is that a no ball? No, it was given as a wide there. From Phillip, just ended up drifting a bit too far away for Labuschagne to be able to hit. So it's actually quite hard to get in the right place while having it over the top of 2 handles. Or having it over the top of the headphones, I should say. Speaking of bats, now I've got handles on the mind. Run rate currently 3.72, so they're racing along quite nicely. For Australia, they consider it a single. They don't take it in the end. I never give up in relation to bro Hamishi. Answer of your question, should definitely come back again in Australia. Says Shish. And also wickets, says Aviraj. So we've just seen the 3 so far. And also, we have got there, Hamish, with your active YouTube loyal audience. You can start any drop shipping business or any startup for more money. Any idea? I haven't really looked into drop shipping or anything like that. To be honest, it's like, if anything, I'm probably terrible when it comes to marketing for my YouTube channel. And I'm okay with that. At the end of the day, like I always say, it's like a hobby rather than my job. Like, yes, I do it as a full time job in terms of hours put in, but like it's pretty much just any money made off the channel goes back into the channel. So I don't think we're doing any drop shipping. Maybe one day we'll bring out like a merchandise shirt or a cap or something like that, if that's something you guys are keen on. But I always have said as well, I don't want it to be overpriced. Like, I want to make sure that it is affordable merchandise, but it's also going to be decent quality, which makes it quite tricky to find. That's going to be down the league side. Well kept. And also, do you have any job other than YouTube? I do a bit of part time building just so that I can continue to, I guess, support myself and the YouTube channel. So I kind of, do a bit of building somewhere between 20 and 30 hours a week. Normally, I try and squeeze in, but sometimes when it's busy on YouTube, I can only do like maybe 10 hours building. So it makes it a bit trickier overall, but I enjoy it. It's all right. Get out in the sun a little bit as well. And I do get to move around more than just sitting on the seat, which might be a good idea every once in a while. Philip, short ball, very short. Travis Head thought about going after it there. Didn't get onto it though. Must have been close. A little wide. And also, this pink ball looks like a jelly bean, says Claude. It's certainly shiny. Like, no matter what over it is for the pink ball, it's always very bright. Doesn't really lose its color. Bowling a 23-yard ball there by the looks of it. How about drop shipping cricket bats? Get the bats made in India. One of your followers might have contacts, says Alan Mack. Although cricket bats are one of those ones as well. You want to make sure that they're high quality, or else it can be like, you don't want to have bad reviews about a cricket bat, if that makes sense. You want to make sure that it's going to be actually decent. So depending on the source you find them from, depends on whether or not you're actually getting good bats or whether you're just getting bats for the sake of getting bats. Are you involved in drop shipping? Says Gareth. A good shot from Travis Head earlier on. He's had 15-4, so 60 of his runs have come from boundaries. He hasn't had a single six yet. He's been trying at times throughout his innings. He's just got very quick wrists, the way he's able to flick through the ball. In a race to 150 with Marnus at the moment. Marnus is sitting on 17 away. Travis Head still 19, but a boundary could change that. And also nice to see both batters score double 100. Again, says Shish in there as well. "98 runs on the offside for Travis Head, and that's not including the ones down the ground. So hardly any runs scored on the onside. He's very similar, I guess you could say, to myself. I can't play league side, and I also don't get that many runs, so that's the only big difference. Levershane running this one hard, wants the 2 runs. They're going to be able to get there as well. The throw was a bit wonky. Levershane gets through for 2. Silva got a bit of a sore finger from that one, but just running hard straight away. Holders back in the bowling attack now for the West Indies. Like they've said, no hesitation whatsoever from the Australians, running between the wickets extremely smoothly. Austin Chase. I think he's going to get a chance soon, but I'm not sure I want to see him in the bowling department just yet. Holder once again with the leg side, straight to the man at short cover, or short mid wicket. Sorry, that was actually the youngster Chanda Paul. Do you play cricket? I do. I just recently started back up. I only played 1 match so far. It's my first match that I had played in 10 years. Pretty much, I used to play cricket during high school or the younger stages, primary school, high school, but then ended up kind of giving it up because they just couldn't get a team together. And bowler change wicket coming up. Says Gareth there, and this is my country flag. That's Hamish's country flag. In there as well. Holder. 4 balls left of the over, Gareth. He's going to be after it. That one's gone outside off stump and left alone by Labuschagne. Australia at stumps on day one, they were 330 for three, currently 364, yet to lose another wicket. You can see just the 3 wickets falling. David Warner, Usman Khawaja, and then Steve Smith for the duck. Something he will be disappointed about because in Adelaide, as we've seen here, you get yourself in on this pitch, you're going to score runs and you're going to score a lot of them. And that's what the West Indies will have to take into consideration also, making sure that they take all of their opportunities they're given at the bat time. Look away to the leg side. Labuschagne gets off strike. Still 2 balls left, so he needs Travis Head to get a single here for your last ball of the over, Gareth, to be a chance. Have to wait. See if that is the case. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're going to be back for a majority of this West Indies versus Australia test match. We've also got the Rugby Sevens coming up in the future on the channel, the Champions Cup. Who's going to be balancing that alongside the Sevens and the cricket as well. What club do you play for? Just the local one, the Waimea Cricket Club. You can get a $4.95 burger in Australia. That sounds all right. All dot ball for Travis Head. Okay, like they're saying, worst case scenario for the West Indies could still come true here, which is spend a day and 2/3 in the field in hot conditions after losing the toss, and then you got to face Mitchell Starc in the evening, and you should have, moved to Australia like Marnus did. You would have played Sheffield Shield. Says young boy Pete. And nice hat, mate. Says Lake Show. Thank you very much, mate. Are you a batter or a bowler? A bit of both. So back when I was playing, when I was a lot younger, like 10 years ago, I was pretty much a wicket keeper bowler, which sounds like a weird combination. It would be I'd wicket keep, and then from there, once, like, I guess some of our bowlers got tired, I'd go into bowl, finish my overs in a spell, and then go back to the keeping gloves. And then also I'd do a bit of batting, just wherever they needed me in the order. But now that I'm a bit older, I haven't really got a spot yet. Like I said, I've only played one match. I opened the batting in the first match back that I played, and I didn't actually need to bowl because our team, they had the opening bowlers and then a couple other changes, and then from there we had already lost, so wasn't required. Game Williamson 251 was made against which team? Says Claude. 251. Was it up against Australia? South Africa. Might not have been either of those two sides, though. Have I got that slightly wrong? And also, yeah, I got me hat on. It's a kookaburra. Can't see the kookaburra at the moment. And I was like, heck yeah, and did you yell, how's that? There weren't really any half chances other than we had one run out that was out, but they had their umpire as the man at square leg, so he didn't give it out, even though he was out by like a good meter. But I think he was friends with the guy batting, so he couldn't give him out. Did you go well opening? I went better than anticipated, seeing as I hadn't held a bat in a good few years. Last time I even did a Nets training session probably was 2019 or so. So I did all right. They had some good bowlers, plenty of movement on the surface early. I managed to get 10, and then I was bowled by an absolute peach of a delivery, which I wish someone had filmed because I wanted to watch the way that ball seemed back in. But yeah, 10 runs. Not too bad. Got to double figures. Running between the wickets was hard. I was like batting at 6 when bowlers are tired. Oh, I like batting at 6 when bowlers are tired. A lot like Steve Waugh used to do. And just showing Lance Morris option for Australia in the future. Didn't get my prediction in, but I see Holder getting a wicket and Labuschagne being that wicket, says Gareth. I think the interesting thing is, I think when Marnus was on about 60, I said the same thing. It's been so long since that stage. I hope it can happen soon. And gee whiz, Steve Smith will be furious he missed out on a big score, says Young Boy. And also, you should get a GoPro and film the games. I actually bought a GoPro relatively recently. And I'd like to, but I don't know whether or not, because it's not like English county cricket, which I think is the competition, or Australian kind of regional cricket and type thing. I just don't think anyone would want to be filmed here. Like in terms of the other team's bowlers, they probably just wouldn't want to be on camera, which is slightly unfortunate, but maybe some sideline shots or something like that in the future could be an option. And also, West Indies will be getting some killer bowlers in the near future, says Dudley. I hope so, because to be honest, the side just haven't really looked like their bowling attack is aggressive enough to get the wickets. Like you look at some great West Indian bowlers of the past, like they've just been able to get that line and length, bit of extra pace, bit of bounce, bit of angriness in the way that they've been bowling. Whereas these guys, I mean, Phillip to an extent has that for like the aggression running in, but he's not really making the most of it. That's a nice shot from Labuschagne. Gets it out through that third man region, and that will be another 4 runs. Moves into the 140s now. We got the armour. Says Dudley, and it is 151. I was made against West Indies. The game was a draw. Ah, I see. Yeah, I guess the good news about a GoPro is in the nets. I guess I could possibly look at using it. Australia's lovely, lovely country. Do you want to visit my country? What about New Zealand? Says just Singh. So I've already visited Australia about 3 or 4 times, I believe, but could be an option in the future. I'm not sure whether Isaac, one of the other Kiwi lads, is still going to Melbourne for the Formula One, but if he is, maybe an option there. That's a Yorker. Slower ball as well, 125 Ks. That will be the end of the over, and 100 overs down, 371 for 3. And what about New Zealand? New Zealand's nice. Like we live in a rural town almost, so it's pretty casual. You just get to chill out, really. You don't have to worry about too much. Which means me and George in the weekly vlogs, we've got to find more stuff to do. Because being from a small town, like when we went bowling for that last vlog, that was actually 30 minutes south. And then anything else that you can do is kind of around that 30 minutes away. But we'll find something, hopefully. We haven't filmed too much this week yet. But it might be early next week, Monday and Tuesday, that we're going to just jump into a whole heap of footage. Just go on a trip somewhere and get something for that vlog. Cam Green's still waiting for his opportunity to be at the batting crease for the Australians. He's been waiting patiently for 1.5 test matches almost. Still hasn't had that chance. Okay, they've actually just mentioned about Shannon Gabriel. He's coming back from injury, they've just said. So that will be why he's not in this West Indian side. We were wondering that, why he wouldn't have been selected if he was match fit. And we need to rotate the strike a bit more. Marnus has had most of the delivery, says Dixie. Yeah, at the moment, Travis said he's fallen behind a little bit in the race to 150. Marnus is on 141. Ed's on 132. The partnership at 240, though. This has been a match-changing partnership between these two individuals. And we head to the leg side, uppish over the top of mid-wicket, and Travis Head, he'll get himself another boundary. He moves up to 136. Holder needed to be fielding at mid-wicket because he would have maybe had the height to take that catch. Yeah, just whipped away. In fact, it was over mid-on's head. Alzari Joseph couldn't get his hands to it. Travis Head living dangerously, but he did manage to get it over him by a metre or two. Holder's disappointed. Probably the first half chance they've actually had to get Travis Head out. And it's taken until 136 runs on his board to be able to do so. Jason Holder pitches it up. Head goes after it a little bit. Still looking for those couple boundaries in a row to overtake Marnus. The race to 150. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Marnus with 9 runs to go. Travis Head with 14. Who is going to get themselves the 115 first? Tell something about George. Some fun's about George. Says, shish, well, he's a farmer. Does silage. That's quite fun if you do enjoy grass. Do you like grass, shish? So if you do, silage in it. To the leg side from Head. No run taken. Oh, I think Head will. Says this and all. Okay, so you're going to say he overtakes Labuschagne here in the race to 150. Just showing Deliveries from Travis Head. 6 runs till the 250 partnership as well. That's going to be whipped over once again. Just gets it over the top of Alzari Joseph. Races to the boundary. Moves up to 140 now. Second boundary in this holder over. 8 runs off it already, and there's still one more delivery to go. Yeah, Travis said he hasn't had a huge amount of strike, like mentioned a bit earlier on. But now that he's starting to get a bit more, seems like he's going to be able to up that run rate. Shame I wonder if Fezza is okay, says Gareth there. And also George's favourite thing and your favourite thing. George's favourite thing is a good old, like, well-cooked chicken thigh. That's his favourite thing. I would say, if he had to pick anything, or a good old chocolate milk. My favourite thing is a hard one. I feel like it's either got to be doing live streams or sport, and I guess I can't do sport live streams without the sport, but I can't. Well, I can watch sport without the live streams, but I can't live stream without the. Well, I can do that too, actually. It's one of those two things, and needs to move Joseph back. Says Dixie, they get another single. Travis Head retains the strike. 249 between them now. They are just creeping up. Just showing Allen Border, Jones back in the day, 1989. That partnership went for 214 runs. 214 between them. That's surely not the biggest, is it? Because if it is, then these two have really gone a head and tail above that. Australia are up 1-0. If they beat West Indies again, they will win 2-0. Clean sweep, says Shannon. They certainly will. I think Shannon didn't know that. Says Dixie in the chat. But yeah, Australia, they'll be pretty happy if they can walk away from this series with 2 wins, because we saw the West Indies heading into this match. They hadn't actually lost a game throughout 2022. They had 2 draws and 3 wins. Now they will have to wait till their next series, which is in about 70 days or so. I think that's actually up against South Africa. Should be an interesting test match series when it does come around. Australia, they've got another task just around the corner. They'll be going up against the South Africans as well. And that will be for the match before Boxing Day, and then the one for the Boxing Day test. But Travis Head on 141. Roston Chase comes into the bowling attack. I always say it, he's more of a part-time spinner than anything. Going to be hit out straight into the man at short cover. It is good to see you once again, Shannon. I should mention, I don't think we've seen you in a little while. Hope you've been keeping well. You've been enjoying cricket now that it is back. It's great to see it once again taking place. Ooh. It's going to go through the gap. That's going to be the single run taken. 250 runs for the Australians for this partnership. It has been a very strong one. When we saw Smith dismissed for the duck, thought maybe Australia were going to have a rough patch, but then these two just continued to go and go some more. And also, how many innings in this two? Or how many innings in this two? Yep, 2 innings. And do you remember me from yesterday? I do indeed, Nissan TTR fan. And tell something about George. Says, Shishi's one of the Kiwi lads. That's another fun fact. He likes a chocolate milk and a chicken thigh. It's about all you need to know about George, really. Overtaken Marnus, says Dixie. Yes, he's moved up to 142. How does Marnus respond in the race to 150? The funny thing is, these two probably don't realise that everyone is anticipating who will get to 150 first. They're just batting for the sake of batting, scoring a lot of runs. The reverse sweep from Marnus Labuschagne there, the type of shot you wouldn't play to a bowler that you feel threatened by. And to put the pain on the West Indies, says Shannon. And there as well. Chase advancing down the wicket. Marnus hits it to the leg side. It's like they will just get the single there. Like a stoic single from Marnus, maybe cramping up a little bit already. The start of day 2. Does enjoy a reverse sweep every once in a while. George looks like Scott Barrett. That is true. He's got similarities to Scott Barrett of the All Blacks and Crusaders. Speaking of Crusaders, Super Rugby coming back in only about 2 months. That's a bit uppish, but it goes through a gap again. Head gets another single out to the deep point fielder, Alzari Joseph. Ishiguro has just said maybe there's a bit of spin on offer, a bit of grip there, which is not good because if West Indies are batting last, they will have to deal. Yeah, that spun a little bit. Travis here possibly wasn't anticipating that to do so. Shane back on strike, one ball left of the Roston chase over. It's actually not been a terrible over here. 3 runs off it so far. Whipped to the leg side. It's a misfield for them, and now going to be taking the 2 runs as well. Good running from Australia. And also, that was a bit weird. Why is Mana sweeping? Says Gareth. Yeah, he just decided the reverse sweep was the option. Definitely seemed weird with the slip in play. Seemed relatively risky. And footy comes back in March, says Shannon Shaw does. So that would be, I assume, NRL and AFL both start up at about the same time, don't they, Shannon? I think we're about 65 days away from NRL preseason. But when does the AFL, start back up? I was actually slightly tempted to see or to get myself an AFL jersey, but I wasn't sure whether to get one because I didn't know what team to get one for. And they were on special, they were very cheap, and I was like, I'm kind of keen to get one, but if I get the wrong team, everyone's going to be very annoyed at me. So I didn't want to do that. And who has more fun out there, you or George? Says Shish. On a sunny day, I'd probably say George to an extent because he's out there driving big machinery, hanging around some grass. And if I was to swap positions with George, he would enjoy this, I would say, to an extent, but I don't think I'd enjoy driving a tractor that much because if I'm dealing with grass, I'm going to be sneezing flat out, and that would not be a lot of fun for me. AFL preseason is early March. Okay. Preseason in March. I want to say that Super Rugby's about February 20th, and season starts mid to late March, says Dixie. Whereas the NRL, is that a little bit earlier, Dixie, or is that? I want to say NRL's a little tad earlier, maybe starting early March, and then preseason's in February, maybe. Labuschagne up to 144, heads on 144 too. These two are really ticking over quite nicely together. And I think it's earlier. A nice hat, mate, says Bez Blaze. Thank you very much, mate. Got the wide brim cap on. Don't want to get sunburnt in my lounge. You know how it is. Some people may not know that I'm joking for that statement. George is one of those guys who's just happy, says Gareth. Although when you see him angry, he can be quite an angry boy. Well, not so much angry, when he's annoyed, I would say. It's like when we play a game sometimes on Xbox or anything like that. If he's losing by a decent margin, I allow him to come back in the match or else he goes quiet. And we can't have that for content. Nicely done. I'm more alive now. That is good news that you've recovered from your beverages. And Betty, how you feeling, man? Here's Gareth in there as well. Philip, decent first start to the over, but better now. I got sick overnight, says Bads Ablaze. Oh, that's not good. Tonight, overnight, we've got the Cape Town Sevens, but I assume that you'd have to get an early night again just to make sure you recover fully or we get too far into the weekend. It's leg side-ish. Philip whipped away by Labuschagne. You get the single there down to the man in the deep. Silver taking it nicely. Now, he did get a duck in the first innings to Mitchell Stark, and if he has to come out there batting tonight, he might have that same reality. He batted a little bit better in the second innings, though. They got a nice partnership starting to form. The room starts spinning, says Gareth. Oh, Gareth, I remembered now. You sent me all of the ingredients in your carrot cake, but you didn't tell me what to do with the ingredients once I've got them, in terms of like how to actually make the carrot cake into a carrot cake. That's a shot from Travis here. Throws the hands at it. It's gone straight out to the man at deep point. Just the single taken for the Australians. Head and Labuschagne, 145 each. They still are going neck and neck heading into their 150. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We've got plenty more cricket coming up in the near future. It is a cricketing summer that is upon us, and we have got heaps coming up in the near future. So be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. A nice pitched up delivery there. It's going to be the end of the over. 389 for three here for the Australians. G'day, Kiwi laddies. Or laddies. Says Muttley, welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. Big night tonight. I'll be watching Brazil versus Croatia quarterfinal. I think it starts at 4 a.m. your time. It certainly does. And at that same time, I believe that's our little break from doing the Cape Town Sevens and try to get a wet together in mix. Okay, I'll send you a method, says Gareth in there. I guess because the other option was going to be that we just go with your list that you've given us and then try and work it out. But then I'm worried people might think we're just wasting food. That was the case. Do you think Australia will declare at 600 runs like they did in the last test, or maybe declare a little sooner, says 317 Master Killer? I believe Australia at the moment, their plan will be to declare some stage throughout the final session. And that could be 30 minutes in. It could actually be given the whole last session to the West Indies, depending on how many runs they have been scoring. It's just more of the case of they just want to make sure they are, I guess, sufficient enough on the board that they don't have to worry too much. And maybe the declaration could come after the first hour. I think it's probably my best prediction in first session. Men to wicket. There's Rich Powell there. Yeah, already an hour down of day 2 of this test match and yet to get a wicket here for the Australians, or for the West Indies, I should say. Okay, Marnus is saying the pitch is just a little bit quicker and a little bit sharper of the movement, and that's what I think it looks like. Marnus 8 is Wheaties again. He's currently on 146. Him versus Travis Head at the moment, trying to get 150. Okay. So Marnus, when asked about whether or not he's heard anything from the captain about a run rate that they should be going for, a total that they want to have by lunch, Marnus pretty much said, good news is when you're batting with Travis Head, you know he's going to be going at about a run a ball anyway, so you don't have to panic about your run rate. As long as he's getting some strike, going to be scoring runs. Also, they want these two or they won't get these two like 200. Both then stop. Says Beds Blaze and drinks break, says Shannon. Certainly is. So they have earned a well-earned drink from that first innings batting, or the first session batting, rather than the innings. You see that the A-League going to be starting up tonight as well. It's good to have the football back in Australia, or the soccer, depending on how you call it. I always say both just in case, so I kind of cancel myself out. And I think they'll go a bit longer than 200 and then stop. If one of them gets out, they might stop, says Dixie. And at the moment, I mean, we've got to remember as well, Marnus Labuschagne is Steve Smith's best friend. So Marnus, as long as Marnus wants to bat, as long as Marnus is at the crease, Steve Smith, even though he should be doing what's best for the Australian cricket team, he will, in his back of his mind, be hoping that Marnus can get an absolutely massive total here. So unless Marnus is the guy to go out, I think they're going to keep on batting for a little bit longer. Because Cam Green probably needs a bat, Alex Carey the same, and first par 630 runs, says Rich Powell. Yeah, they may go around that 600 mark. I know that they declared in the first innings of the last test match on 598 after that first innings. I believe they may even go a little bit higher. They are just saying that the Big Bash, it is going to be starting early next week, the 13th. I believe it is, of December. It's going to be an awesome one. Melbourne Stars versus Sydney Thunder. We're covering that on the channel, ladies and gentlemen. $103 overs down. So they got through 14. Like I mentioned, still a little bit slow for the West Indies here. And same with Nathan Lyon and Scott Bolland. Says Shannon, yeah, you just want to give those tailwater batsmen a little bit of time at the crease. Although the other problem you've got for yourself there is if they go out cheaply, if they get dismissed easily, that might end up hurting the confidence a little bit. Best fourth wicket innings stands. Labuschagne and Head is the third best. They passed Wood and Sergeant. And that is for the Australians versus the West Indies. They've got a wee way to go before they get to Lowry and Walters. Another 80 or so runs needed. We'd be mad if we go for around 550, then bowl. But that's if we get there. Don't want to jinx it. That's going to be in the air, just wide. Labuschagne went a bit aggressive for the first ball of the second hour of the session. Yes, BBL and Super Smash is also around the corner too. Says Pets Blaze and Cat. Says Reed, and also I'm off to school for winter break starting a week from today. I'm going to make it a point to watch every match from the BBL this year from the US, by the way, says 317 Master Killer. So we are hoping to cover at least 95% of the BBL matches, Master Killer. I know that some of them do overlap a little bit, which might make it a bit trickier, but we're hoping to cover a majority of them. So if you want to do some watch-alongs with us, you want to let us know your opinions on the games in the chat, do sure to stick around. Roston Chase now. Pitched up, head smacks it away. Out to deep cover, another single. Moves up to 146. These two could end up bringing up their 100. I forgot how to speak for a second, but their 150 runs. They could both bring it up in the same over. Maybe the same two balls. Like they've just said, Roston Chase, his economy for a test match is way too high, almost 3 runs per over. You're supposed to have your bowler, who's the spin bowler, relieving some of the pressure, but he hasn't been able to do that at all. And also, who do you think will be the least competitive BBL team? Haven't paid much attention to the lineup, says Dixie. Least competitive is a tricky one because a lot of these sides do have decent players. This is gonna be a rough one. But out of all of the teams at the moment, I will have to have a look at them. But based off last year, for their 50-50 nature, I'd probably go the Brisbane Heat as a team that may not be that competitive, depending on whether or not they can find their momentum early in the comp. They may end up going win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, and kind of get themselves about that mid-par. But I think the Renegades, to an extent, they always try and get up there. But I don't know if Guptill's going to be enough to change the momentum for them. They've got some good bowlers, though, with Kane Richardson. Very handy. Who else we got? Adelaide Strikers, I think, will always be roundabout because they've got Rashid Khan. We hit the leg side. I see preheat the oven to 180. I preheated my oven to 210 last night. But because someone had cooked something earlier on in the day that had, I guess, smoked a little bit, the fire alarm or the smoke alarm went off. And this was like maybe 2:30 a.m., which was unfortunate. I managed to turn it off pretty quick, though. And my least favorite BBL team is the Sydney Sixers, says Shannon there. Who's your favorite team, Shannon? Do let me know. I know a lot of people are a big fan of the Melbourne Stars, although they'll be missing Glenn Maxwell for a majority of the BBL, I believe, due to his leg injury that he got from playing Twister. Travis Head on 147. A boundary here would get him to the 150 first. If Labuschagne gets the strike here, he could be the first to 150. But Phillip, that is Anderson Phillip, handy player. Seen some good bowling from him. He's gone for 78 runs of his 20 overs. So actually going at about 4. Nice shot from Head. Lides it down to backward point. That's going to be another single taken. These two both on 148. Partnership currently 263 for them to get the next highest partnership. I believe they need about 334 runs, somewhere around that mark, I believe it was, between Lowry and his partner. Slightly unique field at the moment, you'd say. I heard Josh Hazelwood is in doubt for the South African test, says Al Mackie. Unfortunately, another side strain for him, which seems to be quite common this time of year for him. He actually had it happen last year, and he did miss a few of the test matches that were happening. So it's a shame for Josh Hazelwood that it's around the same time of year that it keeps happening for him. It opens up the opportunity for a different bowler, whether it is going to be Boland, Nessa, maybe Lance Morris could get a crack. I once misread the cooking book while baking, set the oven for 120 degrees and baked for 350 minutes. That would have come out Actually, how did that come out, Abdullah? Because that might not have been completely terrible. It probably wouldn't have been that cooked. But it's probably better to do it that way than accidentally, absolutely scorching it for too long. My favourite team is the Hobart Hurricanes, says Shannon. Very good side. And they've got some good bowlers there. And also Bianca as well, welcome in. And I did get it, Gareth. I saw the 180, so hopefully we will be able to use it to decent effect at some stage and wonder why they pulled Holder. He was looking good. They decided to go with a bit of spin. Now, shot away. Marnus is on 149, Head's on 148. Yeah, I would have thought Holder would have a couple more overs in him as well. And there's been some big scores in the BBL. Remember in 2020, the Thunder were 5 for 232. And then last year, was it the Sydney Sixers or the Perth Scorchers who got themselves, or was it the Melbourne Stars? Someone got themselves about 280 runs in their innings. Can't remember which side that was, though. But someone just went berserk, I remember. Short ball. Almost at the 400 mark as well for the Australians. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Bianca. I hope you're excited as well for the Cape Town Sevens coming up a little bit later on today. We are going to be doing a few streams, including the first matchup, South Africa versus Australia for the women's side. Have you seen Lance Morris bowl? Is he any good? I know he's got plenty of pace, gets around that 150 and only really jogs in, which is pretty handy for the Australians. But yeah, he's worked on his bowling a lot over the last few years. Trying to remember what side. I think he was a Perth Scorchers boy for a bit of time, but now he might be at the Melbourne Stars. He's not too bad. He'll be handy in 2 runs the difference, says Shannon. Yeah, at the moment, both actually sitting on 149 each. And I agree, but Cummins is captain, says Gareth in there as well. And wasn't it Maxwell with the Stars? I scored around 140 odd. I'm actually going to have a quick Google. BBL highest innings total. It was the Stars, 273 for 2. Yep. Or was that the innings that Steinus went berserk as well? That was 2000. No, I don't think Steinus actually performed in that game. We didn't do too well anyway. Yeah, Maxwell went bang. Someone else alongside him also had a few. It's there. And who's injured? Sorry, brain fart. Says Gareth. And yeah, I forgot about the game stars. We're 2 for 273. There's Dixie. Head on strike. Chance to bring up the 150. Cuts it away. That's going to be the runs, and that's going to be 4 to bring it up as well for Travis here. Brilliantly batted for the Adelaide Strikers representative on his home turf. We absolutely loving it. Is Lance Morris better than Riley Meredith? Slightly different, I guess you could say, in terms of their skill. They both bowl extremely quick. Meredith looks like he has to run in a lot harder to get the pace, whereas Lance Morris, I think it's all just technique. The way that he attacks the crease late and then just gets everything in the right position, gets the pace through. I'd love to see them go head-to-head, though. But I think for longer format, it seems like Lance Morris is the one they're picking. Head's moved up to the 150, partnership of 260-90, and that also brought up the 400 runs for the Australians. So they're doing well throughout this first innings of the second test match. He's advancing a little bit as well here, Travis said. He's getting very confident at 400 runs for the Aussies. I like your hat. You look like Carl Hooper or Carl Hopper. Carl Hopper sounds like a familiar name. Is he off Stranger Things? Is that where I've heard that name before? Okay, no, it's not. Oh, okay. Carl Hooper is a Guyanese cricketer. Is that who we're talking? Maybe. He did used to wear the white brim hat, so maybe it was Carl Hooper. And also, I remember Afghanistan hit around 278 in 2019. What time are you doing the 7th? So it will be 12:50 a.m. New Zealand time is the first time, or the first match that we are covering. Then we've got a bit of a break till about 2 a.m. That will be Samoa versus Uruguay, and then we've got about a 4-hour break, and then we're doing South Africa, Canada, and also Fiji versus France. I think are the last two. You look like Carl, or you look nothing like Carl Hooper. West Indies wicket. Says under 19 Test cricket these days is boring and weak. Says Turbo Tom. It depends on the matchup. You need two sides who are both working extremely hard to get the result. You'd have to say the West Indies, they fought a lot better in that first Test match compared to this one, which they haven't really put in much of a showing yet. And is Labuschagne get out before 150 runs? Then I'm protesting against the West Indies. Says 317 Master Killer Gaming. Well, currently he's on 149. So as long as he doesn't get out on pretty much his very next ball or within the next few balls, he should get to 150. He hasn't got strike at the moment, though. Instead, it's actually Travis Head. He's going to be cutting it away again, using the pace of the ball. Another 4 runs. Travis Head is just on another level at the moment in Adelaide. He knows this pitch well, plays on it for T20, and currently the last few overs, he's starting to play it a bit more like a T20 also. Taking some inspiration from England versus Pakistan. I believe that's actually going to be starting up tonight, if I'm not wrong. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're only 35 away from 21,000. If you do want to help us out, it's very hugely appreciated. I know I've said this before, but Head's just getting himself into such a good position. Balance. Head's still really enjoying this. Reminds me of Session, says Gareth. And the fact that he's willing to progress the game as quickly as he is as well, Travis Head. It's just when he's playing best, he's scoring at a strike rate of about 80. Anytime he's slower than that, he just seems like he's out of his own element. And my favorite thing is singing, Jessica's favorite thing is comics. My favorite song is Girls Like You by Maroon 5 featuring Cardi B. Almost a bit of an old school banger, isn't it? It's weird to think that songs that seem new are actually like that. Probably came out in 2019. In fact, I'm going to look it up. Girls Like You release date. I bet you it's like 2019, 2017. It's even earlier. So I mean, like that's 5 years ago that song came out. When did Moves Like Jagger by Maroon 5 come out? That's probably 2000s, if not earlier. Moves Like Jagger. Okay, it was 2010. Never mind. I'm terrible at this, working out when songs were released. Craig Brathwaite, West Indies captain. How do they break this partnership when it's just completely flying? Travis Head almost 10 runs ahead now of Marnus. Side of a stump, glides it through. Limited Jai Richardson, wasn't he close to selection? He was. They kind of took him out. Unfortunately, I don't know whether that's because he's focusing now more on short format. Although I want to say I saw him there yesterday with the squad, so I think he's still in the team. He just didn't get the call up to play in this matchup. I like Imagine Dragons. There's Nissan there. Some decent songs. What do they got? They got Demons. Is Natural them as well? And I was like, funny Nissan. No. There's Nissan GTR there. I feel like Dixie knows what could be made of the Imagine Dragons saying with a name like Dixie Space Normus. That's the 150 for Marnus. 150 of 293 deliveries. Like they're saying, the run machine just keeps going. Partnership of 276. I know what he's thinking. I think everyone almost knows what he's thinking for that one. 293 deliveries. 13 fours for Marnus. 69 ones. 13 twos, 1 3. No sixes. In fact, not a single six has been hit throughout this first innings. The first six, I think, is going to come probably either from Travis Head. Oh, that's it. I have to clap that. That is an absolutely classy shot from Travis Head. Boundary to close out the over. Expensive one from Philip. 10 off it. And now Australia sitting 411 for 3. These guys are straight carrying Australia right now, says 317. They just keep on going. This partnership doesn't look like it's going to be broken for a little while here. It's just such a good shot. Throws the hands at it. Smacks it away. And it's just good. Like, if you were ever to tell someone to play a slightly wider, like, cross bat cover drive, you'd show them that clip for how to get your body in the right position and to wrist flick the absolute daylights out of the ball. 100 balls more. Told you, Unique Australia and the Inky thing left will be the centipedes. And Labuschagne says it was Gareth. And also, no one else can carry Australia at the moment. And hello says, Fahim, welcome in to the live stream, mate. I hope you're doing well. If you are new to the channel, anyone, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for the rest of this day of Test match cricket. Marnus, a little bit risky there, playing a bit of a sweep and get 2 runs for his troubles here. And just the 2 taken. And 150 for Marnus. Labuschagne, do you think Australia will make 600 plus like the other test? Although they were just short of the test 600, weren't they? They declared on 598 runs because of that dismissal. But currently, they are looking pretty good. Marnus, he's on 2,999 runs. So there could be another milestone being brought up here if Marnus can get himself one more single. Yep, 3,000 runs now for Marnus Labuschagne at test level after only 30 matches with an average of about 68. When West Indies manage to break this pair, it's going to feel like Christmas come early. But then the problem is you've got Cameron Green makes his way to the crease, and he's a pretty handy batsman also. So it's a tricky one for the West Indies. They need about 3 or 4 wickets here minimum to start feeling like they're getting somewhere in this test match. Currently, the odds for them to win it is extremely high for the Australians, that is. Once again, whip to the leg side from Travis Head. Moves up to 164. Ruston Chase so far, 3 balls bowled, 4 runs off it. Also, there's one of the tests coming up, Australia or South Africa. I would say if Australia are playing like this, they're going to have a very good chance. Marnus with the reverse sweep. A lot of space out there. Looks like it might just about be cut off. Yes, it is. Well fielded in the deep. Get back for 3 runs. That man had the same hat as me. Not quite the same, but slightly similar with the wide brim. But the problem is Ruston Chase is nowhere near accurate enough to make Marnus at all worried about facing him. Alex Carey is okay with the bat too. Exactly right. He's a very handy batsman. He was saying earlier on in that pre-match interview, he was like, no, I don't mind not batting because these guys are putting on a show at the moment. Australia will break the world record for most runs. Cheers for him. Another single taken. What is the world record? I think it's about 800 or 700, isn't it? Here in New Zealand, Hamish Christmas always come early compared to the rest of the world. That is true. I believe, if I'm not wrong, I'm going to have a quick look at the BBL schedule. Last year, we ended up live streaming on Christmas Day for a little bit of it because the match hadn't finished at midnight. So we ended up doing a little bit of Christmas live streaming. And we worked away almost through the gap. They managed to cut it off, though. KFC wants to use my location. That's a bit weird, seeing as I'm just looking at a BBL schedule. Well, I guess the KFC Big Bash makes sense. Only 4 days away from starting, 952. Okay, nah, they're not getting there. They have to declare before that stage. And Nessa plays D20, so they can have a good hit. Says Dixie there. And Bolland, I think he hit himself a 6, didn't he? Or was that Jai Richardson actually maybe? Got that 6, but the 420 on the board now for the Australians. West Indies need to restart from scratch in all formats and focus more on the West Indies academies. There's Chris Howell. And something that's so important for the West Indies for me is finding the next young quick bowler. Because they need someone with 140 plus pace consistently, because that's when the West Indies in the past have been the most dangerous. Both Marnus Labuschagne and Travis Head are playing very well in the cricket. They certainly are. Lyon, more of a night watchman. He is, but he actually, like, when you see his straight drive, he's got one of the nicest straight drives almost out of any Australian player, to be honest. The way that he does it, he just practices with tennis balls, doesn't do any net sessions. Nathan Lyon, but plays some very good straight drives down the ground. And the record for a single person is 380. The record for one team is 952. Good God, says 317. So off stump, it's going to be Thomas now bowling. De Silva is actually up to the stumps here. So week 2. Oh, no, it's an earlier game. So Saturday, 24th of December, it will be a 5:30 p.m. start time here in New Zealand, which means we will not actually have a stream on Christmas Day. Bit of a shame, really, but it is what it is. It will be my day off. Although I will have to prepare for the next day's live streams. That's off the edge. Almost carried. Labuschagne. That is the first chance of the day for the West Indies, and it hasn't quite paid off. Races to the boundary for 4. Labuschagne now will move up to 161. Now it's a race between him and Travis Head to see who can get to 200 first. The way they're going. I remember Lyon hit 20 off 17 Boxing Day 2020 against India. He did. He's got some good shots in his arsenal, Nathan Lyon. That was close. The outside. Couldn't quite clean it up. And also we have got there, hear me out, I know I'm biased, but South Africa are going to beat Australia. We have the attack, says Gareth. Yeah, South Africa, they've got a good side. It's very true. I'm just going to have a quick look and see where those test matches are taking place. I believe they're all normal day test matches. That's going to be another run for Manus. Moves up to 162 now. A lot of runs available out there on the park, by the looks of it. South Africa versus Australia. And no, not biased at all, says Dixie. Yeah. But South Africa are one of those sides. We saw it when they were in New Zealand. On their day, they can beat any of these top sides. They just have to make sure that they get a good start and that their bowling attack also performs. So in 7 days, it will be Australia versus South Africa starting at 1:20 p.m. It's at the Gabba, the first match. Okay. Interesting. What about the second one? The second match is at the MCG. Oh, I wish I could go to that one on Boxing Day, but it's probably a bit late to organise it, seeing as we're like 2 weeks away. It should be a good match, says Dixie. And then the third test, it is going to be at the SCG, another very nice stadium. I haven't watched any cricket at the SCG. Oh, I have watched the cricket, or I've watched the AFL at the SCG. And Australia versus South Africa test a day. The ODI matches are night-ish. Although I do see the day-nighters between Australia and South Africa have been cancelled for their ODIs. Does anyone know the reasoning behind that? Withdrew from the 3-match series in July 2022 due to fixtures clashing with South Africa's new domestic T10 league or T20 league. Super League points for the 3 matches were awarded to Australia, subject to approval by the ICC. Okay, so because of the T20 competition in Australia taking place at the same time, they had to change it up a little bit and can give up a lot of runs. And South Africa fast bowlers can have some bad games. One in particular straight away comes to mind. And now, of course, I've forgotten his name, Rabada. He bowls a lot of no balls. They cannot afford to do that up against Australia because if you have Manus out and then they go back and check and it's a no ball, that's pretty much disastrous. Like we saw for the West Indies in the last test match. Cut away by Head. It's another single. And South Africa, oh no, I read that one. I remember Rabada did that against New Zealand. He did as well, didn't he? Does that a lot. Up against every side, pretty much, unfortunately. Just never quite gets his foot behind the mark. That's going to be the end of the over. 109 overs down currently. 426 on the board with 5 away from the 300-run partnership. Anyone who's new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Like I mentioned earlier on, we are closing in on 21,000. We're only 32 away. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. And we'll have plenty more cricket coming in the future, rugby as well. And even in the T20, he went for about 40 runs in 3 overs. Yeah, we can. But, and again, we can win because of them. And we generally get ourselves up against Australia. That's true. One of the sides that South Africa normally play very well against seems to be the Aussies. With the fact that it's so hot in South Africa at the moment, they'll come over to Australia and they'll be like, this is kind of warm, isn't it? When it's sitting like 30 degrees. My favorite thing is singing Jessica. Favorite thing is comics. My favorite song is Girl Like You by Maroon 5, Cardi B. Jessica like Marvel Comics. What about your favorite thing? Mangoes. Do enjoy a good mango. Hi, Hamish. Says Darlow, welcome in. I will sweep South Africa. I don't know. It could be close. The Gabba is normally an interesting pitch for a test match, isn't it? It either plays an extremely long test match or you get one that's over in about 3 or 4 days. Hopefully we get that first option. And also with the bowlers who do 140 plus for the West Indies, they haven't really got too many options other than maybe Alzari Joseph. If we're talking about big sweep shot from Labuschagne. If we're talking about South Africa, does Rabada still get to 140 or has he gone down in pace a little bit? And we haven't seen South Africa play Australia in many tests recently. Will be good. There's Dixie, and we will be covering it on the channel as well, I should mention, alongside the BBL and also the rugby and whatnot that is on. 303 balls Labuschagne has faced. He has faced a whole ODI by himself. Agree, win or lose, going to be good cricket, says Gareth. Austin Chase. Once again, Labuschagne's very keen on that fine leg boundary. Didn't get it away the way that he wanted to. Just gets the single for it. Moves up to 163. 3 runs away from the 300-run partnership. This has been a good scoring session for the Australians. I believe at this point, they have already put on almost 100 runs on the board. I believe they had 330 at the end of the first day. And also, when does Super Rugby start next year? I believe about the 20th of February, somewhere around there. I think our betting is too good for South Africa, says Darlow Fan Sports. I remember the last test played, we played South Africa. Was the time Cricket Australia was in hot water in a test. So, yeah, it's been quite some time since the two sides have gone head-to-head. Currently, these two scored between them, not the partnership, but just added up between them. They have scored a total of 330 runs. Their partnership is just short of becoming the 300 on the board. Pretty impressive. The best bowler of the day and the best bowler of the whole test match for the West Indies has still been Jason Holder. Austin Chase, man who should have a good economy, actually has about the third worst economy. Now they're 2 runs away from 100 for the session. Oh, Marnus is gone. It's going to be the edge. Thomas picks up the breakthrough. And it's a brilliant take from De Silva. They're not going to get their 300-run partnership as Marnus is now going to be out. Just gets the taps on the back from the West Indians saying, well better, mate. That was quite the innings you put together. But Labuschagne, will caught behind. Yeah, that's well done from De Silva. And that's one of those most important aspects of being a keeper is having your hands in the right position. But Labuschagne, he will be disappointed he hasn't got the double 100, 163, 305. And now Cam Green, for the first time in this test match, is going to get the opportunity at the crease. It's Labuschagne, 163 off 305. That will excite the West Indies just that little bit. That's a hell of an innings from him. Exactly right. At least he wasn't near the 200, and we have got there still 40 odd away, says Dixie. Yeah, I guess if he was only a little bit, such as about 5 or so away, it would have hurt a lot more. Devon Thomas got a backup keeper. Makes a decent bowler. Yeah, he's an all-rounder, Devon Thomas, and he really epitomizes that with the fact that he can wicket keep, he can bowl at about 130. He's picked up 2 wickets already, and also can field pretty well. And he's got a decent bat on him. So Cameron Green, they've just said he's waited 17 hours of this test match while Australia have been batting for the chance to actually get to face a delivery. Last thing he wants is a first baller here. Green now at the crease. Great keeping work from De Silva, though. I mention it. It's actually very impressive to be at the stumps while the bowler is bowling 130. And Ian Smith, as a keeper himself, has said that that is extremely important that he's been able to take it. He actually ended up having the hand slightly sideways, and with that, smacked into the palm, about the fingers actually, and then rolled back in. He does very nicely. My favorite thing is rainbows and unicorns. What's yours? Says Jay. Jay, guess what arrived at about 5 p.m. today? You won't believe it. Well, you probably will because we talked about them a lot yesterday. And Greeny's first bat of the summer, says Darlow Fan Sport. Big opportunity, but also a lot of nerves, I would think, for Cameron Green. He would have gotten used to just not playing. It's off the edge. It almost did it carry. It might have carried, and that would have been Cameron Green out for a goldie. I just said that. What if he goes out for a first baller? It's off the edge. It's a thick one. No, it doesn't carry. Just ended up bouncing on the half. for Myers. And also, that was close to becoming a wicket, says 317. And a mango, you called it. $6.50 well spent. Like they've said, Kyle Maz, too deep. Definitely because that's a thick edge and it hasn't carried through. And Green could have been in for a minute after waiting 17 hours, says Dixie. And I hope they bring them up a little bit further. In fact, I'm confused at why the keeper is no longer up at the stumps now. Cameron Green, though, thickest outside edge you will see of this test match. Almost carried too deep for Mayers, and that's the 100 for the session, says Darlow Fan Sports. A very good session from the Australia. Santa would have given West Indies an early Christmas present if that stuck. It could have been a hat-trick opportunity for Thomas. Short ball there. Jason Holder, he's at second slip. Mayers is still very deep. I'm confused. De Silva up to the stumps shows that he's effective when it comes to taking catches that close. Maybe because it's a new batsman, they assume there's going to be a little bit more of the play and the miss from him. But I still would have thought up to the stumps was the option. Afternoon, Amish Mangoes. Another day, another dollar. Says a Nate in there. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Yeah, I hope that mango's good. And what's your favorite song? My favorite song is I don't even know what my favorite song is. Ram Ranch. That's a bit of a throwback, isn't it? No, don't look that song up, shish. Don't play it for Jessica either, or you get yourself in trouble. But favorite song? I don't even know what my favorite song is, to be honest. Like I have a few songs that I've listened to in the past. I don't think I've got a favorite song. Soft hands. Says Gareth Dan. Sadia is in the chat. Welcome in, mate. And hey, howdy, ownership fans. Says Master Mail. Into the over. An exciting one. A wicket falling. My scoreboard still thinks Marnus is at the crease. There we go. Now he's gone. As a left. But Thomas. It's a very good follow-up ball to Cam Green. Elsa Ramrance is a great song. I think you would like it. And put another log on the fire. Says Master Mel. A real man's song. It's a great take from De Silva. Like they've said, Thomas, he's a wicket keeper, but he bowls 130 and he celebrated big time for that one. And also, what's going on, boss? Who's Jessica? Says Nate, that is Shish's love interest. She's in Spain at the moment. They knew each other when they were younger. He's going to propose when they see each other again. But he said the best song is Waltz and Matilda. The original or the remix or like the reworded version. Sitting on the grass with the finger up. Travis said 167. Got a little bit more of a rebuilding phase with him. And long lost love, says Gareth. Put another log on the fire, cook me up some bacon and some beans. The original. I see. As I replace it with I and AU is the name Shish, and that will be perfect. Shish is only 11, so you will have to wait. Says Jay there. That's a real hillbilly classic. Is Master Mal. 100 balls just about to come up for Travis Head. Nicely hit down the ground. Another single. It is going to be Travis Head moving up to 168. Should I propose after dating 3 weeks? Says Aiden. 3 weeks is quite quick, Aiden. Definitely because we've learned from the past with yourself. You do sometimes, no offense, you do rush into things sometimes, as we've found out. So I would say probably 3 weeks is too quick because you'd hardly even know anything about each other at that stage. Yes, you can talk a lot. Don't get me wrong. You can learn a lot in 3 weeks, but I don't think you'll know absolutely everything that you need to know to make that decision. And also, great song is Shosholoza. Says Gareth, an interesting series. I thought we would have annihilated the Windies, says Master Mel. And I had girlfriends like that once. Her name was Jessica, and she's from Barcelona, says Nate. And propose and keep gambling. What could go wrong? Yeah, do not gamble away that proposal, I guess, the ring, engagement ring. Because if you do that, you'd be in a lot more trouble. Advance the goal! Sorry for yelling. I just get a bit excited sometimes. I found me hat. I feel like I'm out in the field waiting for a catch, and Cameron Green's edging everything. So I'm ready for her in 3 weeks. If she's smoking hot and has no gag reflex, it's all you need to know. There's Master Man. What inspirational words. Currently, the West Indies, I believe it will be Thomas once again. Thomas, he's been an effective bowler. He's got two big wickets here. He got Usman Khawaja, sure all the lads agree, says Master Mal. And also, he was able to get the wicket of Manas. Oh, so we have got that, even if not publicly, says Master Mal. Also, she can do that. Oh no. What's a gag reflex? I'm confused. How many runs do you think they will end up with this innings? I think they're going to go for around that 550, 600 mark again. Look for the declaration maybe once Travis Head has gone out, if he bats long. Like if he gets to about 250, then they might consider that declaration. Oh, the shoe's fallen off for Thomas there. No, you shouldn't propose 3 weeks later. You should propose at least a year later, says Darlow Sports. I love the live chats. I just don't know what's going to happen. What people say, says Aiden. Also, we have got Travis Head still out there. A few VBs tonight. Go down good. Yeah, the crowd have been loving him. That shoe fell off. It's actually incredibly landed upright after rolling around. If not, she can always be molded and trained, says Master Mel. And like I said, if they can get Travis Head now, then you get Alex Carey and you get Cameron Green, two batsmen who can bat a while. I want 600 runs, says Naman. Is that part of a bet, as in like on the TAB or something? Or is it just you want to see the 600 on the board for the Australians? Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We didn't have the hat yesterday, but we gained it today because it's sunny outside. But of course, we are inside and it's nighttime in our background. So the hat makes no sense other than the fact that this is a cricket live stream. It just came from the fish and chip shop. And when I was in there, the lady came in and asked for a prescription, some fish and chips. Could be part of the diet. Maybe she's getting in some extra omega-3, you know? Although I'd assume that the batter in the fish probably wouldn't be so good for a prescription, would it? Let's get down the ground. Travis Head. He looks like he hasn't really wanted to slow down, but it's just he hasn't got onto the ball as well when facing up against Thomas. I think Steve Smith already is having a chat with Marnus Labuschagne. And if we get 600, oh no, it's actually not Marnus. Where's Marnus gone? He'll be showering probably. If we get 600, we shouldn't bother getting twice or batting twice. Although Australia, they don't want to put too much stress on their bowlers. They've already lost Hazelwood and Cummins. And this chap becoming a farmer wants a wife, says Nate. We should make a remix, or not a remix, a remake of that series for George. Although it wouldn't be called Farmer Wants a Wife, it would probably be called Farmer Wants a something else. But I don't know whether or not you're allowed to have that as a series. And if we're hungover, or if you're hungover enough, fish and chips is basically a subscription. Says Gareth, nice shot down the ground from Head. It's a single again. We'll retain the strike for the next over. 432 for 4 now. Well bowled by Thomas. He's only gone for the 1 run. He seems to be the pick of the West Indian bowlers at the moment. Gone for 52 runs off the 12. He's showing some highlights from Travis Head. And is it a farmer wants a wife? Kiwi wants a wife. Says Darlow. Sure, we'll go with that. And also we have got the farmer wants a wife, but a woman of easy virtue will suffice. Says Master Mal. They're just showing a couple of the risky shots we've seen from Travis Head there. He hit it just over the top of Alzadi Joseph a few times throughout the field, but he has batted extremely well. I think 10 minutes left of this session as well. It's going to be worked away to the leg side. Like they're just going to get the single. Cameron Green exposed to Roston Chase here. We've already seen 2 edges, and Kiwi tried that. Unfortunately, Halloween happened. Says Gareth. Yeah. Halloween was interesting, wasn't it? That's my first Halloween party. So I feel like I haven't got a very good record, do I? Or Halloween, but surely next year. I mean, I've still got my fangs, you know. They're in a little coffin. Ready to go next year. Santa's down there. I was dressed as Harry Potter though, so maybe that might have been my problem because it made my girlfriend disappear. You know, that sounds kind of dodgy, but people who know the story know what happened. She disappeared into another man's arms. Oh, it was a shame. Not really though. Chase on the leg side works it away, and also it's particularly the cricket chats. They always seem to go to the dogs. Says Gareth. Cummins isn't injured that badly, but Hoff is out for the summer. Says Darlow. So yeah, it's a shame that the injuries are creeping in for both sides here. Pat Cummins, he should be all right for South Africa, I believe. Oh, Cam Green's footwork. Looking like he was doing the opening number of Footloose there. He didn't quite know where the feet were supposed to go. And next year, can you make a real life Tinder for us guys, single guys that are single? Says Aiden. I mean, haven't you got a girlfriend of 3 weeks, Aiden? Or is that not your girlfriend? Because if that's the case and you're already waiting for a single guy's Tinder next year, do not propose. Best idea is to not do that. And did you a favor. But ever since your life's been 1,000 times better, says Master Mel there. And also we have got there just come from the fish and chip shop when I was there, prescription for some fish and chips. Says MTRC again. And also, yeah, from what I've heard from Cummins, we're back for South Africa, says Darlow and Aiden. Mentioning girlfriends don't count, says Jay. And I guess I didn't lose mine at the Halloween. No, she was real, believe it or not. I couldn't believe it. There's a fire in the background at the moment in the Adelaide Hills. Not ideal. It was afternoon, Gareth, hectic, says Nate. I think it's because it's slightly slower paced, so there's more time for chatter, which is quite enjoyable. Times it's a completely different, unique experience. The last one seems like someone doesn't know how to bake, either behind that hill, says Abdullah. And pay-per-view, she was still in your life, that wouldn't be able to get wouldn't be able to share your gift of commentating with us. You're getting stuck with her nagging and complaining, says Master Mel. Although to her credit, she did say, like, I can do YouTube first, and then when I get time, we are able to go out and do things. But yeah, I feel like with how busy it's been recently, like I hardly get time to sleep, let alone do anything else outside of the live stream. Luckily, that bowling vlog, like we were able to get a good day and a bit where we were able to hang out or like patches in those days. The only thing was I was running off like 8 hours sleep for 3 days, like so 2 hours one night, I think another 2 hours the next night, and then 4 hours the night after that. I mean, I have a girlfriend and she wants an engagement ring after 2 weeks. She asked for it last Thursday. So yeah, no, I wouldn't propose because if she's asking for it, like that's probably a warning sign. Just with how soon it is, you haven't even probably met her parents, have you? And Cummins is trying to give Ponting another heart attack, says Gareth. And also isn't giving Ponting another heart attack, says Darlow. And also seems like all the waiting he's done has caused Cam Green to forget how to bat with that footwork, says Dixie. And you got to miss the same as do tell. I had one for the month of October. Then I went to a Halloween party with her. And then she no longer was my girlfriend because she decided it would be a good idea to play some activities with another fellow at that party after I had left to do a live stream. But it's quite a quite a funny scenario, which is why I think we still smile about it. It was only like a month at the end of the day. And 2 weeks is way too soon, says Nov Mum. Your green's all over the place right now, says Gareth. Does she even know your middle name, Aiden? Because I feel like 2 weeks is not long enough to know those things. And also, I'm glad you didn't go all Mike Myers on it, says Master Mel. For some reason, as soon as I heard Mike Myers, I thought of Austin Powers. But I realized that's not Mike Myers, is it? Who's he? Mike Myers, I know, is the Halloween fellow. But who is, or Friday the 13th, one of those two? Who's Mike? It's Mike someone. What's the guy's name who plays Shrek? And also Austin Powers. Is that also Mike Myers? Just a different spelling? And Spark Up the Glass Barbecue. And next year, take the kettle prod trick or treating. We have the most lollies and you won't lose your girlfriend, says Jay. Also, yeah, Green's all over the place right now, says Gareth. Who do you reckon will be in the World Test Championship final? I think it is going to be Australia and then either England, no, not England, sorry, either probably South Africa or Sri Lanka at this stage, maybe India. What happened was Hamish came over here to join us degenerates. She got pissed and slipped and fell on an eggplant, says Gareth. Yeah, pretty much. And now uh, yeah, she's gonna 9 months' time, she'll have a different eggplant coming out of somewhere. That makes sense. And also, poor pitch made by Australia, says Fahim's World. Mike Myers is from Halloween, says Darlow. And plenty of fish out there, boss. I tell you come to Melbourne, my guy, you forget about New Zealand girls, says Nate. Nicely played. Travis here, he liked that ball. He gave it a little nod of approval. Do you know anything about relationships? Because you had a break up one day. She will come. Do you think she will come? Everybody, do you think she will come? Wait, what was the question? You don't know anything about relationships because you break up one day, she will come. If she comes back, she can keep on walking past because not keen, eh? Got confused by the question for shush there for a second. Also, I don't have a middle name, says Aidan. Well, that's easy to remember then, I guess. That's a big full toss from Travis Head. Down the ground for the single. No, I haven't met her parents, but she told me her parents are telling her I'm not good for her and are trying to break us up. She hasn't even met my mum. I don't know if she should. I feel like you've just, like, from your last few messages, Aidan, you've given me about 4 red flags about this girl. So don't propose yet. Don't get her pregnant because that's another thing that causes trouble, doesn't it? And also, lol, and also he's getting married every week. Like, he gets married every week. He's a word. I come a bit loose. Loose. Yeah, shush, says Dixie. And really, she got a bun. Yeah, apparently. But luckily, her new husband will be able to help her out with that one. There you go. That's another little plot twist, adding layers to the reasoning of it. My husband and I got married after 6 years. Says Nov Mum. Has anyone seen Jerome Luai's train wreck best man speech at Brian To'o's wedding? I have not. Sounds like something that would be quite enjoyable to watch, though. He's getting married after 3 weeks. My guy just know. Says Master Mail. Just showing that massive, almost 300-run partnership that the Australians were able to put together currently, sitting 316 overs down. And so you just get rid of it, even though she has nice melons and ass. Aidan. I mean, Aidan, nice melons and ass only get you so far in life. Trust me, as a man with some nice melons and a nice ass on me, it gets you a little way. I couldn't even finish that sentence with a straight face, but it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, like, Marnus is just scoffing some slices at the moment by the looks of it. Some party pie, some caramel slice, actually, he's got himself, Marnus. Oh, so it's kind of speech I give at a Bucks party with just the boys in the stripper there, not with the family, grandparents, and church and community leaders presence. Hey, single lads out there, do you ever ask her what she wants? Says Nate. And my dad met mum one afternoon, got engaged same night. 3 days later, they were married. Things were much simpler back in the day, says Abdullah. And also, were you shagging your mate's girl just the other week? Yeah. Yeah, that was the scenario. That was a little while ago. He's had a couple of months since then. But Marnus, the series, every time gets more than 100 runs while he is batting up against the West Indies. Still, Thomas is bowling. Big drive from Cam Green. De Silva likes it. He thinks there's something on there. The thing is, there was a noise. That's what the West Indies keeper has said. Thomas is marching back. Brathwaite's not that interested. And you're buffering, says Mum. Hopefully it does end up sorting out in the near future. They've gone up for it. So they might as well. At the end of the day, they've got 3. Is this going to be Brathwaite? Who's missing? Has Hamish lost his connection? I don't think so, Mum. I think I'm still here. You're lagging, boss. Am I? Huh. Interesting. Everything else for me is still like all right. Am I moving now? And also, you have a breakup. Everybody, do you think Jessica will come? Can Hamish and everybody, are you just enjoying this? Shish. Oh, that's close to the outside edge of the bat for Cam Green. Well, lads, I'm off to sink beers, eat food, and land a route for the night. Wish me luck. Nice balance at a certain age. She keeps her shirt on. It's okay that way, says Gareth. And all goods now, says Nate. Right, there's no clear snicko. There was some sort of noise. It was only a faint one though, so Cam Green will really be hoping he hasn't edged this ball. Ball's going past the bat. Okay, no noise, flat line, and he's going to get to stay at the crease. Still, West Indies have 2 reviews here. It's possible to get 600 runs. I think so. I think that, or depends if they lose Travis Head. If they lose Travis Head within the next 30 minutes of the next session, I would say the 600 is probably getting taken off the cards. Whereas they lose Cam Green, it's not the end of the world. He hasn't been batting that well out there at the moment anyway. But you could put it down to rust. At the end of the day, the man's been missing from Test match cricket in the batting lineup for a good few overs or a good few hours. And I'm like, John Cena, I can see you. Says Kiwi Game and all goods now. Says Nate. Yeah, you can hear a little bit of something. I think it was the back foot. Hopefully, do you think Jessica will come or can you enjoying this? Says Shish there. I don't really know the scenario, Shish. I think that's probably the big thing because I don't know. Like you say, you guys talk on the phone and talk on like the iPad, everything along those lines. So if you're talking, she's probably the better one to ask than me, some random guy on the internet from New Zealand. Enjoy, bro. Hope you have a succulent Chinese meal. Is that from that meme ages ago? With the man getting in the car. Oh, he says that he's got quite a good, I know you know your judo well. Is that guy, Gareth? I was like, by the way, I was my old Crush Katie. We haven't really seen her too much in recent times on the live streams. And chat, you've been swell. Outstanding work as usual. Harris's Master. Well, appreciate you, mate. That's a big swing from Green. Katie's 37. Says Gareth there. And that is going to be 1 ball left of the session. So what we will be doing, ladies and gentlemen, next we have got ourselves a 40-minute break. We'll go like this. And yep, that's going to be the end of this one. We will go like this. Australia there. We will be back at 7:40 p.m. New Zealand time. Oops, that's not a 40. 7:40 New Zealand time for session 2 of the day. Go like that. We'll go like that as well. There we go. We'll put that all on the bottom, ladies and gentlemen, so you know when we're being back. It's going to be about 38 minutes. You meaning maybe not? No, I said talk to her about it because I'm not Jessica, you see. Well, I could be in 2023. It could change my name, but I don't think I will, to be honest. I don't mind my own name. Bloody seagulls. There's Nate. Any beer that's free. Xmas breakup parties galore. Says Master Mel. And I was like, yes, there's that guy at Democracy Manifests. Yeah. Good old-fashioned meme. Who doesn't love a good old classic one? See, if copyright wasn't a thing, we could just watch random videos at this break. But I don't know what videos will get us copyright claim, what videos will get us copyright struck. So instead, I will be popping away for a bit of lunch or a bit of tea. It's currently 7 p.m. Next live stream after this one will be starting at 12:50 a.m. But first of all, we've got another 2 sessions left of this matchup between Australia and the West Indies. So if you are new, hit that subscribe button. We're going to be back in about 30 minutes' time. Be sure to chat amongst yourselves while we're away, while we're away, I should say. Yeah, we'll see you all in about 35 minutes' time. See you later. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Bit of a different setup here. We thought, why not? I've just realised this is my microphone. Right, we're now. I haven't got my hat.
Haven't got your hat.
Gotta have the hat, don't you?
Do you want me to put chips in between us?
No, it's all right. You can have your chips. Hello, everyone. Welcome to a new layout of the Kiwi Lads. We are sitting down on a couch. Seemed like a good idea. Hopefully, you guys can hear us all right. Got the chat down over here now because my eyesight's pretty bad.
Yeah, I can't.
As it is.
Can you read it?
I can.
Bring it a bit closer, or you're right.
No, that's all good. Hopefully you guys can see us all right. We're going to get the wide brim on. Ready to rumble for a second session of the day. I'll have to put my mouse in the right spot to the scoreboard updates. And I also need to tell us that we don't have a green screen up anymore. There we go. That'll do it.
That'll do it.
And that'll do it. And Mum's here, behave. You got to behave.
Behave?
Exactly right.
Who said that?
Although she's drinking, so she got to behave too, don't you? Australia still at the crease. They've got Cameron Green and Travis here, two batsmen. Been putting together quite a partnership here throughout the first little while. I'm from Somalia, says Jamal, so welcome in.
Oh.
Also, Ruth, he makes oven chips. I tried to explain slaps chips, and Kiwi Lads are tough. They eat their food straight off the barbie, still smoking go Hamish. I mean, I don't know about straight off the barbie, but I do eat chips normally that are extremely hot, because if I let them cool down, then the live stream should have already started again.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best way of looking at it. Good evening, Donna. Cheers, says Nate. She got her bag of chips.
Yes.
She got her beers.
What more do you need? Piney with some chips.
Exactly right. I'm just wondering, should we move that mic? That microphone's in an all right position, isn't it? It's all right. Straight out in front. Looks like a massive dong of yourself, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Mumsy got a big dong. I'll move this a bit.
Thanks, David.
Oh, I mean, if there's ever time to say that someone's got a big dong to boost their ego, it's while they're on a cricket live stream, isn't it?
You've been drinking too.
Yeah. Drinking in the excitement of the cricket. Ruth has said, Gareth, what is the oven chips? One moment, we'll go to all chat so we can see every message, which means we will also be able to see shishes. And there's, oh, Hamish, you are a good cricketer. Oh, better cricketer than Marnus Labuschagne. Laughing at you, just kidding you. There's Shish. Shish got a girl from Spain going on at the moment.
So where's Shish from?
Shish is Australian.
Australian. Cool.
Nice, Donna. And I was like, what is an oven's chip? Or air fryer chips, the better way to go.
Yeah.
They do fry up quite nice.
Yeah, love your air fry chips.
Exactly right. They probably taste like cardboard, need salt and vinegar. And I was like, I'm going to put you in the corner. Don't send that against you, Gareth. Travis had 172 off 216 deliveries. Impressive. 212. I just made up the 16.
Okay.
Cameron Green, 3 runs. Not out of 25 deliveries. Do let us know as well, everyone. Can you hear us all right at the moment? We are a bit further away than the microphone than if we were normally sitting where we do. But yeah, do let us know. Can you hear us all right? Is the audio coming through smoothly? I hope it is. This is quite comfy. Ralston J's first ball.
What do you think of this the last 6 months, Hamish?
Oh, you see, the couch is quite large. It's hard to move by myself. You know, I'm a small individual. Your shush is in grade 6, says Jay. And there as well. Yeah, this is a setup to have, isn't it? Bit of cricket. We might have another guest later on today that's going to be whipping away a little bit.
Depends if you want some chips.
What's the bet you finish that bag by the end of the stream? Hello? Oh, jeez.
I've got bowls tomorrow.
VIP treatment. Sing out if you want more beer.
Mm.
I have to train them for the mangoes for myself and we'll be all good. Tell you what, Jay, they gave us a big mango. $6.50 got us a wee way. The size of that mango. I haven't eaten it yet, though. Are you guys really good? Says 317. And also we have got there getting ready for the action on the field. And you don't learn. See, I could have put on some cricket whites on my bottom side, but instead you guys get to see my nice hairy knees. Don't worry, your knees aren't hairy, I don't think. Shouldn't be as hairy as mine anyway, should they? Oh, you wonder where I got it from.
Oh, I thought a liberated woman that shaves legs.
But leg size. Now, Cam Green actually, he was almost dropped on his very first ball. He's waited 17 hours to get out to the middle and then almost dropped.
17 hours?
Yeah, it just dropped short of Mayers, who was real deep for a slip, to be honest. Very, very deep.
I see England are batting at 6 over 6 runs and over again.
Ooh.
Oh!
Didn't quite carry either there. Cameron Green, a bit nervous there at the moment. I can make that screen even bigger. Should I do that?
Which screen?
The one we're watching it on.
No, I reckon it's big enough, isn't it?
Well, I go like this. There you go. It's like a couple inches, but a couple inches can make all the difference, can't it, Monday?
He's
Well bowled.
I
By
should
Ross
watch
and
cricket like
Jace.
this all the time.
Hmm?
Sorry.
Would you be on streams more if we had it set up like this?
Bloody oath.
Get the tea cooking?
What tea?
Or just get a little smoker or a little
Fridge.
gas lighter or gas cooker. Do some saucies over here while cooking up.
It might be
Mean
a
feed.
bit dangerous.
And 6.50 is a bit on the rich side. I made $2.50 up at my local Coles earlier today. Yeah, I got ripped off, but I really wanted a mango, so I had to sacrifice the wallet to be able to get a singular one. And Greens, he's gotten away with that. Should have been out 2 different times now. Says 317. Yeah, he's a lucky boy at the moment, Cameron Green.
I'm glad you can read that because I have to squint my help.
Yeah, I'm a little bit squinty as well, to be
Try and
honest.
bring it closer.
Nah, it's all good. It's all right. We're actually not as far back as I thought we'd look.
No, because
To be honest.
it's
It's in a good spot.
that is.
I like yelling. You
Yeah.
like yelling?
No. I
That was-
you kids when you're naughty.
Yes.
Mm.
Alzado Joseph back in the bowling attack for the West Indies now. 1 for 87. He's having to work a lot harder. Of course, with that early injury of Mindley, got through 2 overs, the West Indian quick, pulled up lane.
And that's it.
That's it. And he was actually an injury replacement for someone who was injured. So it wasn't even one of the bowlers like who was kind of there last week who was carrying over some extra.
Haven't they had
It'll
about
work.
5 injuries before this game?
Yeah, they've had quite a few changes. I think 4 in this lineup. That's an interesting shot from head. Been ticking over quite nicely though. 173 off 216 balls. Making sure he's getting those runs on the board here for the Australians. Partnership with Labuschagne, 297. They didn't quite get their hundy or their 300.
So when are we going back to Melbourne for these? That test match?
Oh, I saw South Africa's playing there for Boxing Day, and I said if it wasn't only 3 weeks away and I had no money, keen.
No.
I mean, no.
Not South Africa.
What's wrong with South Africa? That's like half our audience.
Nothing wrong with the team as such, but they're not like they used to be, though.
Okay.
Let's be honest.
Okay.
No?
Well, they're all
Okay,
right.
we just lost
So-
10 viewers.
Second on the Test Championship rankings at the moment.
Are they?
South Africans,
How
yeah.
did they get up there?
Bet us.
Oh, yeah, but that's no. that's easy.
Mm,
We're not exactly flash at the moment, are we?
no. Let's go West Indies, says Nate. He's still hoping and get those breakthroughs soon. Alzado Joseph actually only 1 wicket throughout his bowling. He bowled
Wow.
0 for 83 the first innings at Perth, and the second he went 0 for 42. This innings he got the wicket earlier on. That was David Warner's wicket, but other than that, nothing.
He looks tall enough. How fast does he bowl?
He used to bowl, he bowled 150 as a teen, although
Yeah,
saying that, you don't really trust those numbers
no, you don't.
because, like, I guess anyone can bowl 150 when they got the speed radar working properly.
Mm.
But it's getting about 135, 140 at best. Just a little bit quicker. A couple short balls to Travis Head might not be a bad idea. We've seen Head, he scored about 120 or 30 of his runs on the offside, whereas not too many on the leg. And South Africa cricketers bad, says Fricky. Pretorius, that's a very South African name as well.
Well, they used to dominate, didn't they? Well,
Ooh. And after that one, Cam Green.
Graham Smith and all those sort of John T. Rhodes and Pollock and
Mm.
probably don't know anything.
No, I know those ones. Then you get a little bit more recent. You got like Dale Steyn, Jacques Callis.
Alan Donald, he used to be pretty good.
And Hamish's mumsy. Do you think Australia declare after 600? I think they get there.
Well, what are they on now? 438. They have to if they want to make a game of it like England did. Oh,
That hit the glove of Cameron Green. He could have been out for a 3rd time.
and they now
And Alzari Joseph turned it down. Someone was very keen. I think they were in the slip corner and they were shouting their absolute head off.
So where's the captain?
Captain Brathwaite,
Where's he standing?
I think he's at mid-on, somewhere
so
around
you
there.
wouldn't have heard it.
And I was like, damn, Mumsy, talking truth bombs. It kind of hurts because it's true, says Gareth. Gareth gave me a nice recipe for a carrot cake.
Carrot cake.
I'm going to try and make one day.
Sounds fair.
Do you like carrot cake? That's a
It's
no.
gotta-
That's
gotta
a
be
no.
It's got to be a good one if the icing's good.
Mm.
Yeah. There's a fine line between a decent carrot cake and a shit one.
Speaking straight facts here, Mumsy is.
Well, it is. It's
And
Well,
here we go
that's
again, says Jay. And Mumsy, your favourite food. What's your favourite food, Mumsy?
pizza.
There you go. Easy peasy. Domino's, Pizza Hut, get in contact.
Pizza Hut.
Okay.
Definitely Pizza Hut.
Okay, well, Domino's were just about to send the contract over, and now you've just said that, so you're a bit annoyed.
Nah, Pizza Hut. Definitely Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut.
Load shedding here in Cape Town at the moment. Luckily, it's daylight.
So if Hell's Pizza came to the rescue, because I've never had a Hell's Pizza.
Do you want a sponsorship from a pizza company you've never even tasted? What if they're terrible?
It'd have to be really bad. Really, really bad.
Yeah, free pizza's free pizza, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do we give a shout out to the chips that you're eating?
Are we allowed?
Yeah, I don't mind. Heartland Chips, ladies and gentlemen, just made up the road in Timaru. Truth bombs, are you kidding me? You wait till Shish starts asking about his relationship, and you have your hands full. Or aid him to that extent.
Is that the Spanish shit? Did
Yeah.
you say Spanish?
Mm-hmm. You use to get Eagle Boys over there? Used to get Eagle Boys.
Yeah, used to get Eagle Boys. That's before your
I
time.
was going to say, I don't think I was born at this stage, was I?
No, I don't think so.
You know how old I am?
It was before then. Because we were in Christchurch.
Oh, excited. Cameron Green whips it off the pad. Himself another single. Diving in there, Thomas.
Ask your dad about pizza.
Run out opportunity. There's just been the comment from Shannon saying hopefully Travis Head gets his double century. This might be Travis Head making the little mistake.
Your dad's got a good story about pizza.
How about the big pizza? Or
That he dropped on the road on the way home.
Okay, I didn't know that one. He'll be able to tell it later on if he sits right there. We've got the headset ready. This is out. This is out. This is out. He's out. He's out. Travis Head's going to be run out here. Oh, that means I got to go over there and type it, don't I?
No.
Short of his ground, Travis Head run out. I'll just have to get up now. Come over here and just type in. I also realised I'll be back. This second session, 1 month. We'll go like this. We'll go like that. Run out. Travis Head. I think it was actually, unfortunately, Cam Green, who didn't get himself out, but he got Head out because he wanted the second. Travis Head, 175 runs off 219. A disappointing way to be dismissed, but now all of a sudden the 600 for Australia might not be on the cards anymore.
He's a bit pissed.
He would be.
They called it.
Cameron Green did. Cameron Green said, yeah, we'll take the 2 there, mate. Easy peasy. And like they're saying, it didn't look like 2 off the bat. And it just shows once again how strong Thomas is. He's a keeper. He's a batsman. They stuttered, didn't they?
They stuttered.
You can just see my fingers.
Hummed hard.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this Thomas, keeper, batsman, bowls 130, great fielder, gets the run out. He's decent. I kind of want to do a big jump and slam down on the couch, but I don't think it's as soft as I think it is. Yeah, that would hurt quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And also very true, a very fine line you to get that cream cheese icing right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. They're just trying to work out if Cameron Green said yes to, he was coming back. And I was like, Shish, I'm not sure what you meant by that. Just don't go there. He asked, it's not there anymore. I see it up on that one. It's about what's about your relationship. He's wondering whether or not you're single.
No, I've been married for 30 years, mate.
That's longer than I've been alive. I've been alive a while. It's a great shot from
30
Alex
years
Geary.
is a long time.
Yeah.
You put up with me for 30 years.
I've still got another 7 to go till I get to 30, don't I?
Mm.
That's a reverse sweep. First ball that he faces Alex Geary. He loves to play
He does.
aggressive. Get those runs flowing. He was talking about earlier on in the day, they were given a good keeping tutorial, but he said he doesn't have to bat. He doesn't mind because at the end of the day, that means they've got a lot of runs on the board. Like I said, if you miss, you're out. But Alex Geary, he backs himself that much with the reverse sweep that he'd go for it 9 times out of 10 and get it out of the middle. 9 times out of 10, he can sit it. Did you see that little bit of a... We need a cricket bat, don't we? That would be fantastic. It'd be too big. Really end up smashing a window accidentally. But really...
You want your dad to get it?
No, it's all right. I'm just looking at that back wall and thinking how much cricket stuff we could put across it. This was the full-time set.
No, I want you out of the lounge. You don't want you to keep starting.
Yeah, but the couch is comfy, isn't it? I can't
It is.
believe it. He was looking so good. Yeah, run out's a sad way to go, unfortunately. Anyone who's new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. There's plenty of cricket coming up, isn't there? Yeah, she says yeah. In her mind, I can read it. She said, yep, hit that subscribe button.
Oh, I'm just reading. Gareth's getting stuck into shish.
Mm.
Oh. See, we don't have to say anything.
You're
do
having
we?
fun, aren't you? Just having a giggle.
Everyone else is sticking up for us.
Hayes wasn't born then. What do you mean, Jay Hayes? Well, he means literally what he wrote. Because I wasn't born at the time of those pizzas.
Eagle boy.
Boy, I could go for a pizza now, though. No one will be open, sadly. I ate pizza yesterday.
We haven't got Uber Eats.
No.
Come on, why, Maddie? Let's sort your shit out. Who's going to do Uber Eats for us? Your dad was
Okay.
talking to one of the tradies,
Mm-hmm.
and they said one of your old teachers is like in your Kiwi lads.
Is that the one that Dad told about it?
Oh,
Looks a little bit similar to Travis Head.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yep, that's
Possibly.
on. Oh, so we've got that. Try grade 5 maths. This is Jay. He's a brutal man, but we share a love of mangoes. You know?
So where does Jay live?
Jay is in Perth, just
Oh.
outside of Australia, some would say.
That's nice.
Zari Joseph
Who's
gets
that?
right in mind.
Everyone else.
Pretty much everyone outside of Perth, isn't it, Jay?
Oh, that's hard.
120 overs played by the Australians. They've got 40 more, and then they can take that new ball for the West Indies.
Pretty boring, isn't it?
I think he just said if that was one. And Cameron Green's just standing there thinking, I don't think I called yes there, but you wanted it. And then you said no.
Yeah.
There's your mumsy goosebumps on the Australian innings. That was close, wasn't it?
Don't get chased.
All right. Decent delivery there. 4 dot balls in a row for Alzari Joseph. And Green, he's had to work hard to get to his 6 off 38. Because like I mentioned, could have been dropped or could have been out first ball if the slip corner had been a little bit fuller. Also alongside that, had that half chance down the leg side. Sweep shot, didn't quite get onto it. Another one down the leg side, gloved it. The West Indies didn't appeal. Or didn't appeal to the extent of reviewing it. Side of off stump, he's played that one. Maybe a bit too close to cut there for Green, but still, it's a bit of bat on it.
Not really timing it right, is he?
No, he hasn't looked that flash, but then that's understandable with the fact he just hasn't been out there for too long for the Australians. Like I mentioned, 17 hours waiting for that opportunity.
Mm.
And you just got to sit there going, my time next, it's me soon, and it just never is.
Yeah, but you haven't played any more than a one-day game, have you?
No,
No.
I've only played for about 30 minutes. Shot. Better, go straight to the man at cover. Like they're saying, it's frustrating for the big man trying to get that ball away, just isn't able to find those gaps in the field. That's the end of the over. 446 for 5 now for Australia. Last wicket, Travis Head dismissed 175, and actually a maiden for Alzarri Joseph. That's a rarity in this test match. On the first day, they had a very good patch of about 8 overs going for 1 or 2 runs.
What, only 8?
Yeah, that was their patch of the best bowling. I was Hamish and Mumsy. What's about Marnus Lavishane's relationship with the Windies? Marnus is Windies' uncle out there. Says Shish. And there, I thought you were going to say about Marnus's relationship that since becoming a father, he has not had a single innings. He hasn't scored a century.
Is he a father?
He is a father.
Well, girl.
Maybe girl? Oh, no, I'm not too sure. But yeah, recent father Marnus. The baby was there when he was able to get his double century in the 100.
Oh, that's right. You said that last time, didn't you?
Taking the quick run there, Alex Carey. Little bit of a misfield from Thomas. Disappointed not to get that ball away.
See, Clive Lloyd would have picked that up, chucked it at the wickets, and would have run out. Clive Lloyd was a legend for run-outs. Just stood there, picked it up.
And there are always those guys in the field that you accidentally hit it too, don't they?
Yeah.
Aren't they? Yeah.
So,
English is hard.
So Alan Border used to be pretty good too.
We were talking about that yesterday, about players who are just as important in the field. Some of the bowlers, you look at someone like a Jadeja, Martin Guptill. You've also got Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah.
Those guys who save your runs, and Glenn Maxwell's bullet arm as well. Can be massive. The West Indies will bowl the Aussies out before the tea break. The next 20 overs, that's the prediction. Says Roof, it's a bold one.
Good on you.
That is for sure. Currently, they have got another hour and 40 minutes left of this session. Plenty of time. You seem like you've already lost interest. No, you got here 20 minutes ago.
It's only been 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, close. We've seen a wicket as well.
I suppose, yeah. We just need to see another 2, 3, 5.
5 more?
Yeah, well, they've got 450 on the board, so.
Austin Chase still bowling. Reverse sweep.
I'll keep eating the chips.
Alex Carey. Beautiful shot again. I'm back for 2. They get there. No run out that time. Getting along quite nicely here, the West Indies.
So at the night time last night,
in
the nighttime session, did the ball do anything?
Not a huge amount. When it was the new ball, there was a bit of swing, but I think by then the 2 were already well and truly set. An arm ball there from Austin Chase. Been expensive. Gone for 4 runs and over throughout his bowling. And he's your off spinner who's supposed to be, I guess, restricting the run rate rather than conceding a whole heap of runs. Mum smashed back that beer. And also Mum's getting Hamish. How to take wickets on a dead wicket. I think it's just about that little bit of extra pace and just getting line and length right. It sounds so simple, line and length, but it can be the most effective tool. Just get it outside of the off stump slightly. Make the batsman make a little mistake. Are you all right? In my dreams. Says Shish. And also we're there, Fricky, is because South Africa don't have the Kirsten and Pollock brothers as well. Matt Sincox and also Klusner. Klusner. Oh, you're right. Things went downhill. Beer, chips, and cricket. Nothing better in the world. Says Gareth. She agrees. So she's going, oh, it's bowling! Played on. Cam Green tried to put the bat up in the air like a periscope, and the ball went through. Alzarri Joseph gets him. And I have to get up again to update the scoreboard. Like I said, Alzarri Joseph, he's been bowling well. Chopped it on. Played it too late with the lead. Cameron Green dismissed. 9 off 42, and the Aussies are starting to lose a few more wickets now. Going to be 4 for 452. I don't know where I'm supposed to look when I'm talking, you see. Are those Heartland chips? They sure are, Kiwi Gamer. They sure are. Good exercise, isn't it? Getting up while you're eating. No, I'm all right. I'm all right. Watching the weight, aren't I? No, not really. I'm just eating. Yeah, Cam Green getting that one wrong. Not how he would have liked to play it.
He didn't look good out there at all, did he?
No, he had a rough innings. Cam Green, one that he'll want to forget, but now they're only 4 wickets away.
Oh,
Mitchell
no.
Stark, he's the player. I don't know why I'm doing shaka bra, but he's the player, Mitchell Stark, that I think is going to get the lone sticks of the innings for the Australians. That's my prediction. Because now Australia are in that predicament of do you bat to try and survive a little bit longer? So you are having that new ball for the evening session tonight?
Well, they got 450 on the board.
Oh, it's Michael Nessa. It's not even going to be Mitchell Stark yet. It's a bit of a shame. I thought it was Starkey making his way out there. And say it's tell to everyone how much respectful person you are. So shush. They're good chips, those they are. They're actually nearly nude. 50% less salt. I got them alongside the mangoes. Heartland, you make some good stuff. Give us a call on the old blower. No? There you go.
You won't give out the phone number, though, will you?
Yeah, well, we'll give out my phone number. We'll see who rings us. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Well, bold.
Your phone will go red hot for the rest of the year.
But now with 6 down, 530, I think, is more around the Australian total we might expect. Definitely if Alzardi Joseph, he's got his tail up now, getting gone. Best way of describing it. Yeah, I should have put on my cricketing pants too, shouldn't I? Although I don't have a cricket shirt.
Yeah.
No.
I got a one from the days I played cricket.
Ah. Nice.
Might be a bit small for you.
Well, they don't send them to Australia from Timaru. He's Kiwi Gamer. Yeah, it's normally Lays, isn't it, in Australia for the chip choice? It's just, unfortunately for Cam Green, didn't get the bat out of the way of it. Which as soon as that happened, like when you feel some sort of nick, normally you either think, right, I'm getting caught behind, or I've chopped this one somewhere I didn't want to chop it. And Cam Green chopped it somewhere he certainly didn't want it to go straight onto his middle stump. Alzardi Joseph, that's a good ball. Well played by Michael Nessa, though. But aggressive. Hard hands. Like this here, Cam Green, he can be a nervous starter. And if he got out of bat, and there as well says AFL, yeah, he didn't get it at all out of the middle of the bat a majority of that innings, unfortunately. And Jay Hayes, I think what you think says shish in there as well.
So Jay Hayes and Shish are having a wee bit of a
row, bit of a domestic.
Domestic?
Alzardi Joseph.
You said is Shish from Australia too?
He is, yes. And also from Timaru. Wait, are you the bloke who took a pic with Hamish outside the bottle store? No, he's not. That was a different fella. That was Matthew. Photo with us.
So have you done a shout out to Matthew?
Yeah, I've given Matthew a couple shout outs.
Go on, you, Matthew.
Matthew doesn't watch cricket though.
Oh, okay. What next time you do it? Well, it's rugby.
Yeah, Super Rugby. So it's not too far away. Couple months.
God, already.
Oh,
wow.
You're having fun, aren't you? Nicely played in behind. Michael Nessa again. What a blocker. End of the over. 123 overs down. 452 to 6. Wicket maiden from Joseph.
Wake me up if I fall asleep.
No, I'll just leave you there. Joseph, he picked up the wicket of Warner. Now he's picked up the wicket of Cam Green. That was the Thomas LBW. It was umpire's call in the end. And there was the cordon bowler Steve Smith dismissed for a duck. Probably the most surprising dismissal we've seen. That was a great bit of work behind the stunts by De Silva. Be able to take that catch. And then Roston Chase, the run out of Travis Head. Little mix up.
It was a mix up though, wasn't it?
Yeah, Travis said he was disappointed with the call from his teammate. Although from further inspection, they said that Cam Green said no.
Yeah.
Slow ball, good, but a flight on that one from Roston Chase. It's a shame it's taken him 25 overs to find his line. I didn't quite get the bat out of the way of that one. Cam Green chopped it onto the stumps. Alzardi Joseph got himself his second. So he'll go on to get the 5 for that. And how many goosebumps for Australia. And then he's all Big shout from De Silva saying it's going down leg. And get another beer, Mum. Don't worry. We're all degenerates. There's Gareth. We used to have that thing on the channel, didn't we? How it was a donation went towards your Heineken fund.
It did.
Which sounds really bad now that I think about it, doesn't it?
Does.
Not for you. You get free Heineken.
Do I though?
Yeah. A big old box of the stuff. Drink responsibly, kids.
Yes.
And adults.
Mhm.
There's a little fly there. Do I be civil and not smash it? Do I give it a right go?
It's coming this way. You get it?
I'll tell everyone I did, but I didn't.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, didn't catch it.
I didn't see where it went.
No. And Kerry is our last better, who has proven he can bet long periods. All right, Hamish. I don't know. Everyone how's it going? Sebastian, it's doing very well. We've found a couch.
Hey, Sebastian.
It seems like it's a good idea because my mum, she's found the chips as well. She's having fun, as you can tell. And the West Indies now starting to pick up some wickets. Beer prices are becoming a joke. They don't no longer drink, says Jay. Yeah, like box of Heineken on special, you're looking at $40. I know that because I got a box recently.
Dad got a 12-pack for 20.
Did he?
Oh,
Oh yeah, that makes sense. It's the same.
same.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, just off the pat. I don't know. Hamish Mumsy, can Kane Williamson score 100 against Pakistan? If he's batted on the same road that everyone else is, probably.
the same road.
Yeah, it's the best way of describing the pitches over there at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a worry when they sort of. I mean, England did well to actually get a result out of that.
Mm. And the thing is, if they didn't score at 6 runs and over for their innings, they wouldn't have.
Sebastian would have been pleased about that.
Mm. Being good, Sebastian. No ball as well on your side. Says Nate, would you like a napkin
What do I need a napkin for?
for your greasy fingers? Or
Oh,
you're
and
all
I'll
good?
put it upon your face.
I saw you going like that, you see, so I thought I'd help you out.
You hate that, don't you?
Trucking down under says, can someone please
Hey,
time out that Jay Hayes bloke?
fucking down under.
I remember you got your first time out on Jay because Trucking gave you money, didn't he?
I think you did, yeah.
Was that what happened? I think you got that was.
I know Trucking gave me money to get some beer.
Or was it? Did you time out Sebastian as your first ever time out? It was one of the regulars who you clicked the button on, and they were gone for 5 minutes or so. And Trucking down under, has Jay been a naughty boy? Sebastian, I agree with that Trucking bloke. Is Jay nice drive?
Yeah, Jay was being naughty though.
Was he?
One time. I'm sure he was.
He's always naughty, Jay.
Yeah.
And do it, Trucking has spoken, and Lars is Trucking down under. Undo it.
Mm.
You do.
What?
I said, do you want to do it? As in, do you want to time out? And you went, yep.
I wasn't listening to what you were saying. Really.
No one does.
Oh.
Trucking, if you send $10 to the Heineken fund, and no, that was a yes, Seb, says Jay. And all right, now that Seb's here, betting open on how long Shish will last. He's gone by T. And not good, Jay. And I was Mum's first time out. Yeah. It's actually on a cricket live stream too, wasn't it?
Oh,
Back in the day. I think it was during the BBL.
I like the BBL.
Or the test matches around that December. Probably a year ago, you might have done your first time out.
You guys got better memories than I have.
Mm. If I had a bad memory, this would not be as easy to do. Like, because I guess you have the conversations with everyone, and I remember a majority of them.
How can you remember everything though? How can you even remember some of the chat?
They just stick in your head. Like, I remember, like, people who return after like a year, I go, oh yeah, how's such and such that happened for them? You know, Rio Gamer returns, I ask him how his highlights is going.
Is that highlights?
He ended up buying it during Super Rugby 2 years ago, or 1 year ago. And I was like, Kane Williamson can do anything. He's superhero, says Ruth. And I was like, greetings, Seb from Cape Town. Lovely to see Hamish and his mum, says Ruth there. And what flavour crisp does Donna like? Well, I bought her the plain old ready salted. But her favourite type, I would say.
These are the only ones available.
Mm.
But they're all right.
What would you say? Probably, what is your favourite? Chicken?
Oh, I go through phases.
Mm.
Because I used to like salt and vinegar too,
Mm.
but that was a while
Is that a female thing?
Nah.
Going through phases?
ago.
My ex-girlfriend, she liked me, you see, and then that was must have been a phase, and then she went for the other fella.
She doesn't know what she's missing.
This. All of this couch.
Yeah.
Could have had
Yeah.
that spot, but no.
Could have.
Unlucky.
Could have. Would have. Should have.
And also we have got there, what, would you try mangoes with hot chips? Yeah. I'd eat mangoes with anything. I should show some smile. I never see you smiling. Haven't you? I feel like I don't not smile. That's a shot. Slapped away by Michael Nessa. 4 more runs for him. 142 Ks though. Alzadi Joseph starting to get his pace up a little bit here. Do you think he's going to win the first quarterfinal match? Brazil or Croatia? I'll go Brazil.
Yeah, they're in pretty good form, aren't they?
And also greeting Roos, Jay, Truck, and Gareth, all Southerners. How's the warm Christmas preparations going? You got Christmas sorted?
Nah. It's here too.
There you go. Easy peasy.
You know it's here for tea, don't you?
I've been telling people it's here for lunch.
Why lunch?
It's
Here for
early.
tea.
I'm hungry.
No. It's tea.
Tea. All right, we're having Christmas tea here, ladies and gentlemen. The BBL starts on Tuesday. Can't wait for it. It's going to be awesome. And what happened on that couch, says Gareth? No, nothing like that. It's just more like that spot's up for grabs. We're waiting for Dad to come in, but he hasn't come in yet.
No.
Shame, really. He hasn't got your second beer either, has he?
No. Probably don't need it.
Got to ring the bell.
Probably second beer. That's fourth.
You mean going for it, eh, Mumsy?
Nah, it's
Ball by
Friday.
ball community. Says Anaz there. Welcome, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Or Ilyas, I believe it is. Just showing that run out of Travis Head. Didn't go the way that they planned for the Australians. A big mix-up. Who do you think is going to win the quarterfinals between Netherlands and Argentina? I think Netherlands win it in extra time.
Ooh, big call.
That's a big call. Soy sauce with chips. Oh, interesting. For me, it has to be salt and vinegar or barbecue flavored chips. Decent choices. Sometimes that salt and vinegar. Are you one of those guys with salt and vinegar that it's got to absolutely like destroy your mouth, or just a light salt and vinegar? Because I know Heartland salt and vinegar, they like make your tongue blister and all sorts. So you eat the whole bag.
That's why you got to have a drink with you.
Salt and vinegar myself. Can't wait for the BBO as well. I'm supporting the Perth Scorchers this year. 3 down to earth, sensible English cricketers. Plus Perth is not quite Australia, is it? Says Sebastian.
Yeah.
There you go.
Where did old Gutful go to?
He's at Melbourne Renegades this year.
Okay.
Jerry Hayes, do you know, because you know everything, I guess, says shish. And also we have got there Can you join gym? Says shish. Believe it or not, I am a member of a gym. You can't tell.
He is. I'm not, you can tell.
It's good fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not going to the gym. And the more you eat those chips, the more I'm starting to get slightly peakish, to be honest. Do I have one? They look all right. Look at that. Very unprofessional of me.
What? Eat on camera? I've been doing it for the last, what? Oh, how many years?
Women are allowed to walk around in New Zealand, says Gareth. Also, I wish that sold JR's barbecue sauce in New Zealand. JR.
What?
Oh, is that actually Jim Ross's barbecue sauce or not?
Oh.
Sorry, that was Roosie's.
What was the sauce we got at Windies? It was bullshit sauce from CRT or something.
Yeah, it actually did have a swear word on it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Not too bad. And I was like, yes. No confusion, says Jay, and also have what Shish is having, says Sebastian. It's good fun, isn't it?
I don't understand half of this chat.
No, there was some the other day that we had no idea what was going on.
Oh.
We just sat there going,
Uh-huh.
Yep. Alex Carey sitting on 10, Nessa sitting on 8. So the run rate's still 3.67 for the Australians. Azadi Joseph, he's been doing some good bowling here recently. Deserved more wickets than he's had, I feel.
Just in case someone wants to. They won't, they?
Ah.
Ooh.
Well, that'll do it. Now you can't time Jay out. Beers for mum. Tracking down under. Right.
Oh, cheers, mate.
No, it's too far away. I was going to try and foot it. There we go. I'm choking on that one chip as well.
Oh, yeah?
It's unfortunate. Chips
wanna
are not
drink-
safe. No,
Want
I'm
to
all
drink
good.
your water or something?
No, I'm all right. I'm all good. And this guy just goes around in circles like a circus, entertaining himself. And do it, mum. Our pressure is on now, says Jay. So he said that he can't time you, or she. You're a woman, aren't you?
Oh, last time I checked, yeah.
Good.
Should I do a Steve Cole Steve?
I get a can thrown at you. That's going to go very badly, and you know that.
Yo!
So
love the way he used to just catch them. It was great.
trucking down under effing legend, says Sebastian. He is. I feel like the thing is with trucking, no matter the time of year, every once in a while he'll pop in and say hi, check in on us, and then just randomly chuck some money at you. It's always when you're here.
I know, he must. How does he know?
Oh, that's ugly.
They got him.
That would have hurt.
Yep.
Looks like he's going to take a run here, Michael Nessa, but I think they're going to need to make sure he's all right. And also, my man, that's the case, says Gareth. And also, who do you think is going to win the quarterfinal match between England and France? I think, Sebastian's here. So I had a different answer. Yeah, I came up with a different answer. Oh, it's right on the cheek.
Ouch.
Aggressive bouncer.
They can't be listening.
I'm going to whistle at him, will you? I got you.
Text him. You can't text him. He's only in the other room. I don't think I got any cans in the fridge. What are you doing? What are you doing the spotlight sale for?
Fine. You ready?
Yep.
This is how you get what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Now we wait.
I don't think he's there.
You gotta let it play out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jay, I lost Discord. Can you drop it later tonight? He's tracking down under, and also, what's better, Scania or
Vico? Scania, isn't it? Could be wrong.
Also, I didn't tell him, maybe she's Gareth. A good man. England gonna win that game. On the sides, they're just showing it. Yeah, right on the side. Hopefully, he's gonna be all right. Going to be all right for now, Michael Nessa. But we saw Bonner in that first innings take a knock. And he wasn't able to continue. And fun fact of the day, Trish has one subscriber. He's enhanced someone with his twaddle. Sebastian. Who do you think is going to win Morocco, Portugal? Portugal should, but Morocco.
Yeah, they've been going
pretty well.
Well, the bell didn't work.
It feels weird eating on a live stream. I've only done this way back in the day when I ate Pringles. Although it's normally because no one else talks while I eat, so.
Oh, sorry. Am I supposed to? I was busy texting. You know, adults on their phones.
And what are kids into in your town? I thought we'll be doing live commentary when they see you on YouTube. Well, they would be into doing live commentary, although not too many of them actually watch us. I don't believe. I thought that was a picture of Mr. Bean, but it's not.
Okay.
Just a similar suit. But I guess they just hang around, do a whole heap of nothing. That's why I'm describing it, isn't it? How's we got there, Hamish? I think you need some cake on body, Beaky. Or Mumsy. Can I throw it to you? Please like and subscribe, everyone. Kiwi lads. That's a brilliant plug. Yeah, at the birthday party, she put cake on his friend and they ate it together. It was a bit cute.
Uh,
You want a seat?
Bring the lady.
Oh, cool one.
Solid.
Thank you, dear.
Okay.
You coming for the second hour? It's getting juicy.
I don't know what am I?
Ah,
I've got a third seat. Yeah. Have you got a cricket hat too?
I can shift along.
I don't know what we got.
What she said?
I
What did you
got-
say?
I don't know, but I stabbed myself through the top of my mouth.
Hamish needs a drink of water, please.
No, I don't.
Dunno.
I say, Joe, thanks, mate. He's trucking. That really hurt though, like straight up through the. Because you know I've got my gap in my teeth, right?
Yeah.
I always stab between it.
That's my side of the family, sorry.
All right. And store a car between them. No car parks there, it is. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? Oh, bold, Austin Chase.
Bubble. What's that on?
Oh,
Bubble.
cricket game somewhere.
Is it one of your PlayStation games? No. Bubble.
Hmm.
You don't want them anymore?
And who have the Kiwis got this summer? We've got Pakistan in December, late December, that is. And then after that, I think it's Sri Lanka.
You like it?
And Pakistan versus New Zealand 2 tests. And greetings from Mexico. Welcome in. Apple White, hope you are doing very well. No worries, mate. It's up to lead it. Leave you on or leave it up. Says Jay. In there. Although it hasn't come through, Jay.
What?
If Jay's put a link
Oh, okay.
for some reason. Or at least it hasn't on my one anyway. Hopefully it has on Truckins. Fun fact,
Hmm.
I actually held a Pringle for 40 minutes on a live stream once.
Why would you hold it? Why wouldn't you eat it?
No, it became iconic. It was my friend. I was very sleep deprived. Yes, on the other channel, mate. Not yet. Okay, no worries. It's all good then.
Who's on the other channel?
After the Discord link, in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, don't understand that either.
I was the player of the summer in New Zealand cricket 2023. Ooh. I hope for the sake of the World Cup, short format Finn Allen, just so that he finds a bit of form.
Who's that?
Finn Allen.
Yeah.
But Devon Conway, still very good option for New Zealand in test matches.
Oh, yeah, but slow in the 2020.
Yeah, but across all formats, he decent, isn't he? Gets going.
Yeah, but gotta get some of these young hitters in the game, don't we?
That's scary. Confident shots being played still, though. Well, the Australian, who's made his way into double figures currently. Looks like it's going to be a change in bowling. Anderson Phillip back in the attack. 22 overs bowled, 91 runs for no wickets. Haven't been able to pick up one yet. You like comics? This character, shush. We heard about comics earlier on. Where that's come from.
Oh, okay.
You look confused.
Yeah. Used to do the Archie and what was it? Archie and Betty.
Betty.
Yep.
It's an old school name, isn't it?
Yep.
Good old Betty. Betty goes.
There's actually a the Kiwi actors in it. Can't remember what it's called. I'm hopeless, aren't I?
Do you like Garfield?
No, it's an art. It was based on Archie, Betty, and old Beverly Hills 90210 actor was in it, and he died
In the comic or in real life?
in real life.
Ah, that'll do it.
Mm.
Riverstone?
Is it Riverstone or River something?
Okay. This is a very in-depth story.
I can't remember half the shit though.
You like The Far Side? Says Gareth.
The who?
Oh, shot.
Oh,
Well
fielded.
played, but well fielded. River Phoenix?
No. Oh, North Mum, how's it going?
Sorry. Although everyone has put River Phoenix. You sure it's not River Phoenix?
No, it was Dylan out of 90210. What was his name? Emma, where are you?
I have no idea what's going on.
Oh no, I'll get it.
Mhm.
Hang on. Google. Isn't that great? It's gonna tell me something.
Do you like The Dark Side? Says Shush.
Are we
Is it like
talking
Star Wars or?
I like Star Wars. Luke Perry. What was he in?
Did you just phone a friend?
Did I just what? No, I just Googled. Googled. Love
Luke
it.
Perry, Jason Priestley. Says
Yeah,
Norman?
yeah, that was Beverly Hills 90210. And then he was in some sort of what was he in? And he passed away. That was the Kiwi actor, wasn't it?
Seems bad that I was laughing at the time you said that, but Shush has just said, Mumsy, I like your fitness.
I'm not going to even answer that one. Do I have to?
No, it's all right.
No.
And your mother would know what would happen to.
Riverdale.
Oh, is in the new one.
Yeah, Riverdale. It's based on the Archie comic.
Ah, there you go.
And I used to read them as a kid, the Archie comics.
Okay, see, I was thinking you were thinking old school.
Yeah, someone's told me it's.
On a live stream at Mo.
Oh no!
Oh, so Trudy's what? Oh, sorry. Do you want that? Shout out, Trudy.
Yep.
Hello. I was confused at how she messaged without you actually messaging her, but it's because she's watching.
Yeah,
the over.
must be. Good on you.
129 overs down and 6 wickets down for the Australians now. I've realised the scoreboard hasn't updated in about 15 years.
Merry Christmas.
What we're going to do is we're going to go here and here. There we go. 478 for 6. At the moment, coach is cozy, isn't it?
I love it. I should do this more often.
Mm.
I'll do more live streams.
What, drink or?
No.
You want the hat?
Do I need the hat?
I think you'd look pretty gangster in this kookaburra. Wide brim. There you go. Now you're in the cricketing mood. It's not really sitting right, is
Can't
it?
see.
Yeah. We'll tilt that back. There you go, buddy.
Sweet.
Look at that. On to the races.
What happened to the bucket hats?
I could probably find a bucket hat. They're always about.
No, it's uncomfy because it's quite uncomfy when you're on the couch.
Can't find the bucket hat. It's a shame, really. I got a Santa's hat. Almost Christmas. Sorry, I'm just going to sneak past, ladies and gentlemen. Don't mind me. Oh, there's a wave in there as well. Shush your mum fit. Oh, so you have to ask my question again. So the periwinkle, I'll let you read about that one. I have no idea what that is.
Buckets Royal Dalton with the hand painting.
Stiff, isn't it?
Royal Dalton, yeah, that was all the rage, but way back. Look at go with this.
What, the head, isn't it? I'm surprised at physics.
Yeah, it's better.
It's impressive to an extent. Mumsy, my fitness is almost similar to you. Not kidding, really. Shish.
What does he mean by fitness, though?
I don't know.
Don't know. I mean,
He's obviously been watching you run or something.
uh,
And also from keeping up appearances. Here's Kiwi Gamer. Run still ticking over. Alex Geary and Nessa both sitting on 16 here.
never watched Keeping Up.
Actually, for 2 wickets falling quickly of Cam Green and Head, they've turned it around into another partnership. Saying Chanderpaul may now be expecting to be sent out there relatively soon.
What the hell have we got to sit up here like that?
I couldn't tell you, but it's just done it. That kind of jiggles, but it doesn't actually go down.
Do that. You might lose a few.
Your hat reminds me of Shish. It's slowly sagging.
Shish gets a bit of a hard time, doesn't he?
Yeah, although to be fair, some of the stuff he said,
Yeah.
probably all right.
Is that the same guy from the? Who was the guy the other night? That's impressive.
It looks like it's got like a wire on the inside or something, doesn't it? And also, we've got that Amish Mumsy laughing is good medicine for health. It is. Gotta have a good laugh every once in a while.
There you go.
It's
Don't take
important.
things too seriously.
No. Just look at us. Cricket, isn't it?
Is it?
Anyone tuning in now, if you are new, be sure to leave a
Subscribe.
like and subscribe. The cricketing live streams are normally a bit more.
Oh, you just
Oh, I sagged.
sagged.
It's age, isn't it? Slowly happens, and then all of a sudden, when you're 50 or 60, it's just down there, isn't it?
Don't start. Be
Lovely.
nice.
Think twice, be nice. Everyone to sneak past the bucket house, even the vicar in keeping up appearances. I'm gonna get that to the side so that people can actually tell it's a Christmas hat. There we go. LMAO says Jay. And there, Australia, they're getting close to the 500.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Well, some do, of course.
Yeah, they probably do, but really?
You want to see the West Indies bat, don't you?
Yeah.
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 Bit of batting. Yes, it's 16 of 26 deliveries. Alex Geary's 16 of 31 deliveries there. Stop playing with it or we'll fall off, says Jay. Bit of an old sign, isn't it?
It is. You tell your kids that.
Okay. And also we have got there. How's your side, Seb? Having a hot Xmas. It's a good shot again. Racing out to the man at deep point. And also different to the north, eh? All that snow. We have white beach sand. There's Ruth.
Oh, is it winter in Romania?
Yeah. We're a bit chilly, I would think. Probably they got to, I'm going to have a look. What is the temperature in Romania? 6 degrees. Nice warm day.
Oh,
High of 9.
oh, we got that the other day.
The chance of rain's 10%. They need another wicket here, don't they?
They do.
It's a good shot, though, from Alex Geary. It's it straight out to the man at point again.
This hat's okay.
It's all right. Would you prefer the sand to hat?
No.
You sure? There you go. It's Christmas time.
It's Christmas. Don't have to sing.
It's nice, isn't it?
Oh, tremendous.
Also, what about David Warner fitness? He is more fitter than Emma Watson. I don't think anyone's ever compared those two, to be fair. I'd say David Warner's got the better mustache.
It's an unusual comparison.
I I think Travis Head should get player of the match with his performance. He's played very well, although the second innings could determine it a little bit. If Marnus goes out there and gets himself another century, he'll probably end up getting that award. Last week, it was actually Steve Smith who got to decide who got man of the match. You'll never believe who he gave it to.
Marnus.
His best buddy, although to be fair, he did have the double 100 and the 100 across the 2 innings. And throughout that Australian batting order, it seems to be on this Adelaide Oval pitch. We've known this from the past. You get yourself set, and then you're good to go. You don't get yourself set. It can be a long day at the office. Just look at Cameron Green. Couldn't quite get the middle of the bat. And David Warner is better looking than Emma, says Ruth. I was like, what? Says Gareth.
I wouldn't say that.
Wouldn't you?
No,
Quite keen on Emma Watson, eh? Or you're just not keen on David Warner?
just no keen on David Warner. Leave.
I was going to say a joke, but I better not.
No, you better keep it clean.
I was going to say, what do David Warner and my ex-girlfriend have in common? They both cheat, huh? There you go. But,
Oh, Hamish.
yeah.
Yeah, they're not all like her.
Austin Chase, bit of turn there for the man.
Hmm.
It's good to see.
Maybe we should start up this Kiwi Lads dating channel.
Did you hear what he said? He said, F off. On the stumps, the Silver not too happy with the single being taken. Chase, he's starting to bowl a bit slower. Looking for spin. He's just not really getting the line right, though, is he?
No, that needs to be. They nick it to the.
And same with Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja. Was Khawaja tied up in the cheating scandal?
No.
So no, Bancroft was, wasn't he?
Bancroft and Smith were. Yeah. It always cracks me up though. Aussie are very quick at forgiving their people that do drugs and all the rest of it. You know, there was a few league boys that were in that back in the day, and they forgave them pretty quick. Swimmers, the cricketers. Yeah, they haven't forgiven Bancroft. Yeah, he wouldn't have had that much to do with it, did he?
Nah. But that's the thing, isn't it? You take the blame for the big boys. Nicely bowled.
Yeah, but it stuffed his career, didn't it? It didn't stuff these other guys' careers.
Because we have got that wrong, Hamish. It's what do you and Warner have in common? Girlfriends in the toilets with other dudes. There you go.
Isn't that old
No, you're thinking of Aaron Smith in the toilets. It was ages ago, the poor man.
Oh, you never live that down though, eh?
132 overs, down 6 for 481. And that is
drink?
now going to be the drinks break.
I might have to go for a drinks break.
You already got one in there. Is it?
Yeah, when you gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Yep.
Yep. I hope you at least got a leg over, Hamish. Says Jay Hayes. What does that mean, Mum? Oh, I see. Interesting.
Just when I was off camera, that one.
This is nice. And I would not forgive Bancroft his incompetence as a cheater got them busted, says Al Mac. Was Hamish and Mumsy Ariana Grande is more beautiful than David Warner. Yeah, I agree to an extent of that one. Or the whole extent, that is. This is why I don't eat on live streams, by the way. You just don't have time to eat rather than just talk. They're my third guest. Get the headphones on them. You got butt? We have got something from. So did you? Says Jay. I seem like I'm not allowed to answer that one on the stream. All right, we'll go like this. There we go. Now the chat's coming back through. She's apparently knocked up. Average hasn't confirmed if it's his or not. There's Gareth. Nah, it's from the Halloween party night when I left. I had commitments to the stream. And that was probably a smart move. Even Cardi B is more beautiful than David Warner, says Shish. And Ariana Grande is a walking spray tan. That's a yes, says Jay. I cannot confirm nor deny any information, mainly because I think my mum's old workmate still watching the stream. Hello, Trudy. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're enjoying the setting we got ourselves. It's Christmas time at the moment. Santa's chilling. It's nice. That kind of doesn't look right. Looks like I built a house. There we go. On your house. I didn't say nothing. I was like, that's a big ass microphone. It looks huge, doesn't it? Like if I was to bring it back, like it's still quite big. It looks a lot smaller here than it did out there, though. Hey, Mum, we're just talking about microphones. Oh, because we were just talking about how the closer they get, the bigger they look. You know? Oh, so we go there. There are big. There are something best left unsaid. And he's just happy to see you. Says Jay there. And what do you play most of your games on? Xbox. Xbox is my console of choice. I had to pick one. Oops, sorry. We got a dad for the second session.
No, I can't convince him.
Old mate's headset fell off. Yeah, I put one on the chips.
Fair enough.
Sometimes.
Fun times.
Now, last hour of the second session. I have an Xbox X, says Kiwi Gamer. I remember when those disappeared for a while, didn't they? They were all sold out. No one could find them. But then the Xbox Series S got a lot more buys, I guess. And which PlayStation games do you like? Says Shish there to Jay. I like watching George play the Wii, says Jay. Yeah, it's always entertaining, isn't it? You never know what you're going to get from a George Wii video over on the Kiwi Lads Entertainment.
So did you put that golf on it?
Not yet. It's still in the works. Slightly secret.
What the? Oh,
Yeah, this is the one that you just told everyone what it was. Yeah, that one's the secret one. Yeah,
I didn't understand what I said.
I did.
Whoa. I thought you put that out ages ago.
No, not yet. Short ball. Kerry whips it away. Oh, almost 6 runs. And he's like watching George play with his Wii too. Play with his Wi-Fi too. Let us says Wii. We were going to do a game show. You know, Farmer Wants a Wife.
But instead, Gamer wants to. No.
No,
Maybe they
George
want to
is a farmer, so we're just going to change the last word from wife to something else.
know. Okay.
Farmer wants it, and then see how it goes.
Really?
No.
No.
Sticking to that cattle prod, or sneaking that cattle prod, are good for content, says Jay. It is. I am going to show my mum your video idea, Jay, for George. No? Right, Mum. Jay's idea for George is this.
No, Jay.
No?
No.
You got video, isn't it? I like it, Jay.
No.
As we have got there. I'm here for the comedy, not the cricket, says Trudy. Yeah. And also, do you watch the Australian Open? Nah.
Who cares about the cricket, trades?
I try my best to watch some of the tennis, but it just, like, the time zones or the times that the matches are on just don't really match. And he too says, Trudy, and also he says, scored 17 times the amount of runs that Steve Smith, says Zach. That's a fun fact. So his favourite game is Ninja Turtles. He borrowed the game from me. Still hasn't returned it, says Trucking Down Under. And also we have got, but it's Mum, it's Xmas, please.
No. Move on, Jay.
We have got a mango now.
I don't care.
You're not going to be camera woman for that one.
No. Find someone else for that one.
Also, we should ask Mum her opinion on that great idea. Was that right when I sent, or when I was showing her that one? Maybe. Can you say why Mindley is not bowling, says Livingston? Unfortunately, injured second over that he was bowling. So ever since then, he hasn't actually returned out onto the field. So they're bowling with one man short, which is a shame because he was only a new bowler at a back end. That's a good delivery, but pitched up. A bit of fielding from Shanda Paul, just really crawls for it. Also, no, but he'll be naked and in a box and having mango guts. It would be, or it would win the internet.
No.
It'd be just here, but nearly nude. New branded chips from Heartland. Do you think they'll ever message us? They'll be like, please stop advertising our chips. We don't want to be associated with you. Also, do you have two controllers? One night when doing a stream, you could have one controller, have the other controller in front of a bag of Highlands. Ideas. Have your mum and dad stop playing with your food, Hamish. Just giving him that's the marketing ploy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So we have got there, J.E. Faraz got me into the Turtles. Almost hit a 6. Right, scary.
Almost.
Use my words.
Oh, you want me to talk? I can't bloody. I've got to squint to read the bloody chat. What's this thing? You ping pong. You know ping pong. Ping pong. Did you really want me to read that one out? Oh, Aussie Open. Who's Faraz? Faraz got me into the Turtles. I don't understand all this.
Faraz got timed out yesterday.
Who's Faraz?
Bubba is lover.
Ah, he hasn't come back then.
Mm-mm.
So how long was he timed out for?
I think he had a 5-minute timeout, but then he wasn't back afterwards.
Okay.
Chips are all right, aren't they?
Just
Fill the gap.
watches Aussie Open tennis. My mum and dad, or your nana and granddad, went over to the Aussie Open.
Did they?
That's when we went. They were in Melbourne when we went to up north.
Auckland?
No, Aussie.
North of Aussie.
No, in Aussie.
In Aussie.
North Queensland.
Brisbane.
No, further north. It's the uncle.
Darwin.
No, it's the uncle.
Darwin.
No.
That might be a wicket. It is.
Oh!
Nessa giving out. He'll be reviewing this one.
When have we been to bloody Darwin?
We don't go to Darwin. Where's
No.
Port Douglas? Is that not in Darwin?
Port Douglas. No, that's North Queensland. Darwin's up that way.
I thought it was Darwin.
No.
Right, original decision is out. They've checked the front foot. It's a legal delivery. And now Nessa might be on his way. It could be Brathwaite. Good bowling change if he's got the wicket here.
Yeah.
Got to be less than umpire's call.
That's gone.
That's looking
That's gone.
pretty juicy. He was
That's
just
gone.
checking to see whether or not he got it on the bat. He is now walking Michael
Yeah.
Nessa.
That's gone.
Means I'll have to get up again.
Yeah.
It's a shame, really, isn't it? Do we get too confident and start writing Michael Nessa's name?
Yeah, he's walking. He's got nothing on that.
One
He's
S,
gone.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Like that. Michael Nessa, he got 18 runs. Off how many balls did he face?
30 something.
30 something.
Put 3. But low battery. I've only got 5% left on this.
Yeah, umpire's call.
Yeah. Oh wow!
Wow. I'm just quickly getting something, ladies and gentlemen. Don't panic.
I would have thought that would be well and truly stuff.
Not really long enough, is it? Is that right? All the lovely people to hear.
Oops. Yeah, that won't go any further.
35 balls he ended up facing.
I think it was 30 something.
Yeah, I wrote 30 something.
Yeah.
Braithwaite though, getting that wicket, handy for them there.
Yeah, but to me, look where it hit.
It looked like it was going to be a lot
Run
closer.
A long way.
See?
Yeah.
30 something.
That's very simple. You would think you've been drinking all day.
Maybe. Come on, Munzy, give some hug to me, says Shish. It's nice.
Shish is a bit worse than the other fella. Who was the other fella the other night?
Oh, we had one, didn't we?
Oh, we did.
Can't remember his name.
No. Well, if you can't remember it, I can't.
Mitchell Stark now. The man I said would get the only 6 of the day. Is he going to get it, do you think? Now the question is, will Australia even get 550?
No, they'll be lucky if they get 500. Come on, West Indies.
A ball straight away. Stark gets off the mark. They've still got Nathan Lyon and also Scott Bolland.
Even they can't play.
Well, Lyon's got some technique.
Oh, occasionally.
We've got another 45 minutes of this session. You think Australia will be finished by that stage?
Yep. Yeah.
Mumsy is my BF. I assume that's best friend. What about Hamish reaction? This is what Hamish reaction. The angry face. Nice one. And also, I'm in stitches. I've just seen so many people climb into someone as what happened to Fraz, says Gareth. And also, you wouldn't happen to be a Broncos fan by any chance, would you? Says Zach.
Yeah, I reckon he is.
Oh, I gotta get the scoreboard updated again.
No, okay.
There we go. Look at that. Mitchell Stark, 1 off 1. What a good start to this test match with the bat in hand. This is his first bat. Feeling Ranch will be you'll be a soon, says Jay. Are you joining me for the 3rd session of this one?
No.
So I'm gonna have a whole couch to myself. That's nice. Yeah, how sad that's gonna look.
Hamish of my friends.
Yeah.
Oh. I still haven't seen this Rain Ranch, have you?
No, I wouldn't recommend.
Okay.
You want to see the lyrics?
No.
You sure?
Do I need to? Have you read Gareth? Hamish, can we send Shish to that shadow zone? Faraz needs a mate.
But now I guess he's all right, isn't he? I don't want to read it out, so you can.
Really? Okay. Who watches that shit?
Jay.
You sick puppy.
Looks scary on strike. Oh, he's had a bit of a hoik at that. Oh, would you like to see Stark have a bit of a slap? I would like to see him get a 6, because then I can say that I was right in regards to him being the only Australian player to get a 6. I also should have fully sent to Gronk to wrap Eastman's present with Santa. And wait, what? Marriage of Mumsy has become my best friend. Do you get jealous to me?
Not your best friend.
No, if I was his best friend, would you be jealous?
Oh, if you were, no.
Oh, Stark goes bang. 1 bounce 4. Mitchell's. No, that's Alex Carey. That actually looked like a Mitchell Stark shot. Stand up straight. Put it.
Oh,
the
someone's
boundary.
on 30.
Did you just show your mum Ram Ranch? I showed her the lyrics, not the music video, though. I don't even know if there is a music video. But you'd have to assume that it would be something similar to the lyrics. 18 Cowboys. I don't even know how the song goes. I need to listen to
don't
it.
say anymore.
I hope he didn't, says Jay.
Yeah, you're in trouble, Jay. Showing my boy that sort of shit.
Ooh, Jay's in trouble.
Jay's in trouble.
Nice shot. Alex Geary straight away says 2.
How old is Jay?
Jay is 40.
Should know better then.
Oh, but a yes, no. They don't get there in the end. Flavia said, I miss Warren questioning Stark's manliness and team commitment. Says Fluffy there. Oh, I do enjoy a good old Stark swing of the ball, doesn't he? Time me out. I deserve it for that, says Jay. He's got a smiley face. You can't time him out with a smiley face, can you?
I won't say that. That sounds worse. He was just sucking up.
Sucking up to Ram Ranch. Nice ball. From Phillip off the edge. Doesn't quite carry. I was watching a cricket match once. This player tripped over the boundary rope on the way to the crease and had to retire hurt. Or had to hurt retire.
That's a bit rough.
It's unfortunate for him, isn't it? I was a Mumsy is more funny than Hamish. I like that guy, and by fitness, also he very similar to me. Come on, give me some goosebumps.
He doesn't know English, does he?
How are those the words that come to your mind?
You said he was from Australia.
He is,
I
but
don't know that he's English.
give me some goosebumps. It's going to be my new pickup line. Hope you don't mind. Shush. Come on, give me some goosebumps.
Oh, don't.
Happened recently to Leach. Des concussed himself while walking. Says Fluffy there. I'm 40. He was 40 when the Eiffel Tower was getting built, says Zach.
Let's all get in there.
I was going to say, there's some real shots being fired in the chat today, isn't there?
I'd imagine so. Is that because I'm here or?
Nah, it's just because you've been drinking. I know they can get away with it.
No.
Just start.
Well,
It's
I've
the
got my
single.
mum hat on.
500 for the Australians.
Wait.
Now, when you're in the assembly, you got to be the last one to clap.
Yep.
Boundary rope should be sued for that, says Nate. Down the ground again. 4th time that the Australians have brought up 500 in a test match up against the West Indies in Adelaide. Quite a long sentence. If David Hasselhoff played cricket, would he go to the crease in kit? Is Kiwi gamer. I was thinking more, would he go there in slow motion?
Where it is. 40s.
Oh, says Liam, welcome in, mate. Australia 500 says shish. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Not with these fuel prices. Here's Joe. Work to the leg side again. Stark looking for the hard 2 run by the Australians. They get there comfortably. That'll be the end of the Brathwaite over. 503 for 7. Oh, no, it's not that time of the night yet.
It is. Yep. That's my bedtime.
9 o'clock.
Yeah. Long day.
I like to see him bat and black leather budgie smugglers, says Fluffy. Interesting. What poop? Good.
That's right. Liam isn't English either, is he?
No, he's a bit of English. He's just young.
Oh, young.
Yeah. They're just showing best totals. 533, the best that the Australians have done ever. That was 1968. Last time they were able to get over 500 runs was actually back in 1996. It's quite the record there. Only another 34 runs needed for Australia, and they will have a new highest total at the Adelaide Oval. What was Christmas plan of Kiwi guys? Christmas tea, I've learnt, rather than Christmas lunch. They had that round the wrong way. Charging in now. Elzadi Joseph, he's one short of the century or runs off him, and that will be the 100. It's going to be the 103 by the looks of it as well. Alex Carey using the pace of the ball, just gliding it out through cover. Does get another boundary for the Australians. Moving up to 507. It's getting closer and closer. And once you're over 30, 9 o'clock becomes bedtime, Hamish, says Gareth there. What is a good AC/DC song?
Well, they asked us the other night, didn't they?
Mm.
We have no idea.
Thunderstruck, is that an AC/DC song?
Oh, we'll call it. Yeah,
I think so.
I think so.
Oh, man.
Your dad's an AC/DC. fan.
What a hat. Hello, old lady. Oh, says Cubby. Welcome in, Cubby. Hope you're doing well. What an intro, eh? Good ball.
Hey, Gareth,
From Joseph. No,
block me.
don't block. He's making time out. This AC/DC song is Baby Shark. Is that their song?
I was never a fan, so.
Yeah. Never a fan of Akadaka.
Who?
Akadaka? It's not your
Mm,
mojo.
AC.
You're probably more of a fan of Wham, something like that. All balls left to the Joseph over. Well bowled, but well played. Alex Carey again gets
Yeah.
it through a gap. Moves up to 41. Back in Black's a good song.
My way to hell.
You shook me all night long. Normally what happens when you live in Christchurch, isn't it? Unfortunately, just being on the
We used to live there.
lines. Yeah. Bon Jovi. Liam. I probably like more Bon Jovi songs than I do AC/DC.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, like I'd listen to AC/DC, but like Bon Jovi's probably a bit more down my alley. I can confirm Baby Shark. AC/DC's best song, Big Swing and a Miss. From Kerry, last 27 balls, 30 runs. Perhaps they know that the declaration is not too far away. They've got another 34 minutes of this session, though, and straight away you lose about 10 minutes for the changeover. Makes me think it's not really worth Australia sending West Indies out for just this little patch.
No, you might as well wait until the next session.
And reggae version of Baby Shark says Kiwi Gamer, no woman, no cry. It was a very well-known AC/DC song. Born in the USA, says Liam.
No, that's Springsteen.
Oh, so yeah, where's Kane nowadays? Kane Williamson, he's been struggling a little bit, hasn't he? I believe he's going to be taking part in the Pakistan tour, though, so maybe start to see him find a little bit of form there.
Because they don't play until, what, the end of January or...
Right at the end of December, about
End of
December
December.
27th.
What's the point of that?
I don't know. Just isn't time to get over there, I guess.
Oh, they're in Parky.
Yeah.
Oh, they are too, 27th of December.
Yeah. One ball left.
That's
Good drive.
Still to be determined.
Yeah, they haven't actually confirmed a time that the game's going to be starting, which is a bit strange, isn't it? Oh, okay. Well, declaration. Australia.
Wow.
So they decided 30 minutes what they wanted to have remaining. Interesting. Okay. So they're going to have a change over here. And Kane is teaching geography. Rugby I and Hamish, how many hours are you doing tonight with Rugby Sevens later? So we've got the 7.5 hours of the cricket. Then we've got probably, I'd say, an hour and a half of sevens. Nothing too serious. Takes us through to 7:30 a.m. though. Unfortunately, just with the times that the games take place, we've got a relatively long night. Then I'll be going to sleep, getting up tomorrow, doing the cricket, doing some more sevens, and then also going right through the night. Champions Cup. My mumsy, I'm trying to convince her that she needs to do a little bit of the Champions Cup. I got to find a fill-in.
Time.
Yeah, it's 2:30 a.m.
Oh,
till probably 3 a.m. Just a little nice 30-minute drop in, you know.
Is that right?
Yeah. So yeah, Hamish and Donna says Nate, and Yo says Sports Go, welcome in. 511 is good. Let's get it. And let's get in and bowl, says Zach. And who do you think will play in the World Test Championship final? I think it's going to be Australia and either India, Sri Lanka, or South Africa. I haven't quite decided yet. Kind of depends on who's got who in the later tours. How many runs did Marnus make? Managed to get himself 163 off 305 deliveries. Trevor said 175 off 219 deliveries. Feels slightly bad for Alex Carey. If that was Marnus sitting on 41, Steve Smith would have let him get his half century. But because it's Alex Carey, says, no, I'm good.
Yeah, he didn't mind.
No. The best bowler I'd have to say was Alzadi Joseph Holder. He was effective, but he just didn't pick up the wickets. A lot of people expected that he would. His average currently in this Australian series is about 111 or something along those lines. Pretty brutal. Chase brought it back a bit at the end. He had his better bowling spell. I was really good, thanks, mate. No worries at all. And your hat is similar to Joker hat and Circus. But by here and there, I say straightforward. It suits you. Thank you very much, Shish. I appreciate that dearly. When I go to bed tonight, I'll be thinking about that moment of how nice my hat looks. I see that the camera's pretty wonky in terms of straightness, isn't it? A little bit. I'm going to straighten it out. Oh, so 41 is still a knock and a half for the 7th. Yeah. Done well, Alex Gary. What time? 12:50 a.m. is our first Sevens live stream. I should mention I've got all of the live streams for the Sevens that I'm doing tonight. I am going to, like, they're already scheduled on the channel. So 2:05 Samoa versus Uruguay, 6:35 Fiji France, 7:05 or 7:03 South Africa Canada. Those are the games that we're going to be doing. Then I'll be going to bed till 5.
I'm away all day anyway.
Yeah.
Marie for bowls.
Hoping to do well, aren't you? Hello, Hamish Rowe
Not the
from
way I've been playing.
Bangladesh. Once again, Roman's back. You remember Roman? Australia won the match.
Yeah, I think so. Oh. So many names.
So many names. So many faces to remember. Hamish and Mumsy, it's a joke. Don't angry. I'm just laughing. Says Shish there. And I was do you have Jeff Wayne's musical version of the War of the Worlds? No. No, I don't.
No.
But if I did, I'm sure I'd be happy about it.
Would you?
Maybe.
You're always happy.
I am. A bit too much sometimes. Now we've got a little bit of a change over here, and then they will be back at the crease. So while I'm in this changeover period, I'm going to allow you to do some solo commentary while I go and get a drink of water.
I'll get the thing.
No, it's okay.
What do you want me to do?
You just nail it. Smash it out the park, all right? You know what you're doing. Good luck, Mumsy. I'll ditch you.
Why?
So you just be sure to read out the chat. That's about all you need to do.
Where do we get to?
Go across. You know what? You're made for.
Okay. Good on you. Innings break. Right. So I'm gonna squint here. Zach Hewitt at J Hayes. Is that Roman from the Ashes? So many memories. Laugh out loud. I think so, Zach. Nothing else. J Hayes, yes, you are also a doctor. How many persons you are? She says. Muppet. Okay. Roman's been around for a while. Hi, Hamish, while you up, grab mum a beer. No, I don't need a beer. It's getting late in the night. Yes, Hamish, get a no, I don't need one. Honestly, I'm all good. Well, so who are we predicting for the first wicket? Who's going to get it? Is it Scott Boland? Yes, Hamish. No. He's the one who put the jinx on Marnus. Oh, Marcus Harris. Yeah, where is Marcus? He won't be in because of old Archer. He's playing well. Bloody Roman. Okay, he's the one. Yep. Wow. So what's the prediction? Who's going to get the first wicket and who's going to be the first victim? Because what have we got left? We must have about 25 minutes before the next innings break. Oh, they're talking about the run out with Travis Head and old Cameron Green. Oh, you reckon Stark's going to get the first wicket? I'd imagine him. Mumsy, what about Hamish attitude? Yeah, we're going to block you shortly, Shush, if you carry on like that. But anyway. No, I'm still on my own. Nobody wants to come and join me. Okay, so we've got the Aussie bowlers warming up. Stark's going to get the first wicket. I hope West Indies go next session and a bit without losing a wicket. Just to really up the Aussies, eh? Just to give them a bit of competition. Shush Singh has a nice ring. Oh, I don't know. Are you coming back in, Hamish?
Alright.
We try to be smart.
You like my socks?
Well, I got you some socks the other day. What were they with?
Should I jump?
Yeah, do that.
Has it been going well?
No. I can hardly.
No.
I've got to go like this. Mumsy, do you think take the 20 wickets for Aussies?
Who do you think will take the 20 wickets?
Mumsy, who do you think take the 20 wickets for Aussie? Okay. I don't think they're going to get 20 wickets. I reckon West Indies are going to fight their asses off here and get an first innings lead, and it's going to be a draw.
That's a big call.
I can only hope, hey?
Would be good to see.
That would be good to see, just to really put it up the Aussies. So, are they only playing these two tests?
Just 2 tests, yeah.
And then they play South Africa, one test before Christmas?
Yeah.
And then they play the Boxing Day test match.
Boxing Day and then one early January. The ODI series was cancelled between the two sides because it overlaps with the new South African T20 league.
Oh, the South African got a new T20 league.
Yeah.
Why did they put it on at the same time?
Just fun, isn't it? Probably the best window to do it in, I guess. Oh, so we go there. Damn it, we should have slagged Hamish off, or we had the chance. Yeah. You blew that one. Don't worry, I'll leave again at some stage.
I would have learned how to block you.
Really?
Yeah, you go up there, click on them, and go either block or timeout.
Oh, she's got a good memory.
Yeah,
But Gareth is a moderator. That makes it slightly trickier.
yeah, but Gareth wouldn't have said anything. It would have been shush.
Have you been enjoying Shish's banter?
No.
Hamish, I like you, bro. You have fun out there, by the way. I had a lot of fun out there. I didn't just have a drink. I also put some chips in an air fryer. And I think I'm pretty happy about it.
Fair enough.
I was going to bring back another bag of chips, but thought I'd better not.
I haven't really eaten all these yet.
That's all right.
Okay.
Oh, if you want to. You can see the Christmas ad. It's looking very sad at the moment, isn't it? A little bit droopy. And also South Africa have their own T20. They do now this year. It's coming in. That looks wrong. How do you make a thing like that not look like it's something else?
It's going to be strange, though, the BBL without a big Maxwell, isn't it?
Mm. Will do. Oh, I read that one. Oh, yeah, new comp, going to be interesting, says Gareth. And who knows, maybe we'll do a bit of commentary. But if we can watch it here in New Zealand, I'll be keen.
Well, they have it on Sky.
I'd like to think so. Or Spark. One of them should pick it up.
Mm.
There's a lot of South African players. And there, and also a few internationals. Mitchell Stark, 11 matches and day-night test matches, 56 wickets. This man's been able to get for himself. He's dangerous.
On the same time as the BBL.
A bit after, I believe.
When the BBL finishes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, Stark. First ball here of the West Indies innings. It's a bit shorter than I think a lot of people would have been expecting. 137.2 Ks for Mitchell Stark.
Stark will get the first.
Did he?
No one else said anything.
Did you ask the question, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
And only Jay replied.
that's all right. Jay might be correct.
Could be.
Geez, that was right up the top of the bat handle as well. 137 Ks, decent pace for Stark off the get-go. Oh, so Warwood of the Worlds with Tom Cruise. Wrote the book. All right, Kiwi says, Ryan, welcome in, mate. It's been a little while since we've seen you here, Ryan. So I hope you are doing well. I hope you're excited for the cricketing summer that we've got coming up. Now, Mitchell Stark, second ball of the innings outside of the off stump, just left alone by the youngster.
Is that another Ryan? Ryan from way back.
Ryan from way back. Kiwi India lost. They did. Bangladesh winning that series 2-0 for the ODIs. Very impressive.
You could have won another one.
Maybe. But they've already won that series.
Mm.
Not a weird hello, Muppet Jerry Hayes. Xavier, welcome in, Xavier. Hope you're doing well as well, mate. Also, we've got that Hamish, I think, 10 wickets and Stark. Or with Mitchell Stark, 5 wickets, Nisa 3 wickets, Lyon 2 wickets.
What about Botland? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hello, Xavier. G'day, bud. That's a well played ball. It's shaped back a little bit.
So who's opening the bowling to start?
I would think Scotty Boland,
Oh,
if I had to pick. I'm missing Ingham's chicken chippies to put in the air fry. I haven't actually tried those in there. Kiwi, will you see Bangladesh versus India tomorrow or not? I won't be watching it. Sadly, they don't actually have anywhere to watch it here in New Zealand.
they're not putting it on.
Bit of a shame, really, because that would have been quite a good series to watch. You enjoying your chips, are you?
I love these chips.
3 dot balls from Mitchell Stark. It's obviously Stark. Pitched up, great shot from Braithwaite. Going to be 4 runs. Well, you're not going to be able to cut that one off. Good effort in the field from Marnus. Of course, he's going to dive early. Just get a little bit of grass on the front of the shirt. So start getting a 10 for wins 200 across both innings. We aren't watching the same game, but okay, interesting prediction. And also Scott Robinson going to Leinster. There's rumours, aren't there? He's going to be making his way to Leinster. I mean, we've already seen one Crusader and Michael Alatoa
Why would he not go
transfer
to
over.
an international team?
Well, he might try and do both. Maybe.
No.
The spot up for grabs for England now. Eddie Jones sacked.
They reckon the who's the next guy in charge?
Joe Schmidt. No. England.
Oh,
O'Gara, is it? No.
no. Some other guy. Some English dude.
Some English dude.
I think they reckon he's next in charge.
I think they'll miss Eddie.
The backup coach, whatever they call him.
I think they'll realise after Eddie's gone that maybe Steve Bothwick.
Yeah.
So however go Australia, New Zealand, and England better nations than Asia. Also, Asia had only 2 teams, Japan and Korea, in the FIFA. Must have been nice to be in a FIFA World Cup. We weren't. Really? Or New Zealand. Stark. Gone for 5 runs so far. Chanderpaul. Oh, squared up. Stark wants it. Okay. Didn't seem like the slips thought that one was out. Stark was pretty keen. Looks like he's just going to walk away, and that will be the end of the over. 1 over down now. Yeah, bouncing up onto the thigh pad. Stark was very keen. And Kiwi should be in the World Cup. Rob versus Costa Rica. Yeah, that was a hard game to watch. We actually commentated that one.
You did?
The Kiwi Test series will be 14th of December to 18th. December 2nd is 22nd December to 26th. Here's Ryan. There we go. Scotty Boland.
Can't imagine them playing over Christmas though. It's later, isn't it?
Yeah, 27th, the first match for New Zealand. And also, Shish, have you ever played YouTube hide and seek? Go hide somewhere in another YouTube stream, and we will find you. Oh, your iPad just died, which means we're going to have to switch to chat on my phone.
Oh, you plugged it in.
I did. It's a well-oiled, it's a burning machine. Got him on 4 matches, 18 wickets. Now, he got himself a 6 for 7 wicket haul at the MCG. I see Sebastian is back, but I am just about to read it on the phone. Sebastian says, "Oh, good ball from Bolland. Coming back in. He likes it. I think it might have been going over also.
Too high.
Too high. And rules are, I hide you and you seek forgiveness." Says Sebastian, and come on the West Indies. You're back in the chips. I thought you put them to the side.
When I'm nervous, I eat.
Scotty Bolland though. Did it bounce too much?
Yep.
Oh, just a little bit. And I was play that with Morse and Shark Brain, but I find them everywhere. And in relation to Liam Neeson, I will find you. His name.
You know what that is from?
I do. Taken. I may not know many movies, but I know that one. That's a good defensive shot from Brathwaite. Actually just pinged off the face of the bat. On away for the 2 runs. Also, Ryan, Kiwi are not it's India who play on the 14th December. Kiwis play on 27th. We played on the 26th December, bro. There's Shishing. And also, Gareth, are they always lurking somewhere? Yeah, missing by about, I'd say, 4 inches. Not quite a 6-incher from Subway, but get in there. And also, he lives close to you, near New South Wales, not far. And also, Shishko Heights. It's going to be just outside of the off stump. Brathwaite leaves alone here. West Indies, they've got to have a strong starting partnership, which we have seen multiple times in the past for them. That player miss makes them a little bit nervous, though, I would say.
Really
Like, doesn't even keep to the shadows. Says Sebastian for Shark Brain 2. And J.A.'s, I ignore you simple. Says Shish. Nice.
You've still got 30 something.
Yeah. Oh, bowled by Bolland. And this is a big opportunity for him because not normally in there. Hazelwood with the side strain the end of the year now means that he's got a bit of space that they need to fill in that Australian lineup. That could be Scotty Bolland. He can bowl well. They have got the match at the MCG up against South Africa. Although it's one of those ones that, with how well he did, do you want to bowl him at the MCG again, or do you just say this is your one time that you've ever played at the MCG? That's what your record is.
You put him in there.
Here will you see Argentina versus Netherlands quarterfinal, and Brazil versus will be Brazil versus Croatia, won't it? As the other one, I don't think I'll get to watch those ones, mainly because they happen at the same time as other streams to an extent, or I'll be sleeping. But I might get to watch Brazil Croatia, just not on a live stream. I might just watch it by myself. And also, we have got there. He lives in between us, Victoria and New South Wales. Says Nate. Good crowd at Adelaide Oval. Actually had yesterday while Travis was batting the West Indian slip. Just asked him, what kind of numbers do you guys normally get like throughout the evening? And Travis kind of went through, said, on the weekends it's going to be a bit busier. I would say that was a little bit of a sneaky in-swinger from Bolland. End of the over, 2 runs off it. West Indies sitting 7 for none. And we love Scotty Bolland as the sign in the crowd. He's become a bit of a favourite of a lot of people, hasn't he, Scotty Bolland?
He's not in your face or anything like that, is he? He's
very humble.
Yeah, very.
Brathwaite. He's had a majority of the strike. In fact, has Chanderpaul faced a delivery yet? Just the one. The one for Chanderpaul. And it's why Europe dominating FIFA, why overseas dominating cricket, and why overseas dominating tennis. I think it's just down to where people are putting their funding, and also some sides just like European football-wise, they learn it from an extremely young age, and you've also got so many talented players to select from. Here we ask, man, Qualiga is a Brisbane Heat match, says Ryan. And I should mention we are going to be doing a majority of the BBL, so anyone who is new, got to leave a like, subscribe to the channel. Currently, Chanderpaul just blowing on his gloves.
It's just a shame it's so late.
The BBL.
Yeah.
I think they've been working on it a little bit this year, though. There's a lot of 5:30 start times.
What, our time or their time?
Our time.
Oh, I'll be into that.
Yeah. Christmas Eve, 5:30 p.m. Are you keen?
Well, you might not be home. Oh, I might have just been.
Am I home?
You're home.
Okay. I was just,
Unless you're coming with
I was
us.
just making sure I hadn't like forgotten something that was happening.
No, we've got to go pick sister up.
Ah.
He's
shit.
coming home.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, I might have to correct myself. A lot of them are 9:15 p.m. starts. It's only the ones near
Yes.
Christmas that are 5:30.
No, okay.
That are
Yeah, because
slightly
they want
earlier.
to get them
Over and done with. Get the children to bed.
for Santa.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And also, we have got Nadal Djokovic, sorry, Federer, a European. I don't understand. Says Gareth. And there's nice room, by the way. Who will clean the room? Not me, but I need to tonight. And that is one thing that I will definitely be trying to do
Mhm.
on stage throughout the evening, cleaning up this lounge.
That'd be great.
It would be.
That would be.
Terrific, in fact.
Christmas is coming and we've got a lot of shit everywhere.
Mm. Just didn't quite that one out of the middle of the bat shutting the pool, but soft hands meant he was able to glide a little bit. Oh, XXX20 fun. It was find yourself a hot girl here. Wouldn't that have been fun? It's disappeared now, but
Oh, okay.
it was there.
Was it?
Got to be quick for those ones.
You do.
Although Rugby Australia CEO Andy Munro has revealed that merging Super W and Super Rugby Albuquerque could come as soon as 2024. Oh no,
No, he's home.
he's home.
No, he's home.
That could have been a big mistake from the West Indies trying to sneak the extra run. Cameron Green with a good throw. But yeah, I think it was bound to happen at some stage, having a women's combined Super Rugby AU, Super Rugby New Zealand comp. Just because, like, both individual competitions, they're relatively new, but yeah, Chanderpaul, batter's grounded, roll it through, and then Alex Carey gets the ball on. So he's going to be safe, Chanderpaul, but that's probably not what they want early on.
No.
A run out opportunity.
Confident.
It's a nice shirt. I like a shirt. Throw shirt at me, says Shish. All
What
right.
are your old shirts? Why have you got a nice shirt?
What do you mean? This isn't too bad. It's got a pocket.
Oh,
Suits the cricket style. White. The pineapple socks. Oh, shorter ball. That one got him around the glove. And the ball does well to keep it down.
mhm.
Just a single taken. Almost 3 overs down at the moment. The Australians going at 4 and over, but more expensive than they would have liked to be. And as we get there, why is the goldfish trying to find Nemo in salt water? There's no. Also, why do they call it a building when it's already being built?
No, I'm not going to go there. Too late at night.
How much what happened to Aussie bowler Brett Lee? He was good looking too. There's Roof. I believe he's now BBL commentator.
Yeah.
Really?
He wasn't there.
The over. 3 overs down. 12 for none. Tried years ago and also stick to freshwater goldfish. Says no. Me and George are actually at some stage possibly going to do a video of fishing. It would go well, why not?
Oh, well, if you catch something, it will.
We went fishing a while ago and I did get very wet.
Did you tell us about that one?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, you got to make sure that when you're throwing it out,
Oh,
you get away from the waves before they come in. Or else you end up with your trousers up to about your calf, thigh region, somewhere around there, just damp. A 20-minute break will be coming up relatively soon. And then they'll be able to go through to 12:30 New Zealand time.
No, I'm not.
Take a cattle prod, says Jay. And Hamish and Mumsy, can you watch Avatar Way the Water movie on theatres?
Is that the new one? Quite keen to see that one.
Oh, yeah?
I saw the other one.
Oh, bouncy. Chanderpaul, he'll be having flashbacks of last week when he got hit square on to the bollocks, didn't he? Fortunately.
Did
Yeah. Right in there. Oh, so I got to go. I'm late. Take care all, says Jay. Enjoy the rest of the evening, mate. Hope you do whatever you're going to. Hopefully you get there relatively soon and they don't say you're too late. Fashionably late. That's the word I was looking for. Cheers, Jay. There's Gareth there. Bowling, charging in.
Oh,
Left alone by Chanderpaul. It looked like a play and a miss, but I think he was just putting that
no,
bat
it's
in, wasn't he? Just tucking it in. And he's trailed by less than 500. 499 runs.
Oh, it's got to be a
Little mini win.
mind set.
A bit of movement here early on, Scott Bolland. Just
He's
enough.
quicker than he looks, isn't he?
Well, he's built solid. He's a Hobart boy. Although he actually had a spell for the Melbourne Stars
No?
a little while ago, 2013, I believe it was. Going to take the single. Good work from the West Indies, keeping that strike rotating, not allowing one batsman to face all of the strike. Going to be important for the Australians, for the West Indies, because you've got the right-hand, left-hand combo. Difference between that and Australia, they've got Kawaja Warner, both lefties. I would say they'll get another 1, 2 overs, probably 2. If Mitchell Starc steams through it quickly, they should be able to get through extra 2 more. Straight delivery from Boland once again, finding his length early. 132 Ks, getting it down there at a decent rate.
Only going to get another one after this.
You think? Yep. We're at 9:35. So we'll get the Starc over. And I think there'll still be one more.
Yeah.
I think if Starc doesn't piss ass about, they should be able
This
get
guy
through
only
another.
has to hit it through the gap and run 2 or 3 runs. Yeah.
All a little bit uppish. They still don't have a short leg there. Yeah, that's not a safe looking shot, is it?
No, it's not.
Really lost his form while playing that one. But under lights, this is going to be a tough period next session for the West Indies to play in. Well, I'm pretty happy, though, with how that one went. Braithwaite sitting on 7 or 14, final ball of the over. Play in a miss. That'll be the end of it. There's going to be 1 run off it for Scotty Boland. There's probably 1 more. There's the probably, though. 36. They've still got 4 minutes.
No.
I think there's time.
No, there's not.
Although they're talking to Mike Carsey now. So maybe not so much time. So we have got there. Can you sing Mr. Goldfish? I write the lyrics. You sing out loud. Make sure so loud I can hear you from Canberra Matter. Says Nate. Know the song Mr. Goldfish? No. I remember there used to be a goldfish in a pond out on the farm, wasn't there? Quite a nice one. You like goldfishes, do you? I don't understand if you said no. No run, says Gareth. Wow. A ball from Starc. See, if you're Australia, you do hustle through this one. You want to get 1 more at them.
Anyway, through this.
Also,
So is that wrong?
that one is wrong, yes. That's slightly about 2 minutes quick.
Nice.
Also, let's go. I'm a goldfish. I likes to blow bubbles, says Nate. Also, which one would you like? Roger Federer and Djokovic, Andy Murray, Harry Kane, and Antoine Griezmann, Lionel Messi, Hazelwood, Cummins, Zampa. My favourite one from that is Andy Murray. There's Shish.
Nah,
Oh, okay. A while ago, I quite like Adam Zampa's bowling, to be fair. But then if you're comparing them in terms of skill level, quite a hard comparison to make, because it's like, would you go with someone like, Messi's pretty strong for the football side of things out of the 3 that they've listed. Tennis, that's a debate, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Who's the strongest out of those 3? And then you got Hazelwood, Cummins, and Zampa. 2 paces. One's not injured at the moment, and that's Zampa, so he probably gets the nod, doesn't he?
But he's not playing.
No.
Do they not like him for Test?
Not in Test match. They prefer him in ODIs and the shorter format T20. Stark's slow here, taking his time. It's a shame. They should get another over, and I tell you, Boland was looking good. Also, we have got their bubbles and many more bubbles. Oh, we don't want trouble, just blow me bubbles.
Fair enough.
I had a chance to get a bubble wand at the bowling alley, but I turned it down.
Is it?
Yeah, instead I got a little light that doesn't really work. And I had to get George some Smarties.
Mm.
He was throwing a tantrum.
Was it?
Yeah. Said, I want Smarties now.
All right.
Yeah, I said, I'll buy you some Smarties later. He said, no. I want them now.
Jeez, George.
Alone outside of our stump. I think Hamish should sing Bob John for us. Also, Hamish season 2 is end. Don't miss episode 3 before season finale. All 3 episodes coming this week. Season finale on December 14th. Season finale is shooting 1 and ending with hot. Here's Brandon. I'm writing lyrics for Goldfish. I don't know the song Goldfish. 2 balls left of the session. Australia dreaming of a late wicket.
Mm.
People dream of a white Christmas.
We're not going to get it. Summer.
That was a bit of a nothing shot from Braithwaite. Tried to sling after that wide one. Do you like Tiger Woods or Brock Lesnar? 2 very different individuals again. I don't like both. I like Korda in golf and Roman Reigns in WWE. Says shish.
Mm.
You know what? Tiger Woods and my ex-girlfriend have in common.
They're both cheap.
That could be used for a lot of things,
I
can't it?
could. Yeah.
Based off a true story. He blocked me. Hoping he sees my lyrics these days. Last ball of the session for Mitchell Starc. It's an in-swinger. Jeez, it was a good delivery.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
That will be the end of it. 145 Ks. That one went down for Mitchell Starc. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a 20-minute interval. Then I will be back for the final session of the day. And then we got some sevens coming up a little bit later on, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are new, hit that subscribe button. It's hugely appreciated, you guys all being here. 25 overs throughout the session, 89 runs. Few of those coming for Australia, 14 of them coming for the West Indies. Can you read my message? I did, Brandon. Only about a minute ago. Nonetheless, Nate, I read your message. Says, yeah, we will be returning in only a bit of time. Well, I will be returning in about, I'd say, 19 minutes' time for the next session of Australia versus West Indies. But thank you all very much. I actually can't end it from here, so I do have to stand up. Get over here. That's a bit awkward, isn't it? We'll just go over here. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back to the regular setup for the 3rd session of the day. We'll see you all in a very short moment. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. The camera is a little bit low, but Scotty Bolland is about to start another spell of his bowling. So this is the session 3 of day 2. I'm slightly see-through at the moment. That's not ideal, but that's a brilliant ball to start off the session. Chandapal misses just outside of the off stump. And we will try and sort out why I'm so see-through. In a moment, I am not green, which is confusing. Go like this. Ooh. Go to about, say about there. Still a little bit see-through, but not as bad anymore. Scotty Bolland, both batsmen sitting on 7 at the moment. He had a good spell before we reached the tea break. Him and Mitchell Starc looking to try and get that breakthrough early on for the Australians. Trying to glide that through that slip cord and go straight to Cam Green. This partnership says it's an important one for the West Indies. And Hamish, do you watch Big Brother or web series? I watched this, says Shish. I do not. I haven't watched either of Big Brother. Or I saw someone earlier on said about Survivor, which I also haven't watched too much of. I don't get a chance to watch a lot of TV, unfortunately. Cam Green doing well. Hopefully you guys can hear me all right. We have switched back. And did you watch Big Brother and web series? Oh, no, I read that one, didn't I? Oh, no, it's put twice. So that's why I had confusion. Got a loaded slip cordon at the moment for the Australians, though. 4 slips and the gully. Looking for that outside edge. Scotty Bolland. Big opportunity here. He's brought in rather than Josh Hazlewood, who has got that side strain. Pat Cummins also out with his injury, which meant Michael Nessa have a decent day with the bat. Gets the chance to play as well. But Adelaide Oval is always a very scenic part of the country with the rooftop walk. It's an evening. You definitely want to be up there. The last thing you want is the thunderstorms like they had during the Ashes, as that wouldn't have been too fun to be standing up there on a metal building. E. Smith, the baggy greens looking very worn at the moment. I don't think he's going to get a new one anytime soon, though. He seems pretty happy with that one. All balls down. Currently sitting at 4 dots in a row for Scotty Bolland. Mitchell Starc more than likely will be bowling from the other end. These two, they need to make the most of this pink ball while it's still swinging, while the ball's fresh. While it's hard, you've got to get a batsman playing. Bolland pitched up delivery. Chandapal hits it out through cover. This will be at least a couple. For the West Indies, chased hard by Labuschagne and just kept to the 2. Hamish, goodbye. I see last session on TV at home. Nice to entertain me. Got number 1 entertainer. Says it's just there. And some great bowling by the Windies, says Roof. Yeah, they closed out that last session pretty well, the West Indies, I felt. Or actually, maybe not so much the very end of that session, but about 10 overs or so away from that, when they were bowling well, getting those wickets of Cam Green and Travis Head, quick succession. Then they got Michael Nessa a bit later on. But West Indies, they'll be looking to try and chase down as many of the 511 run total as set by the Australians. That will be the end of the over, though. 16 for none now for the West Indies. No wicket fallen. Scott Bolland. So I believe the next changeover will be Cam Green and Michael Nessa, more than likely for Australia, which is a combination of not a lot of experience. So I'm curious to see how that ends up going, or whether they do try out Nathan Lyon, perhaps, see if there's a bit of spin on the surface. Possibly the chance to get Chandapal Braithwaite early. I know that Braithwaite facing off against Mitchell Starc, seems like that extra pace is really troubling him a little bit, as Ford defensive hasn't been looking too solid. So I think that's why Starc, if they can, you probably want to see another 4 or 5 overs from him here just to keep on going. People up on the roof are giving a wave. Like they're saying, an absolutely brilliant place to be able to watch the cricket from. Mitchell Starc now back in the bowling, a little bit leg side-ish, swinging away. And 20 balls faced here, Braithwaite. And the West Indies, they're going at a decent scoring rate at the moment. There's no need to rush it early. You just need to survive that new ball. Wait for the West Indies, or wait for Australia, I should say, to start making some more mistakes. Starc, he's got a pretty stock standard field. Mid on, mid off. Got the man at a kind of forward square leg, the deep fine leg, and then the 3 slips in the gully. Going across Braithwaite, just left alone. Tucks the bat in. The last thing he wants to do is like what he did at the end of that first session, which was swinging and searching for that ball outside of the off stump. Stark, he's going to be patient in this one. 145 Ks. He's getting them down there at a decent rate at the moment, Mitchell Stark. So that pace might be quite an effective weapon. I know that Nessa gets them down at about 135 when he started warming up. Somewhere where a Jai Richardson could have been a decent choice for the Australians, perhaps. Stark goes forward outside of off stump. Left alone once again. Commentary team's talking about Mbappe, of course. France playing up against England in the quarterfinal of the FIFA World Cup. The 2 games tonight, though, Brazil versus Croatia and also Argentina and Netherlands. I am hoping to watch one of those 2 matches, probably Croatia, Brazil, while doing a bit of editing. And then after that, we have got our live streams for the 7s coming up. So anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're going to be back tomorrow for the first session of day 3 of this cricket test match between Australia and the West Indies. We'll be scattering in a little bit of cricket throughout the weekend. Wide ball, trying to lure in maybe a wide shot from Braithwaite, who declines the offer just for now. Just looking at that slip call, and once again, they always talk about it. I'm going to mention it here. They are very, very compact. Looks like there's only like half a foot at the moment between Steve Smith and Khawaja, if not less between Smith and Warner. Got to make sure that if you are the man who's going for that catch, you're really calling, making sure everyone else knows. But the thing is with Mitchell Stark's bowling, it's so quick, you've only got that little moment to decide who's going to be taking it on. But Labuschagne fields that one at short cover. Seam up delivery from Stark. Braithwaite, he's going to making some faces as if to say that he's not too keen when Mitchell Stark gets that ball swinging back in a little bit. Also got the man at point, couple steps backwards, just in case he decides he wants to go for the cup. But cover's wide open, so Mitchell Stark needs to make sure he doesn't get it too wide going across the right hand. He plays it well into the over now, and that will be 16 for none now for the West Indies. And these 2 have done it in Australian conditions. We saw that actually in the last test match. They get a strong partnership built up, but then it's those next wickets that start falling that sometimes do lead to the West Indies getting in a bit of trouble. Looking at their batting lineup next in, I believe it's going to be Brook. Then from there you go on to Blackwood, and then at number 5, well, it should be Thomas. He's been a bit of an all-rounder in this game. He's normally a wicket keeper, but he can bowl 130. Got himself a couple wickets in that first innings up against Australia. Good in the field. I'm sure pretty handy with the bat in hand for Thomas as well. But now Scott Boland ready to come in for his 4th over. Side of off stump, once again left alone by Chanderpaul. Looking down at the surface. Now, it shouldn't be any signs of variable bounce or anything along those lines at this point in time, but maybe by day 4 or 5, we might start to see a little bit more going on with the surface. Definitely because 32 degrees Celsius is what the weather's expected to be in Adelaide tomorrow. So it's hot. And it's supposed to be around that 26 degree today, I believe, in Adelaide. Might also be quite a warm one. The pitch will start to sweat a little bit. Some cracks could also form, but Boland now, it's again in behind it. Well played by Chanderpaul. England versus Pakistan saw England 180 for 5 at lunch after 33 overs. Currently 229 for 6 off 44 overs. England clearly going with strategy of fast scoring, says Keith. And it's a risky tactic, don't get me wrong, but they showed in the first innings that unless you do go at 6 and over, you're not getting a result on a Pakistan wicket. So England, even though they are those 6 wickets down currently, I can still understand why they're batting the way that they are, and that is to try and speed along the test, create the opportunity for their side to get a victory. Yes, it might cost them and they may end up with a defeat in the end, but at least they're looking to be aggressive enough to create a chance. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go like this and go like this and like this. There we go. Oh, no, I'm already watching us. Never mind. I was going to try and get England versus Pakistan up. That's a good ball from Boland just outside of the off stump, a little bit shorter than a few of his previous deliveries. So a lot of noise coming from the crowd for Scotty Boland. I believe he's become a bit of a fan favourite. He's got a bit of a smile on his face now. Sitting there at 32 years of age, I believe Scott Boland is currently. So the problem that they've got at the moment, Australia, is once Stark goes, they'll be looking for someone else as the next option. Boland could have been that option if he was a few years younger, but instead they may look at someone like a Jai Richardson, someone who's got a few more years left on the clock. Or you go with someone with a bit of experience, Michael Nessus, Scotty Boland. Maybe. I don't think they need it, but eventually Australia may look to introduce another spin option. But not on these conditions. These are just get your paces on, have Hazelwood and Cummins going out there doing well for themselves. I see that Chanderpaul's actually got the Kookaburra gloves on, interestingly enough. Might have picked them up while he was in Australia. Hang on, 9 of 22 deliveries. He had a 50 in the first innings of the last test match. Then got himself 45 in the second. And England update now 7 wickets down. With Ahmed taking 6, a turning pitch, says Keith. Interesting. So, England selections. I'm just going to have a quick look at their side. I haven't sneezed for a while. Must be allergic to all this cricket that's on. So, they've got Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Harry Brook, Will Jacks. Will Jacks is the spinner, isn't he? But they haven't. Oh, no, they've still got Jack Leach. Never mind. Okay, so Jack Leach spinning option, Will Jack spinning option. As long as they don't get hit around the ground too much, they might not go too bad. Correction, Ahmed taking 7 wickets, says Keith there. Jeez. Having a great start in this match for Pakistan. 7 wickets for the spinner. Side off stump, left alone. No need to go after the wrong ball here if you're Brathwaite, the captain. He needs to anchor this innings. And 7 wicket, Ahmed says Yogeshwar. Hopefully I said that correctly. And also we have got there, wasn't there, an Illingworth Blue Indies bowler sometime back. Was it Richard Illingworth or is that the wrong name? I'm going to Google Richard Illingworth. Richard Illingworth's English cricketer, so that's not him, I don't think. West Indies Illingworth. Illingworth comes up with Richard Illingworth. So he made his test debut up against the West Indies. But I don't know whether he's the one that you're talking of, Ruth, or whether I've just found a random fella. I'm actually quite impressed I knew his first name was Richard. And also still asking nonsensical questions. Says Gareth, no, he's gone quiet for now. He's going to watch the last session on his TV, he said, so. Going to be a slightly quieter last session. Maybe for the best. But Gareth, I did see in that little break, I looked at your carrot cake recipe. I'm nervous because that looks like theoretically it should be easy enough, but I just know that I'm going to butcher it, which is why it's going in the vlog. If we do end up doing it off the edge for Brathwaite, slightly outside of Cameron Green's range, race into the boundary. 4 more runs for Brathwaite. Okay, great. You're pretty good, Hamish, says Ruth. And there, he moves into double figures now for the West Indies. She'll start plenty of pace on the ball. Like I said, wasn't completely in control, but was willing to take the risk of driving out towards the off stump or out towards the covers. Just ends up racing away. Yeah, Brathwaite, he's not too happy with that shot in the end. Stark, he'll be searching for that outside edge again. This delivery, no, he goes short. Rathway hits him to the leg side, down to deep fine leg. Just a single once again for the Australians. Concede. The Chundapal on strike, the left-hander. When Stark gets that ball to swing in, you certainly know about it. Quite a few deliveries that went across, mixing them in quite well. I think it was outswinger, in-swinger, outswinger. And then Brathwaite just getting onto it. Stark is good for a bowler to stop to batting, or to swap to batting, and nicely some good runs. Yeah, he's got some solid form when it comes to the bat. Definitely that extra power that he possesses. But when he needs to, he can defend quite well. Going to be hit away to the leg side by Chundapal. They want to take two. They're going to scamper for it. They get there nicely. Shane hits the bails off. Nicely fielded in the deep by Travis Head. He'll be disappointed with his innings, mainly because of the way that it ended. It was a run out. 175 runs on the board to then get out by running between the wicket. Oh, so we've got there. So you're not going to try? Come on, Hamish. Says Gareth in there. No, I am. It's going to go on the vlog. We're going to do it on camera, is what I was saying there. So pretty much, rather than trying to do it outside of a video and it butchering and going badly, we're going to film the whole experience, because then at least that way, wow, that's a good ball. Went straight through. And I was like, carrot cake is brilliant. I had it for my wedding cake, says Keith. In there. But yeah, I'll probably end up with me and George trying to make it. Might get my mum to do the camera work. Oh. Adelaide Oval. They've actually got a hairdresser at the ground, by the looks of it, and a makeup studio in there as well. But fancy. Trying to work out whereabouts that is in Adelaide Oval. It's pretty much right next to the road. They're just in the back area. I guess it's good for business. Anyone who's at the cricket, just go, oi, you want a mullet? Yeah, all right. And then they just get one. Michael Nessa now into the bowling attack. 2 matches, 2 wickets. At the moment, when you run beside wickets, run straight. Don't hesitate, make that decision and go, says Riv. Yeah, as soon as there's a yes-no call, that's when the trouble starts. You got to make sure you're making that decision early and you're definitely committed. And if you're going to pull out of it, you've got to make sure you tell the other guy that you're not running anymore, because or else then you end up both at the same end. Nessa. It's a good ball pitched up. Quick was that one? 130 Ks there for him. Got a bit of a stretch. And also, I know I don't meant to be okay. That's your recipe now, says Gareth. Wait, so is that is that a special one that's just yours, Gareth? Like that you've slightly been passed down or anything like that? Or is it just like one online? There's a lot of ingredients. I looked at them yesterday. When you actually look through them again, though, that's a lot of ingredients. I like the pineapple, though. Pineapple might be quite a wow. That's a ripper of a delivery. That's a peach. Talking of a different fruit there from Michael Nessa. Yeah, just outside of it. It was a good length from Michael Nessa. Pitches it up, gives him a bit of a stare down as well. Oh, Pat Cummins is joining the Fox commentary team again tonight. They said that it was going to be a rare occasion that they had him in the box yesterday, and then he's going to be back there again. And I hope we don't lose no wicket. He plays by Brathwaite, and as long as these two are at that crease for a relatively long time, there's hope for the West Indies. My mum actually predicted that they were going to get a first innings lead over Australia. Keith, how about red velvet sponge cake or raspberry ripple cake? Going to have a real fruit, or got to have real fruit in the icing. Sounds all right, doesn't it? It's a nice sunset in Adelaide. Michael Nessa, he got up to 134 kilometres. That's a pitched up delivery once again. Seems to be going with a little bit of that fuller length, really searching for the LBW or the bold for Nessa, something the West Indies at times didn't do enough throughout their innings. We saw in that first session of the day, I always go back to it, but it was 5 times that the ball would have gone on to hit the wickets out of all of the deliveries that they bowled. Just not really searching for it enough. Whereas here, Michael Nessa, we're seeing already he's probably had 3 balls that would have hit the stump, and he's only bowled 4. Charging it again, Michael Nessa. That's a good ball once again, getting a little bit of a waist seam there. 131 Ks, just quick enough to rush the defender, the batsman. And I prefer carrot cake. Hamish just has to make sure not use carrot roots and its leaves, says Keith there. So how does one know if a carrot is good for carrot cake? Is it like you want a slightly, I guess, less sweet carrot, or do you want a slightly sweeter carrot for the cake? Or is there already enough sugar in the cake that you can just use any carrot and it will taste good anyway? I assume the third. That one's a bit shorter from Nessa. Still on the money, though. Will be the end of the over. 2.3 per over they're scoring it at the moment. The West Indies, none for 23. But of both, not a family recipe, but not a generic, says Gareth. Also, you got a couple sneaky tricks in there that are going to make it even better. Do you know what the funny thing is, Gareth? Do you know what I think is going to happen? We're going to make it. It's going to turn out not terrible. I'm going to try it and I'm not going to like it. But I'm going to have to do what every chef does and just like eat it as if they are absolutely loving it. And that's what the pineapple is for. I see. Oh, I hope we can find a sweet pineapple because it's actually hard to get a good pineapple nowadays. Sounds like the start of some sort of like stand-up comedy, but yeah, it's hard to get a good pineapple. Definitely if it's in a can, got to get sweetness coming through. Now Mitchell Stark on the leg side, nicely played by Chanderpaul. There was the yes-no. It's going to hit the bat. That will not be running again. I've just said Australia going to be in action a little bit later on today up against the Indians. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got plenty more test match cricket coming up in the future, and we are also only 23 subscribers away from hitting the 21,000. So if you haven't already hit that subscribe button, it's hugely appreciated. And we got plenty more cricket, plenty more sport coming up on the Kiwi Lads in the near future. Brathwaite currently sitting on 12 off 35 deliveries. Chanderpaul 12 off 26. Scoring a little bit quicker, the youngster. But the veteran be looking to bat for the long haul here rather than getting himself out in a hurry. It's going to be nicely played by Brathwaite, almost through point, but nicely fielded. And that was Nathan Lyon doing the dive there to stop that one from sneaking through the gap. Might get a bowl relatively soon here. Once Mitchell Stark finishes his bowling spell, we might see him coming, or we might see Cameron Green, the other option that they could use for bowling. Although I don't know if Nessa and Cameron Green can both bowl at the same time because they both pitch that ball up a bit more, and it may be a bit too much of the same thing for the West Indian openers. Stark, his pace is still relatively high. Down there at a decent rate. Round the wicket now. Great shot from Brathwaite. Goes through the gap. Labuschagne chasing hard after the ball. Looking back, and he will just be able to catch that one, Labuschagne. Good chase in the field. I'll get back for the 3, though. Brathwaite now moves to 15. And also, how much will put mango in it? Well, I do have a big mango sitting in my kitchen. Which sounds like a weird statement, but like for $6.50, I am glad that they gave me one of the bigger mangoes, I would think, that were actually available. Like mangoes normally, you're looking at about, let's say that, decent-ish size mango. But this one's probably about that. It's got some good old roundness to it. Exciting times. I'm probably going to eat that on about Sunday night or Monday, just so that it's a reward for the live streaming. Oh. Or probably more, not so much a reward for the live stream, probably a reward for the lack of sleep. It's the better way of looking at it. A little bit of sweetness might power me through a Monday morning. Stark, though, he's still, he's doing all right. I think he'll be disappointed he hasn't picked up a wicket yet, though, Mitchell Stark. That pink ball, normally everyone talks about how strong he can be when he's got it in hand. It hasn't really happened for him just yet. Chanderpaul, some good dexterity in the body. He is trying to get out of the way of those bounces. Already 25 minutes down in this session. A little bit leg side-ish. Nicely worked away to the leg side. The man in the deep going to have to clean that one up. Just Travis Head. And that is going to be another single taken. So just rotating the strike well here, the West Indies. Not rushing, keeping it going consistently. Those people are once again on the Adelaide Oval rooftop walk. Not sure how much it would cost to do that. I know that they've got it at Eden Park as well here in New Zealand, although I don't think they let you do it while there's a match on. Faster speed so far, 144.4 for Mitchell Stark. Quickest of all bowlers. Can he get a ripper to Braithwaite? It's coming back in, nicely blocked. And because of the pace of Mitchell Stark, all you've got to do is just really block that ball, get him behind it, and it just flies off the face of the bat. Braithwaite gets the single at the end of the over. 29 for none now for the Windies. I'm just showing a few of the highlights. Braithwaite, he's had a couple wild swings at a few balls, but he's played some beautiful cover drives in the process as well. Chanderpaul hasn't really, to be honest, has he got a boundary yet, Chanderpaul? I'm just going to have a quick look, see if Chanderpaul has got himself a boundary. I don't think he has, unless it was off the edge. I think overall Chanderpaul has been more just working it around for ones and twos. Unless he got one in that first. Chanderpaul, no innings 4 yet for him. Charging in, Nessa pitches it up, almost a caught and bowled chance. Pat Cummins back in the, I was about to say back in the bowling attack, but back in the commentary box for this matchup. Now, my bad, busy unloading containers. There's no worries at all, mate. How many hours you got left to work today, Nate? Because we're going to be going through another 9 hours of being awake. We might be still streaming possibly the time that you finish your work. 3 slips in the gully. All positioned very closely together. Definitely Smith and Kawaja. Hardly a single step between them. Swinging at that one a little bit. Braithwaite, slightly shorter delivery. Braithwaite, he's shown the patience. Going after that one. Seemed interesting. I can't wrap Roof in there as well. Now Nessa, he seems like he's really going to be threatening throughout this one. Nice shot once again out through cover, but well fielded by Lyon. Stops the chance of a run. He's already had to dive for 2 so far, Nathan Lyon. He'll be stressing out big time. He won't want to have to do that too many more times, I think, throughout the series, because this is the last match of the Test series between the West Indies and Australia, but then we jump straight into Australia up against South Africa. I believe that starts on about the 16th of December, and the BBL only a few days away. Should be a pretty exciting one indeed. 3 slips the gully for the Australians here. Michael Nessa left alone outside of off stump. West Indies trailing by 482 runs. So they won't be looking at that as the whole total. They'll be looking at, right, first of all, let's get it under 400. Keep us both out here by the end of today. They've still got another 2 hours, theoretically, that they can play for. And I believe they'll have to use all of that time to then be able to fit in the overs. They may even still be behind these two sides. I know that the West Indies, they lost 1 in the first innings, or the first day of cricket. All the changeovers. You wanted an LBW shout there. I think that one was definitely going down leg and a little bit high. But Michael Neza, he hasn't gone for a single run for this matchup. Smith warming up the fingers. He knows that there's a good chance that a slip catch could be coming his way some stage throughout this session. Definitely with the pink ball under lights. They haven't got the full lights in effect as of yet. I'd say give it another 10 or so overs, and then we might start to see that ball really starting to move. And so once again, pitches it up. That one had to be hit by Braithwaite. Gets it down to fine leg. Another single taken. Into the over. 30 for none. That was a belt. Says Fahad. In there. They're just showing the bowling release points by the Australians. The straightest is Nisa. Then from there, they've got Bolland and Mitchell Stark. When he's round the wicket, he tries to get as absolutely wide as he can, create that angle, bringing the ball back in. Got 6 hours to go, says Nate. Okay, so that's a bit of a shift, isn't it, Nathan? That takes you through to 4:30, doesn't it? So if you're a FIFA World Cup lover, you might be able to catch the second half of Croatia versus Brazil for yourself when you do get home. Although we won't actually be streaming that game, we will be having a quiet session at that point. I believe the only two streams after that point will be Fiji versus France at about 6:35, and then at 7:05, somewhere around there, we are going to have the matchup between South Africa and Canada. I believe the other game there. Mullen now charging forward. Nicely played there by Braithwaite. They managed to scamper through for just the one. Yes, they do just take one. Trying to ball back on strike now. Bolland. Okay, Beckham is actually describing that they messed up on the selection last year for the MCG. But it worked out pretty well for Scott Bolland. He was able to get those 6 for 7 figures for himself. But now, Bolland once again going to be bowling to Chanderpaul. Two guys who haven't had a huge amount of experience at test match level. Ball's coming back in nicely. Chanderpaul still playing it with soft hands. Exactly what he needs to do here, because as soon as you start driving at that ball, pushing out from in front of your body, when those slip catches start to carry, and Australia, they don't drop too many at all when it comes to that slip cordon. Also, for anyone wondering, I will give you a quick update on England versus Pakistan. England currently 9 down, 256 for 9 off the 49.2 overs. So we're going to get to see Pakistan batting today. Mahmood has picked up the last 2 wickets, making it now at 9 down. It's a nice ball from Bolland once again, just outside of the edge of Chanderpaul. It just seemed away again. Should be an interesting match to watch. Here's Nate. Should be an interesting one for the Brazilians. They should win, but it's sometimes a little bit hard to tell. Also, I know that there's a match of the Hyundai A-League, or the Isuzu Ute A-League, as they now call it. I just call it the A-League. It's a lot easier. Currently still 0-0 between the two sides. That is at halftime. No one yet to get themselves a goal on the board. 2 balls left to the Bolland over. Like this. And we will go like that as well. In Melbourne, he was 6 wickets, 7 runs off him, 3 wickets in Sydney, 4 in Sydney as well, 3 in Hobart in one of his innings, 3 for 18 those figures were. So he's got a very good average at the moment, Scott Bolland. He will be putting in plenty of overs today if they need it. Once again, left alone by Chanderpaul. Cummins has just described that. Bolland, he actually had the pads on to be on night watchman yesterday, and they had about 100 people in front of the changing sheds chanting for Scotty Bolland to get that chance. It's a weird one because the Australian supporters, in some regards, wanted to see a wicket so that Bolland got a chance to bat. Missed out in that first innings, now getting the chance to bowl here. Got 3 slips, that gully, nicely played by Chanderpaul, actually changing his angle now. Scott Bolland, rather than going around the wicket, he will be going over the wicket. End of the over, though. 31 for none, so just the 1 run off that Bolland over. Australia theoretically would like to have the West Indies 3 down by the end of this evening's session. They've got 27 overs remaining in the day. They should be able to get through that in the next 2 hours, I'd like to think. And currently, one moment, that scoreboard hasn't been updating. 27. That makes it nice and easy. So they're going to be playing till 40 overs for the West Indies here. Bowling going back to his mark, gets a bit of a clap from the crowd. Now Michael Nisa once again charges in. A little bit left side-ish. Brathwaite whips him down to deep backwards square. Where Bolland rockets it back into Alex Carey. The BBL is going to be an interesting comp this year because we can see quite a few of these Australian batsmen and bowlers normally would find themselves in the BBL because of the schedule that they've got. They won't get a chance to play in it till maybe the second half of the comp. And then there's some big decisions for those BBL sides. Do we bring in those experienced guys who have been playing test match cricket, or do we leave it alone and just stick with the squad that we got? Because I know that Alex Carey for the Adelaide Strikers, he would be massive for them. Same with Travis Head. Those two make their way back in. When you look at some bowling options, Scotty Boland for the Hobart Hurricanes, Michael Nisa for, I think he's also Adelaide Strikers, if I'm not wrong there. Pitched up delivery, nice straight drive by Chandapal. Marnus Labuschagne chasing after it. It looks like it might end up going to the boundary, or doesn't. No, he manages to cut it off, Marnus. That will be the 3 runs taken by Chandapal. He moves up to 16 runs now, and this opening partnership sitting at 35 unbroken after the first 37 minutes of the session. But yeah, nice straight drive, straight back through the line of the ball. Nisa a bit disappointed. The thing is, if that was Mitchell Stark's bowling, that would have raced to the boundary. But because Nisa's just a little bit slower, does mean that it does not go all the way. Nisa, he's looking like he's now charging in to Brathwaite. How quick was that ball? They're going to show us? No, they don't. Okay, I think that one was about 135, though, from Michael Nisa. Seems like he's a bit more fired up after getting hit down the ground. Good seam presentation once again. Bounces onto the splice of the bat of Brathwaite. .3 overs remaining in the day. Australia, they're looking for, like I mentioned, 3 wickets is pretty handy. 2 wickets is, it'll do. And then 1 wicket, they'll be a bit disappointed. But no, that's the wicket! Straight away, Nisa gets the wicket off Brathwaite. The skipper's gone. Okay, well, they're going to get at least 1 wicket now. I think we've just summarised there. Although, of course, with the situation the way that is, we've got to check a no ball just to make sure. I believe he's behind the line, though, Michael Nisa. A brilliant ball to the West Indian captain. The wobble seam. Brathwaite's gone. And like Pat Cummins has said, it's a huge wicket of Brathwaite. Brathwaite. 19 of 48 deliveries. The last thing the Windies wanted in this opening partnership was for it to be broken this soon. And now Australia got their tail up. And Jinx says, Gareth, I think we might have jinxed that one just a little bit there, didn't we? Saying that if they got 1 wicket, they'll be pretty happy. Yeah, thick outside edge for Brathwaite. No need to review that one. I think they heard that one all the way in Brisbane. And good work from Alex Carey as well. I know as a keeper in the younger years for myself, as soon as you hear that edge, you lock up and you go, uh-oh. They just soft hands. They actually talked about that before the matchup for Alex Carey. He said that in the first test match, he was slightly snatching at the ball rather than just letting it come to him with the soft hands. And it looked like a pretty good catch there with the soft hands of Alex Carey. Like they've just said, I think that was Gilly on commentary saying you always love those ones as a wicket keeper when it's just going straight into the gloves nicely. But now Sharma Brooks be heading out to the middle. 13 matches, 545 runs for Sharma Brooks. His average of 24.77 and his best is 111. Certainly a batting surface that if he gets the chance, that's certainly a doable total for the individual. It's 1 ball left on Nisa, but I mentioned it right at the start of his spell. He's pitching it up a lot more, threatening the stumps, which means when that ball's coming back in a little bit, you still think you want to play at it. and you're going to reach a little bit further, try and stop it from coming back into you. And Alex Carey straight into the middle of the gloves. Wicket falling for Braithwaite there. Sharma Brooks on strike, next to the bowler for the final ball of his over. He's pitched it up again. Great bowling from Michael Nessa. End of the over, 1 for 35 here. And Michael Nessa, I think they're cheering for him, but they might also be cheering for Scotty Boland. It's hard to tell, really. Anytime Boland's in the team, you know someone's going to be cheering at some point. Slightly more pitched up, that delivery from Michael Nessa as well. So seeming like it's going to be threatening the stumps without deviation, would have actually gone straight over the top of the stumps. But with that little bit of movement off the seam, goes away. England all out, says Nick. Oh, what do they end up getting in the end? They got 281. That's a pretty good last wicket stand. Mark with 36 runs. Jimmy Anderson, they put on an extra, extra 36 runs. Pretty decent for a last wicket partnership. I'm interested to see how Pakistan approaches now. I think more than likely they'll just look for a massive total here, Pakistan, get a 600, and then have the chance of bowling England out with a few days still on the clock to make the series 1-1 perhaps. And Boland back into the bowling attack. They've still got another 26 overs remaining in the day. Ooh. Okay, back comes has just said that Boland in Shield cricket, everyone who's left-handed says that that is the hardest angle to deal with from Scotty Boland. And Ahmed 7 wickets. Yeah, I saw he did a very nice bit of bowling. And also, did Mahmood get the... Yeah, Mahmood got the other. So he got 3 wickets. Lucky they had those 2 bowlers in their side because they have cleaned up the whole of the English lineup. In fact, while we're at it, we're going to have a quick look. Who got the runs for England? 60 runs for Ollie Pope. 63 for Duckett off 49 deliveries, so quick as always. Joe Root out early. Be disappointed with that. Stokes got a few. Will Jack's got a few, and Mark Wood also managed to do not too badly. And the ball, 16 runs, almost ahead of the amount that Braithwaite was able to get for himself. Pakistan won't make more than 220. You think that England will go with the spin as well, Gareth, early on? The possibility, if it's a spinning surface, we might see Jimmy Anderson and Mark Wood open the bowling, and then after that, they go straight to spin. Which is actually, geez, he's close to the umpire when he charges in Scotty Boland. And then just absolutely smashes through the big farm boy, I believe, Scotty Boland. He's got some good strength. Left alone by Chandapal. A little bit of late movement. I'm learning some stuff from Pat Cummins at the moment. I'm sorry I went quiet for a second there, ladies and gentlemen, but he was saying about how if you get that release point ahead of your head, then from there, you are actually able to get a little bit more nip, a few more revolutions on the ball as well as a pace bowler. Chandapal, he had to play at that one. Straight enough from Boland. Threading the stumps. 1 ball left of this over. He's one of those guys who will definitely just keep on going and going and going. Yeah, that's an orange ball that Pat Cummins got in his hands. I wonder when you'd use that in a test match. Probably a midnight one. I don't think they have in the cards anytime soon, I hope. Boland. Final ball. That one straight. Good defense from Chandapal. That's quite an ankle twist when he plays that defensive shot. Just a nice little... I just realized I'm twisting my ankle. You guys can't actually see my ankle. And I don't know how to... This is his ankle, I guess. Twist. That's what he does. Straightens himself out. Pat Cummins makes a lot of sense, almost too much sense when talking about bowling because I keep on listening to him rather than actually doing the commentary. But luckily, we were in between overs. Michael Nisa now back and short ball. Okay, Brooks was not expecting that. Ends up getting smacked on the arm with that one. My arm's almost invisible. There we go. Still see-through. Oh, tried to duck under it, ended up hitting it onto the back arm. It's right on the shoulder. That one felt too nice for Brooks, but he's done well to get the gloves and the bat away from it. It's the main thing. Yes, the bruise is going to hurt, but the wicket falling would hurt just a little bit more for Sharma Brooks this early on. Yes, they pitched up that time, a little bit leg side-ish. Worked away, and we'll get back for the easy 2 runs. Boland Fields whips it back in. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are going to be back for the first session of tomorrow for this test match starting at 5 p.m. New Zealand time. Should be an entertaining one. And the West Indies, theoretically, I'd like to think they'll be less than those 3 wickets down. Like I mentioned, if they go into this end of the day 2 down, they'd say it's about 50-50, not too bad. When you're trying to chase 511, you probably do want a few more wickets up your sleeve than just the 8. Played in behind it for Brooks. And yeah, I think Will Jacks will get a bowl pretty early on. It's actually pretty pacey for an offie, says Gareth. Do seem to get that sometimes, don't you? Every once in a while, like a lot of off spinners, they rely on the flight of the ball, a little bit slower. And then we see Nathan Lyon, who does occasionally whip it down there at about 97. Whereas some of them just prefer to go quick. Like, I can't remember who the spinner was. There was an off spinner a few years ago who literally would just bowl everything in about 100 Ks for his off spin deliveries. It was just pretty much, you call it medium slow off cutters. Just because he kept on just absolutely whipping it down there. Nice work from Mitchell Stark. This is that one down, and I believe they were able to get through for another 3 runs, but expensive from Nessa so far this over, but still threatening those stumps, which is an important aspect for the Australians. Cummins just talking about the way that the seam presentation affects the ball when it's gliding through the air. It's quite interesting because when I bowl, I probably don't think about that kind of thing. Like when I'm bowling medium pace, I just put my fingers on the ball, straight on, bowl it. Like there's no thought of swing, seam. That one almost got cut back onto the stumps by Chanderpaul, but hits it into his body instead. Like in leg spin wise, I actually prefer going like that same seam presentation, going straight up and down. I don't actually have a ball on me. I don't think. I've got a lot of balls around, just not in here. But yeah, pretty much I'll hold it with the seam still facing downwards, mainly because when I have it the other way, I end up either dragging it down from too much grip, and then also doing a big full toss. Can you present it on screen? Sadly, due to licensing, we're unable to show any match footage or audio, but I can recommend a few options depending on whereabouts you are in the world. Rajni, we'll try my best to let you know where you can watch it. Hamish, it was nice to see you get recognised by Mark and Tony and the 2 cents GD. I did see that. I was Gazza's pick for YouTuber, which was quite the honour. I know that Gazza is a big fan of the channel. We have to get him on either our channel one day or maybe, who knows, maybe we get to do a video, 2 cents and Tony. They said that the invite's open, so at some stage, I have to make my way up to Auckland. Try and get something going. And you would do good chat with them as you're down to earth and good relaxed sense of humour. Says Elon down 1 quick wicket and a panic was set in. Says young boy Pete. Yeah, losing that wicket of Braithwaite early. And please, bro, represent. Represent? Yeah. So whereabouts in the world are you, Rajni? And I will let you know where you can watch the game. Some places they do have it for free. Other places it will be a subscription-based service that you would have to have an account for. But Scotty Boland, side of off stump. That one had a bit of steep bounce of Boland. And also we have good there. They should shout you a flight. I mean, if I'm going up there though, like I feel like it's better if I pay for the flight. I wouldn't want to make them have to pay to get me up there. Definitely if I'm going to be making videos while up there as well. We have to work out some sort of plan that we film like 5 videos or something like that while I'm up there so that it is like well organized beforehand. Rajni has just asked me, have you done 6? That's an interesting one, Rajni, to go from where can I watch the game to have you done it with a woman. It's going to be nicely done. By Brooks gets him behind the ball. So you're on 5 of 8. So you still haven't told me what country you're in, Rajni, for me to help you out with where you can actually watch the game. I just showing the dismissal of Chandapal. That vlog was good, says Robert. Thank you very much, mate. I've always said it that that's probably going to be the best vlog we ever do on the channel, because I just think it was like the fact that all 3 of us and Daniel had a little appearance in there, but the fact that it was 3 of us together rather than just the 2, I think just made it that much better. Plus, we had a lot of things to do throughout that week, so it worked pretty well. And also try with the seam diagonally, pointed from your thumb to the finger, get some nice bounce, says Gareth. Would that be for leg spin or off spin, Gareth? I assume leg spin as well. I always find I just drag her down straight away, straight into the turf. Channel 7 used to be 9. I was looking at the fastest ball by a spinner. Came up, she had a Freddie to Tim Sally, 134k. So I would say more than likely that was when he decided to bowl like a medium pacer rather than a spin delivery. It would be interesting to know the proper spin one, because I assume that was just like when he would have gone off a short run up and then slung it down. Solid shot, straight out to point. And also, without close 6, just imagine, says Rajni. You any relation to Shish by any chance, Rajni? Let me know. And it's only network in India. And also 50 runs, not from the 20 overs. And Richie Beno, fine shot that, says young boy Pete. 40 runs on the board, though, for the West Indies. Brooks looking to rebuild this partnership. No, bro, Robert is not coming. And Tony, Mark, and Hamish could become a serious good team, in my opinion. All very good individually, but because all a little different to each other together, might be something special, says Elon. But yeah, I know that if we were to do anything in person, it would definitely be after Christmas, just because flights at the moment, I'm going to have a quick look out of curiosity once this over is finished, but it's nice and solid from Brook at this stage. Ever since taking that shot to his shoulder, seems like he's just slowed himself down a little bit, making sure that he is right in behind the ball. Go. So the moment you're looking at $248. That's for a round trip. Oh no, I'm in February. Hang on, we're in the wrong month. Honest Chasers after it. So if you were to say, let's say Wednesday next week, and then you were to come back on that Friday, just for instance, you're looking at $480 or so just to go on those dates. Whereas when you go down to about January, mid-January, and then February, you're actually looking at only about $100 for your round trip type thing. Oh, do we get there, bro? What's your girlfriend name? I do not have a girlfriend, Rajni, at this current point in time. They're showing the difference between Pat Cummins and yeah, it's actually the difference between him and his debut and now. And it's in the wrist when released. That pitch doesn't look too bad at the moment. Those ankles take a beating in those back muscles, says a roof and leg break, says Gareth. Yeah, my team are actually going to be playing tomorrow in a semi-final fixture. I won't be able to play, though, because we would have been up during the night doing cricketing live streams, I think is the best way of describing it. What sports channel in India? And the Kiwi lads came up with the name. I think it was George in the end. We used to be called the Musketeers, just because back at school it was the Three Musketeers and Hamish, and then eventually I managed to get myself promoted into the Musketeers. So, yeah, we had that one that was 2017, the Musketeers, I think, came in. And then from there, it ended up going to the Kiwi lads in about 2019. I think we made the switch because for a while we were actually the Musketeers, or the Kiwi lads, aka the Musketeers. We had a bit of both. And I have, says Rajni, and there as well. That's an interesting one, Rajni. I guess your girlfriend's not putting out if you're still looking for others. Must be a bit of a sad life for yourself, eh, bud? And how did you get promoted? Pretty much I just stayed with the group for long enough that eventually they were like, yeah, you might as well join. Even though it wasn't like a club or anything like that. That's off the edge. It bounces to Steve Smith. Soft hands from Brooks. Works out quite well from him. Kiwi lads rocks. Hamish is rocking more than Pink Floyd. Says the roof. And there as well. Yeah, Smith was ready for that one. It just bounces to him instead of carrying, though. Nisa with a nice edge. Or nice bowling, I should say. And there, but anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. We have got plenty more cricket coming up in the near future. The West Indies versus Australia series continues. And also we have got there, Raj, not okay, just don't go there. It's normally the one that's the attention-seeking, I guess, tactic. Didn't really work, though, overall. What would have been more interesting is if he had done it on the last session, Gareth, while she was sitting next to me. Cummins just saying that it's a bit different, and also Hamish and Andy make a good team. Says a young boy Pete. And also we're there, lol, at your joke, Hamish, by the way, about Raj. Says Elon there. Sorry, bro. It's a bit of a weird turn around, Rajni. You go from, like, I guess, as deep as you did to just like, no, we're all good now. And also Bucker started back in the second test. As Ahmed takes 7 wickets on debut versus England and bowls them out for 281 in the second test. Yeah, Mahmood getting the other 3 wickets there. And also moving away from that bat can get you tempted to play those balls, says Ruth. And I was like, sorry, man. As long as you learn from your mistakes, Rajni, that's the only thing we can ask for, isn't it? Brooks sitting on 8 of 17 deliveries. And the ball's 16. He's been on there for a long time. And dangerous, says Ruth. And hi, says Shushma. Welcome in. Hope you are doing well. Let me know who you think will be winning this test match. Will Australia, with the start that they've been able to acquire, will they go all the way? That's all. Now, through that sneeze, I just saw the fact that there was a caught and bowled opportunity for Michael Nisa. Almost at Brooks. It's going to be the end of the over. I think I blew something while trying to stop myself from sneezing to see that caught and bowled. My face is going weird. But it was a chance for Michael Nisa. It was in the hand. He'll be so disappointed not to take the one. And Chunder Paul needs to keep his wits about him. Don't take risks, says Ruth. They're saying it's tough, but it was right in the palm of the hand of Nisa, and he's disappointed. And also we have got there, give me your address. I will come to your home and then say sorry, says Rajni. I mean, it's a tempting offer, Rajni, but from that last comment originally, I feel like you have different intentions rather than just saying sorry. We'll take you to Domino's, eh? Pizza place. Be a good idea. That way you can get a bit more pepperoni in you, and you're already getting. And I was like, damn, Aussie out, did no run, get a double done, or did he nice Gary hit a 6? A nice Gary. So we did see he was just short. Well, just short by 30 or so. And sports bettors given the odds. When will it result though? And sports bets at least says Ray John. So the time that you'll find out whether or not you've won is actually at the end of the 5th day. So you've still got another 3 days after this. Already Australia looking like they're having a few problems with the ball. And Siddle's retired. Did he? No, I think Siddle's actually, or he's retired from international, but he's still playing for the Adelaide Strikers again this year. Does seem he's still going to be available. Okay, bro, says Rajni. Keen on a bit of Domino's, are you? Brooks dropped on 8 by Nessa off his own bowling. That's a harsh stat to put up, but it was a drop, and correct, Hamish. Yeah, right, opening the face of the bat for Chunder Paul. Ball still racing, but nicely fielded by Cam Green. Keeps it to the 2 runs. Oh, Alex Geary gets an awkward one to catch. Done well. Got a big smile on his face. Nathan Lyon, we haven't seen him added into the bowling attack. And every man, I'm just leaving. I offered you a Domino's, mate. Normally people accept a Domino's with open arms. Seem a bit maybe insecure, Rajni. Don't let your girlfriend spank you too hard. And also, we need some luck. I guess that's one, says Gordon. Also, me and Marco is worth watching, to be fair. Harry, nah, not so much, says Elon. Noel Leeming just tell me congratulations on my purchase. What did I buy from Noel Leeming? I'm going to have to check my mail very quick. Thanks for your recent purchase. Oh, they want me to rate my GoPro when I got it like a month ago. I was very confused for a second there. Nathan Lyon warming up now. And I was like, no run. Didn't look all the good this morning. Still got a big but it didn't look too controlled. Head was looking fantastic, but ran himself out. Tell your girlfriend name, says Rajni. Why? I feel like the point of it, Rajni, has already gone away. You know, if I had told you it straight away 5 minutes ago when you asked, maybe you'd still have a joke on offer. But because you've had to wait so long, it's all about comedic timing. You'll learn that as you progress through your career. Why? Says Rajni there. Is that about the girlfriend spanking you? Because you're a bitch. No, sorry. Little 38 years old, still very economical, could easily bowl out the Windies, says Ruth there. Oh, sorry, that was young boy Pete. I want to know, says Rajni. And also Australia for certain. I was $1.22 on Bet365. Do you remember Herschel Gibbs-Hamish, another South African cricket legend and batsman? Says Ruth. The name rings a bell. If I saw him, I would definitely recognise the face. In fact, we're going to Google him now. We're only 60 minutes through the A-League game. Brisbane Roar and Adelaide United still sitting 0-0. There. Gibbs. Yeah, that face rings a bell. Currently 48 years old. So it's been a little while since we've seen him. I think, and also we have got he's a Muppet by the looks. And there, as I says, Gareth. Now he's decided to go into the native language because he knows that we're schooling him in English, so he's got to try and go into a different one. So the only word that's coming through in New Zealand, which I guess is what you were a waste of, Rajni. And also, Hamish, what are your thoughts on England versus Pakistan Test 2? Friend of mine said Pakistan showed the world how to build a road, and England showed the world how to drive. Says Elon. Yeah, England bowled out, unfortunately, 270 runs on the board. But we're going to get to see some spin from Leach, some spin from Jacks. Could be an interesting one. And Herschel had freckles, says Tony. Yeah, welcome in, Tony. Meet Rajni. I'm sure you'll have a lot of fun with him. 19 overs down, 1 for 45 at the moment for the West Indies. The lights are on. See, I was going to be mean. I was going to say the lights are on. In Rajni's case, no one's home, referring to no brain, but I thought I better not. Your mother is my mother. See, Rajni, that's a little bit of a tricky one because earlier on you said that you wanted to have intercourse with my mother, which means that you now want to have intercourse with your own mum. So you didn't think that through. Rajni likes incest. Put it on a shirt. That could be our first merchandise idea. Only the people on this live stream would know what it is. And also, it's good chat, Hamish. Like you can end them. So fair play, true Kiwi strength. And there, 41 Rajni, says Gareth. Yeah, that would get you a prison sentence, Rajni, if you go down that track, unfortunately. That's an edge. That's the wicket of Brooks. It's given out. And now that's going to be the second one down. He's going to walk because at this stage, I think that was about as thick as they come. And we've been looking at Rajni for the last little while. Sorry, I keep on. It's very mean, isn't it? Rajni might just be a child. A nice ball from Nessa. Picks up his second wicket off the edge. The smallest edge there. Misspell Sharma. Sharma Brooks dismissed 8 runs off 20 deliveries. He's going to be in trouble again. And also, so unfortunate, Hamish, you need to read such messages. Says, go, nah, so good. As you can see, I've gained pretty thick skin from this YouTube side of things. I got to go for now. How much left in the session? We've got another hour and 25 minutes. And did Nessa get him? He did indeed. That's his second wicket now for Michael Nessa. He's on fire currently. Brooks Gonna be dismissed. The thick edge. I love it, says young boy Pete. And I get the hot and spicy veggie from Pizza Hut. Oh, I haven't tried that one. I'm normally a barbecue chicken kind of guy. I think that's the pizza that I get from Pizza Hut. Anissa, great work. That pitched up delivery seems to be the weapon at the moment for Australia, something that the West Indies use nowhere near enough. And I was like, I should have blocked me years ago. Yeah, you're probably close, Tony, at times, to be fair, but we've kept you around just for now. Think you might be back. If not, thank you. Appreciate you. If it says Elon. And yeah, no worries at all. Hope you do enjoy the rest of your night. And also, we've got that damn it got load shedding. I saw it rushing out before I go. Sure, he's waiting to come back hard, says Gareth. The thing is, though, there's been nothing that he's put in that's actually been like worthy, if that makes sense. Like, all he's admitted to at this stage is that he wants to do his own mum. I feel like maybe that's why we haven't seen him for a little while. Unless he got timed out. I don't know whether someone clicked the timeout, but I don't know. 3 down, Windies soon. Aussie, 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 oi, 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 says young boy Pete. 3 slips and the gully. Now for Michael Nisa. All the catches going straight to Alex Carey and Oosh, says Nate. And there as well. Right, Blackwood at the crease now for the Australians. Pitched up once again on the money from Nisa straight away. Looks like they want to. They'll take it comfortably. Running between the wickets. Nisa, he's just pitching it up more than any other bowler we've seen in this test match. He got 300 seconds, says Robert. Oh, okay, so he's got 300 seconds to think of a monumental comeback. Because Rajni, I assume you're still listening. We want to see something that gives off fireworks. Hit me in here. See if you can get through. Nisa, he's getting through this West Indian lineup at the moment. 2 wickets already. Oh, inside edge. And it'll be worked down to deep fine leg off the inside edge there. Still 2 balls left. Nisa, he's bowled 5.3 overs. I don't think he's going to get taken out of the bowling attack yet because everything's right on that mark. Seeing Rashni back to Mumbai. There's young boy Pete. And Nisa got sent to the shadow zone, bringing up mums. Says Gareth there. Oh, I mean, he brought up his own accidentally, didn't he? Unfortunately. Right. Blackwood really went after that ball for a first or second ball that he had faced. It's already on 3 runs off the 2 deliveries, but Chanderpaul now 18 runs, 48 deliveries. That's a good ball once again. Chanderpaul gets the single. Good run in between the wickets from the West Indies. They're almost getting a couple overthrows. They're just showing the accuracy of Michael Nisa, everything on that money. And also we have got there, he can't come back. Gareth hit him. He's probably making another YouTube, says Robert. Oh, has he got more than 5 minutes? I see. We're going to have to wait. He'll have to work out how to type. He'll have to get another account, won't he? It's a shame, really. Such a nice guy. Had potential, didn't he? And also needs his nappies changed. Here's Tony. That's pitched up again. Nicely played. The mini fly that's just been chilling around one of the lights for a long time. But 20 overs down, 49 for 2. Such a close chance for Michael Nisa to get a 3rd wicket of this matchup. In fact, it would have been the same wicket as the second man. So we'll say 2 for now. Just showing that wicket. One that goes away has been dangerous for Michael Nisa so far. Brooks, very similar dismissal to what we saw for Brathwaite, waiting for that ball to come back in. It did go away. Very good bowling. All right, Nathan Lyon into the bowling attack. So Travis got run out, but stiff he did on 175. They were looking at it, and first of all, the first reaction was that Cameron Green, almost. Got the hiccups. No, don't hiccup. No, we're good. I'm very good at stopping myself from getting the hiccups, but as soon as I get them, I'll get them real good. And it's hard to stop them. But Travis Head, they thought that it was Cameron Green who messed up the running, but I think Travis Head just thought there was 2, then he turned back and it was too late. Now Gazza into the bowling attack. A slip, man in close on the offside. Seems so quiet without the other fella in there, Rajni. A little bit leg side-ish from Nathan Lyon for his first ball. I always wonder whether or not he is frequently like typing out messages and we just can't see them because they are not coming through. Lion marching back. Question, why is there a football stadium behind you? Says Robert. Believe it or not, it is actually the Adelaide Oval. It was just the best picture that I could find of it. Just because, yes, it's a football one. I think it's rugby league, but seemed like an all right one to have just because it has those kind of arches and it links up quite nicely with that next one next to me. So at least he made 175 runs and not get out on 20. That is true. Ball by Nathan Lyon again. Chundapal, he's going to have to fight hard in this innings. Lyon, 12 matches, 56 wickets. And Adelaide Test, the most wickets out of any player, tied with Shane Warne. If he gets one here, he will overtake him. And everyone else, I don't think we're going to see anyone else anytime soon breaking that record that Nathan Lyon is trying to create. They've got 2 slips. Man on the bat pad on the leg side. That's uppish. It's gone through the gap. Well fielded by Michael Nisa. They're saying try and drag the batsman forward. Anything short is just freebies. And I think Australia have learnt that from their batting innings. Well, Labuschagne been a bit nervous there with that way the ball was going. That's lucky that it spun alongside straight to Michael Nisa, or else it might have been quite a dangerous one through a gap. All right, Nathan Lyon. Looks like he's going over the wicket now. He's got 4 men around the bat and gone too soon, young Warne. He was indeed. Shane Warne. This will actually be the first BBL that they haven't had him in commentary, I believe, in the last little while anyway. And same can be said about Roy Simons, Andrew Simons as well. Right, they've got a short mid-wicket, bat pad on the leg side, bat pad on the offside, slip, a leg slip, man at mid-on. It's a very attacking field from Australia. And Nathan Lyon played well in behind it. That will be the end of the over. 21 overs down now and 50 for 1. So they've got another 19 overs remaining in the day. Do Australia rest the Cummins or Hazelwood or drop them? They both have injuries. Hazelwood as a side strain, so he may not be back for the South African series. And then also Pat Cummins. Alongside that, Pat Cummins has got a quad injury. So that's why he's going to be missing from this one. So they've got a few injury troubles. The same can be said about this West Indies side, though. They actually had to make 4 changes due to injuries. Andrew Youngboy beat Rod Marsh, Dean Jones, and Andrew Simons. Yeah, here's Robert. And then it takes fun to the next level for this random ad that we're seeing. Anyone who is new, though, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're currently sitting on 99 likes on this live stream. So if you are new, be sure to hit that like button. You know, like that. We're going to go like that. Yep. She just snapped his banjo. Why'd she do that? Oh, it's a Sprite ad. I wouldn't want to have my banjo snapped. It'd be a reference to something else, couldn't it? I was like, careful, boys. Says young boy Ben, and I was like, 100 now I see. Says a Robert. You'll start just looking at the footing where he's going to be landing for the bowling. Smack down hard by the pitch repairers, the ground staff. Trying to make a good job of it. Still decent on day 2 of this pitch up. So yeah, it's gone up to 100 likes. Thank you all very much for hitting that like button. Anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We have got plenty more cricket coming up. The West Indies versus Australia, their series. Then we've got South Africa versus Australia, another series. We've got the BBL coming back in only about 4 days' time. If you're new, hit that subscribe button. Also, we're only 23 away from 21,000. If you do want to help us get there, it is hugely appreciated indeed. But Ness has been, for me, the pick of the bowlers, not just because he's got 2 wickets, but because he's pitched the ball up. Getting the chance of the swing, also that late movement, been causing quite a few troubles. We saw it for Brooks. We saw it Got Braithwaite. Nisa, 6 overs bowled, 2 wickets, 14 runs on the board. They might go with Cam Green now from this end if they aren't going to be continuing with Michael Nisa. But this is the drinks break currently. David Warner doing a bit of bowling or a bit of an action of bowling. I don't think he will be bowling though. Lavishane's hanging around the crease. He wants a bowl. They're offering one. And also young boy Pete. Warren got leg waxed, says Tony. That's your code word, isn't it, Tony? West Indies trail by 461 runs. 50 on the board at the moment for the West Indies. The 2 wickets down. Now, I mentioned if they do manage to get through this session with only having, I said, 1 wicket down, West Indies doing all right. 2 wickets down, bit 50-50. 3 wickets down, definitely Australia's session. And any more than that puts the West Indies in a lot of trouble heading into the tomorrow session. South Africa versus Australia. Hopefully, big crowd, the MCG. Says young boy Pete. This looks like Stark going to be bowling once again from the other end of the field now. Even though he bowled not too long ago, the Stark and Lyon combination is something Australia have gone to time and time again over the history of the side. It's always effective. David Warner, it looked like there he was smacking himself in the chest, or I think that might have been Steve Smith firing up the team. Chanderpaul on strike, 20 runs already scored. And Mitchell Stark pitches it up outside off stump, left alone by Chanderpaul. West Indies, I don't see them getting 100 runs in this session. We've already had the 21 overs. They've got 50 on the board, 19 overs remaining of the day, and go through to that 40 mark. Okay, Nathan Lyon, I think he's just having a bit of a chat with Cam Green there. One of the more experienced players. I think I read calm down, just watch the ball. Something along those lines. So maybe Cameron Green getting a little bit nervous when he has to bowl. Nathan Lyon just saying, calm down, mate. Plenty of time. Line and length. Good ball from Stark again. Hazelwood being rested to face South Africa. Although he's got a side strain, he might actually be missing the whole of the South Africa series due to it. It happened to him last year at around this time, which is actually one of the reasons we saw Scotty Bolland get the chance at the MCG for the last match, or the last year, I should say. But yeah, a little bit of a side strain for Hazelwood. Cummins should be back for South Africa, I believe, on about Tuesday. He's going to be returning into training. See whether or not he will be able to play in that first matchup. You don't want to rush it, though, because if you get it wrong and you rush in, then maybe you can do a lot more serious damage. Stark short ball. Nicely done by Chanderpaul. Gets above the bounce. Smacks it down on the leg side. The lights definitely bright in Adelaide at the moment. They've got most of them fired up. They've still got another hour and 10 minutes left of today, and we have currently been going for 6 hours and 20 minutes on this live stream. It's absolutely flying by. This test match just goes. And then all of a sudden, we're on to day 3, which will be tomorrow. Oh, okay. Chanderpaul considered going for the pull shot. I don't know whether he was fully committed to playing it or whether he was just practicing that shot when he saw it was short, because he didn't really get close to it, which is why I feel maybe there was a bit of just a practice here. No, he went for it. He just didn't get onto it. Messed up with the angle. Anyone who's new, that subscribe button. We've got plenty more coming up in the future. Australia, they've got an exciting test series coming up against the South Africans, the West Indies. The next time we actually see them in action is in about 2 months' time for test match cricket, but we are going to be covering their matchup. Is taking place for, I think they've got some T20s coming up at some stage. I'm just going to have a quick look. West Indies cricket fixtures. This will tell us. Right, the West Indies, see more. What we got? I think they've got a few coming up against a few of the other maybe sub-Mediterranean. They did have an ODI series up against South Africa. Yeah, no, that's in March. So that's the next time we see the West Indies in action. Quite a wee while. I believe that's because quite a few of their players don't go into the BBL. They go into maybe the South African competition. Could see a few West Indians in that one. And also, we have got the Hazelwood. Oh, no, I read that one in Pakistan. 15 for 1 or 4 overs. Anderson wicket for England. Who did he get? I'm just going to have a quick look here. Pakistan. Oh, that's a huge wicket to get Imam al-Haq out second ball. Absolutely massive. And if they can get Babar Azam out earlier as well, that's a match that's starting to change a bit. It seems like they've really switched from last week when the pitch was flat as to now they've got a pitch that maybe has a bit in it for the bowlers. Right. Nathan Lyon back in the bowling attack. Back for another over, I should say. He did bowl the last one from this end. 18 overs remaining in the day. I'd say Nathan Lyon's got 5 of those secured, and then the rest will be scattered throughout Stark, Boland, and also some more from Nisa. We've got to see him bowl again for the end of the day. 4 men in close for the Australians. Hit down the ground. Caught and bowled. Nathan Lyon takes the catch, and Blackwood's gone. Mistake from the West Indies. He did just chip it back. Similar to what we saw when Michael Nessa almost took the caught and bowl, but Blackwood gets the wicket, Lyon gets the wicket, and he has now got the most wickets out of any player at the Adelaide Oval. He just tries to smack it down the ground, saw all of those gaps available and thought, I will go after that one. Nathan Lyon takes the diving catch. He almost can't believe it, Nathan Lyon. The fact that it came straight back to it. But Jermaine Blackwood dismissed. Not good news for the West Indies here. I mentioned how at the end of the session, if they were 3 down, that is a session going the way of the Australians. The fact that they're already 3 down and there are still 18 overs left, worrying signs here for the Windies. And I've said, just a little bit too expansive. Just didn't get onto it at all, Blackwood. If you're going to hit it, you got to hit it hard. And he's hit it about 3 meters down the field. Yep, just went up. Nathan Lyon, good caught and bowled. Brilliant way to bring up the most wickets at the Adelaide Oval. For Gaza, 57 for him as well. So now at the crease, it's going to be Thomas making his way out there. Now this man, if it's anything to go by the way that he bowled, the way he fielded, he's a good player. I haven't seen him too much with the bat, Devon Thomas, but I assume he'd go all right. This is when he gets a golden duck, and I jinx him badly. Too long now for the end of the day for the West Indies. 1 hour and 7 minutes. And Lyon looking to get this one to spin. He's played a very similar shot. Although he has played it along the ground. Like Ian Smith said, same shot. Just managed to get it along the ground rather than in the air. But Nathan Lyon, he's getting it to curl in nicely. It's a spinning track at the moment at the Adelaide Oval by the looks of it. For Nathan Lyon, solid in behind it. Travis Head leaves it for the man behind him. And Blackwood, though, that was not a smart wicket to give away. Definitely not at this stage of the night with Mitchell Stark from the other end. That's a good ball from Nathan Lyon again, just getting it to drift in, spinning nicely. I don't know whether it's supposed to be spinning this much, actually, because thinking of Roston Chase, he had one delivery that they were like, oh, that might be a bit of spin. Every other delivery, they just said, nah, it's not great. That's a line. Oh, wow. What a ball from Nathan Lyon. It's not going to get the wicket. It's an inside edge. He had to hit it or else it was cleaning up his middle stump. Fielded in the deep from Nessa. And that will be the 3 runs off it. Probably didn't deserve the 3 runs. But he had to hit this. This one's spun a mile. Just enough of an inside edge to stop it from hitting that leg stump. That was close. Would have been hard work for Alex Carey to be able to cut that one off as the keeper, but Nathan Lyon just couldn't quite believe it. He's playing up to the crowd as well, Nathan Lyon. It's going to be a tough one for the Windies here this period. It's a game-winning, game-losing little situation for the Aussies. End of the over for Nathan Lyon, 53 for 3 now. And I don't think he's going to be giving up that ball for the next 10 overs now. The way that he's bowled just there, showing the turn on the surface. Steve Smith will be more than happy having him at the crease. Occupy a bit longer, but it was the loftier ball from Nathan Lyon, the slightly slower, slightly more flight, did end up getting the wicket. Pretty good bowling. Pakistan at the moment, I'm going to have a quick look and see what they are sitting at. They're sitting at 16 for 1. Watching that one intriguingly as well, just to see whether there will be wickets falling smoothly. But Mitchell Starc now going to be bowling. He's gone 7 overs so far tonight, 24 for none. Could be just around the corner. Definitely to Thomas. I think this in-swinging angle is going to be lethal for him at the moment. The rate for the overs is actually -1 currently. Both sides actually pretty slow getting through them. And Adelaide, you could put that down to maybe the heat. One's gone across from Mitchell Starc. Okay. I can see this over building already with the strategy of Starc. He's going away from him. Second ball, I want to say he'll also go away, but there's a chance he might go inwards instead. Nathan Lyon, actually one of the best averages other than McGrath for at the Adelaide Oval. Lilly on there. And also McDermott for the Australians, and then McGrath and Warne, the other two Australians who enjoy playing at the Adelaide Oval. But yeah, I think this ball from Starc, he should go across him again just to keep him guessing. And then the third ball's the one that rips back in with the in-swinger. Yep, across him again. Part of the plan. Mitchell Starc putting it wide. Cam Thomas at 20 runs. It's a tricky one at the moment because the Aussie bowlers are bowling well. He could have been dismissed in that last over if he hadn't had that inside edge. That was the only thing that saved him from being bowled. So he could have been gone for a duck, but 20 runs is still a long way away for Thomas through this tough bowling period. 16 overs remaining. If he does get to 20, I'd say he won't have that 20 runs until maybe about 5 overs left in the day, or maybe 7, somewhere around there. Mitchell Starc now. I think this is the in-swinger. No, went across him again. Now that's well bowled because Thomas was expecting the in-swinger. He was like myself, 2 across, then the one coming in. It's just the waiting game now. When does Mitchell Starc want to bowl that in-swinging delivery? On across him quite nicely. Thomas plays at it just in case it comes back in, but it does drift away. 3 balls of the over. Good bowling from Australia here, just putting the pressure on the West Indies. What's your favourite chicken item? Says Rajni there. Welcome back. Hope you are a little bit more well-behaved than last time. But my favourite chicken item, I would say, to be honest, is a good chicken drumstick. You know, with a good coating on it. Left alone once again outside of off stump from Mitchell Starc. He's building a long-term plan here. Not willing to go for the in-swinger. I think now Thomas is just thinking to himself, that's 4 that have gone away from me. Surely there's one coming back soon from Starc. Definitely with the amount that the ball's moving. The swing is still there. Under the lights late in the day. Seems likely Mitchell Starc might be able to get himself a wicket here. Which is the last thing the West Indies want. At the end of the day, they want to make sure that they just keep on going forward. Man, it's got a Jamaican flag, or that boy, I should say. That one went across him again. 5 in a row now. Starc hasn't bowled the in-swing. And how are you, man? I'm doing very well. We have been doing cricketing live stream for 6.5 hours at the moment. It's been quite a long day, but it's been enjoyable. Later on tonight, we've got some rugby sevens we're going to be covering on the channel. And then from there, we'll see how we're getting on. I'm just doing some maths in my head. Mine is butter chicken. Butter chicken is awesome. That is the pretty much anytime I get Indian, I'll get butter chicken with butter naan. Okay. I'm a cheese and garlic naan kind of guy. But yeah, butter chicken. I think that's literally the only thing I've ever ordered from an Indian restaurant. Like, I've always wanted to try a chicken korma or something, but like butter chicken, it's just good, isn't it? Like, there's no point trying to fix it if it's already there. I think, but yeah, cheese and garlic naan, I highly recommend it if it's an option, or at least a cheese naan, because that really, it's good. I want Indian now, but it's currently 11:30 p.m. Can't really get that, sadly. Just showing Shandapal, his dad. Very similar body position for him there. I'm just going to have a quick look. Okay. Never mind. I just did a quick check of Messenger. I'm just thinking about the fact that depending on what time I go to bed tonight, like it's one of those scenarios where I could almost try and still play cricket tomorrow. Like the test match, it starts at 5. The game starts at about 1, I think. I don't know. Oh, big shot. It's hit hard. Chandapur hits it all the way to 6. And also we have got their chicken korma is good. More creamy compared to the sweet butter chicken. Says Al Mac there. And love from India says, Rajni, can you tell me your girlfriend name? Yes, Sunday. Is this your other account, Rajni, by any chance? And also, have you tried Indian food? I have. I have tried butter chicken. Probably the only type that I've tried, to be honest. Like, other than that, I haven't really had too many other Indian dishes in my time. And yeah, I would be open to trying more, though. I'm not that great with spice in terms of, like, as soon as I have any type of heat, it's always like, oh, geez, it's a big scuff off the side of the ball. Leather removed. They're going to have to switch this ball out, I would think. How hard Chandapur was able to hit that one. Oh, okay. So they've said that they don't want a different ball here. And Mod has said, "Hi, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well." That is a big chunk. Now, the thing is, Australia, to an extent, won't mind that because that will mean that it will swing a lot more. I don't know whether it's the shiny side or the non-shiny side, but they're going to keep the ball for now. Like they've just said, it might make it swing more. Good ball from Lion. Down the middle. One hour left for today. Can still get another 15 overs in. I don't think they're going to get through that. I think they're behind for the run rate in this game as well, and the over rate. Although with Nathan Lyon bowling from one end, there's potential. Oh, Chandapur, late foot movement there. Kind of skipped across. And also, I recommend trying samosa or like paneer. Okay. I haven't heard of the second one. I'll have a quick Google. Looks decent. Looks a little bit like a similar color to a butter chicken, but maybe a little bit closer to a chicken korma color as well, I'd say. And we have, let's go there, please. You will forget New Zealand food, says Rajni. See, we've got a very good place that does Indian about 2 minutes that way, which is actually very good. So Mod is still here. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who do you think is going to be able to get the win in this match? Will it be Australia or will it instead be the West Indies? Could we be seeing a draw on the cards? If we see a draw or a West Indies win, we're certainly going to have to see a lot more of the West Indies defending here. Going to have to survive for a long time. It's a good shot. 65 metres was how far that 6 went from Chandapur, or was it just short of the boundary? No, it did end up just going all the way, I believe. Look, Chandapur, right, they're switching out the ball because that is a large chunk of leather that's been taken off it. It looks like they're going to be switching out this ball. They're just saying they can't continue with a ball that's lost half of it. Now, the pink ball, it's an interesting one because the pink balls are quite hard to judge how old they are, if that makes sense. They always look the same when they've played 90 overs compared to what they do when they have played 1 over and then make video. Says Rajni there. So, yeah, we might have to do a reaction to trying it out. Chandapur got that good shot away. Did it go all the way? Yes, it did. And that is actually what caused the damage in the draw, says Rajni there, for the possible result. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated. Guys, I'll be in here. I think I say that every single time, but I mean it every single time that I say it. At the end of the day, without you guys in the chat, these live streams just wouldn't quite be the same. Right, looks like Mitchell Stark going to be shining up the new ball now. See whether or not this one also swings. Now, the ball change could be pretty rough for Australia, or it could be beneficial. The reason I say it could be rough is if they have got to the situation of that ball not quite reacting the same way as the first one did, there could be trouble. Not as much swing, not as many wickets. Or slightly wider, considered going for that drive, but decided against it in the end. I quickly go like this, go like this. Sorry about this. Just have to quickly message. There we go. That was quite a long message that I have just sent. And also, West Indies are under constant pressure, slow scoring and losing wickets. They need a massive partnership. Yep. Massive partnership needed. I'd say 100-run partnership minimum between and bye, bro. Love from India. There's Rashni. We'll see you later, mate. Good delivery once again, just outside of the off stump for Thomas. It's a good ball from Mitchell Stark. Pace on that one, 148. Got that one up to. Deep in his crease there for Thomas. Right. Thomas facing Stark. Another short ball. Leaves it alone. Gets the hands out of the way. Oh, another 50 seconds left. Oh, sorry, 50 minutes left in this test match between the two sides. Or day 2, that is. We will be back for some of day 3. Hopefully, we will be able to squeeze it in between the Sevens live streams and whatnot. As I said, trying to get forward. Very tough to do, though, up against a good bowling outfit like the Aussies. Yeah. See, he's going to have to be careful because doesn't want to walk all the way back to his stumps. He has a big step back to get himself set. Nicely played out through the gap there. Going to be 2 runs for Thomas, if not more. That ball's racing. Soft hands. Cameron Green does well. Stop it from going to the boundary. They'll get the relay through. And the 3 runs for Thomas once again. I said, give Chanderpaul the strike up against Mitchell Stark for the final delivery of this over. Cameron Green close to the boundary, but just stays in. Stark now 1 ball left. I think this might be, I want to say near the end of his spell, but it's, oh, nice play. It's going to be possibly the change of Nisa, I would say, will be the next man who goes out. And Australia win from Pakistan says if, yeah, very good prediction at this stage. Definitely with them taking those 3 early wickets. I take that back. Yes, Logan all. Could be great to get them. Please do mark Tony Hamish. I do think your own commentary is pretty damn good, so don't sacrifice that. There's Elon. So yeah, any type of collaboration we do will probably be maybe a midweek one in a video format. Just because we've tried doing a commentary live stream sometimes in the past with multiple people on the stream. Because of the lag, it does make it tricky. Whereas if you were all in person together, it does make it a bit easier in that regard. Currently, the Adelaide Oval still looking pretty packed at this point in the match. 4 men round the bat for Nathan Lyon. Oh, he's whipped the wrist. Nicely done from Thomas. I think this one's going to pull up just short again. Usman Khawaja does nicely with the fielding. And they get back for another 3 runs. Thomas starting to find the middle of his bat a little bit often here. Still trailed by a lot though. 446 runs. He's done nicely, Usman Khawaja, to slide through that one the way he did. Sends it in with the rocket arm. And also we have got the amateur fanboys are back, says Tony. They are. Although at the moment I don't think they're talking to me. They're talking to each other. But I assume if it's anything like last time, it could be something to do with me. I don't know. Hard to say how many overs left in the day. Currently, they have got another 13 and a half overs left. Also, we have got there. Do you have an opinion on Simon Jordan? Simon Jordan. I'm going to have to Google him just to refresh my memory. Simon Jordan. Could I assume he is? Is it? Simon Jordan. Oh, see that fella from, there's a show, isn't there? I think it's either Irish or English that they all talk like a radio sports show, if I'm not wrong. I don't really know the guy enough. I think he's got a lot of money, doesn't he? And maybe awesome call tonight. Ahmad's doing a awesome job also. He's young boy. They certainly have. That was close to an LBW. Nathan Lyon's hand was already up, ready to appeal. And the ball moving up 26 runs off 70. It's interesting. He had about 15 dot balls, hit a 6, and then has continued to have about 10 or so dot balls since that 6. Maybe we'll go after Nathan Lyon if the ball's there. He played once again in behind it. TalkSport English, huge channel, former owner of Crystal Palace, says Elon there. I think I've only seen one clip from their TalkSport channel, and it might have been about boxing at one point. Can't remember who was involved in the clip, but yeah, I think that's the only one I've actually seen of them. Oh, wow. Was that an edge? I don't think Alex Carey was able to take that one, and there was nowhere that it deflected that could have been a catching opportunity for the Australians. Signalled as runs, possibly a drop catch for Alex Carey there. Be disappointed with that. Oh no, it signalled as bye, so it went straight through. I think Nathan Lyon was very keen for them to call that as byes rather than the runs. It did mean it wasn't a put-down catch. And huge West Ham Hammers fan here, says young boy Peter. Of course, Premier League actually coming back soon, isn't it? After the FIFA World Cup is finished, which is only a couple of weeks away. I think they start up near the new year, don't they? Once again for the Premier League. I know the A-League started up today, a 1-1 draw between Adelaide and Brisbane. A last-minute goal for the Brisbane Roar. Getting themselves back there. And I called it 83 down. You heard it with your own ears, says young boy Pete. The best ears to hear it with. Anyone else's? I wouldn't have heard it. Fun fact. Right, shun the ball on strike to Mitchell Stark. Left down the leg side. So another 13 overs left today. And he's a massive influence on British and actually worldwide sports commentary now. But douchey, very articulate and intelligent, says Elon. Sometimes I think I need to read a dictionary or get a thesaurus just because I do use a lot of the same words over and over again. But I guess that's also from doing so many hours of commentary, it's very hard to find new words, I guess you could say. Like everything I just said there, pretty much I've said it probably 2 days ago on another live stream. But it's true. There's a lot of words in the world. That's going to be a nice whip by Chundapal out to the man at deep square leg, Uzi Khawaja. He's up now on to 27 runs. Almost back on strike. This is a bit of an interesting battle here for Thomas and Mitchell Stark. Seem quite handy. Both bowlers actually do quite nicely. Our 511 was a bit below par. 609 was on the card, says young boy Pete. I think it was as soon as they lost that Travis Head one, but you could argue they did declare when they were 7 down. If they had not declared and kept going, maybe they could have got to 609 runs. So they needed more. Stark, that's a good ball once again going across Thomas. This is the long game here from Mitchell Stark. He has not bowled an in-swinger to Thomas in the last about 7 or 8 deliveries that he's bowled to him. I think that's the way it's going to remain maybe till this ball. I think there's an in-swinger coming in the next 3. Yeah, just waiting to see exactly what one it's going to be, but it was 145.5. His pace is certainly up at the moment. Mitchell Stark got his tail up. Nathan Lyon at the other end recently getting a catch and caught him bowled, in fact it was. I got to go to sleep. Brazil versus Croatia in 4 hours. No one cares about croquet, Hamish. Good man. Says Tony, that's off the outside edge. Goes to Cameron Green at gully. Done nicely once again there, just to play it with soft hands, Thomas. And he certainly got some big shots when he does decide to use them. But now it's more of a rebuild for the West Indies. They've got to be careful, though, because that run rate's only going at about 2.2. And no, I wasn't comparing him to you to him. No, I knew you weren't comparing the two of us, Elon. I was just saying that I don't know many words. Just interested as Simon Jordan is huge, and from listening to him, your channel could gain good ideas. I respect, says Elon. But yeah, I didn't take any offense of what you said. Don't panic. It's all good. And also, Trevor's got run out. 209 was on the cards. Says a young boy. And also, when did you last sleep? I slept at a normal hour. Today, I slept through to about 3 p.m. Reason being, I was up till about 5 a.m. last night preparing for the weekend live streams, but also because I knew that I had a big night tonight and I couldn't really afford to be super tired heading into tomorrow. So I wanted to sleep later so that today didn't feel so long. Like I've still got another 8 hours of being awake, maybe 9. All good, brother. Here's Elon there. End of the over. 3 for 67 for the Windies. Still another 12 overs left. Cameron Green. I don't think he's going to get a bowl tonight. I believe more than likely Nisa's going to come back into the bowling attack. Alongside him, I might give Scotty Boland a chance if I was in charge. I'd tell him to bowl a bit fuller. But it's definitely the Stark end that's going to get changed at the moment because Nathan Lyon's getting a huge amount of spin. He's getting them through the over rate as well. They've still got to try and squeeze in another 12 overs in the next 42 minutes. So they're pretty behind. At the moment, they have to get through each over in about 3 minutes and a bit. It looks like Scotty Boland's actually going to be back into the attack. Okay, so that is something I didn't quite predict. I think Stark from the other end will be disappearing relatively soon. A Holy Heat, 9 hours. I got that Red Bull doses ready, says Elon. Well, believe it or not, I've never tried a Red Bull. Fun fact. But yeah, I think some water, snack at about 3 or 4 a.m. I'll be all right. It's normally the Sunday or the Monday that I start to get a little bit more tired from the big week that we've had, but it's just a part of it. You kind of get used to being tired on the weekends, I guess. Holland, he's only gone for 11 runs. He's had 8 overs bowled. He's had 2 maidens, which means it's very impressive. 6 overs, he's gone for 11 runs, plus those 2 extra maidens. I should mention that's well bowled once again. Chanderpaul does this, where he's got the bat, and he'll play it, but then he'll like twist it around so that there's no chance of that edge getting struck by the ball. Actually, it's very quick hands when you consider the fact that that ball's coming down at about 130, and you've got to go from out here to there in just that little short period of time. Try monster tastes much better than a red ball, says Al Mac. And there, I need red ball for my 5 a.m. or for the 5 a.m. Arsenal games on Tuesday morning, says Zach Hewitt. Who are they playing on Tuesday? On a Tuesday morning, says Zach there. Or are they coming back soon, the Premier League, or is it still a little bit away? I know that Arsenal's been going pretty good this year, haven't they? And let's go, Scotty, get that wicket to expose the tail, says a young boy Pete. Looks like Jason Holder. He's got the pads on, and they're not, says Zach. And there, although I do see a picture. That is an Arsenal player, isn't it? Who is that? Looks very familiar when they do, says Zach there. And also we get the 67 for 3 week. Chanderpaul, the son of the great Chanderpaul. He is indeed, and he's got a very similar technique to his father. Nicely played in behind it. Boland still with the attacking line, a little bit short with that delivery. And some big puffing breaths here for Boland. Charges in like he's a bull in a china shop, breaking everything in its path. Hoping to recreate what he was able to do at the MCG. They played a friendly last night against Leon at 2 a.m. I watched that, says Zach Hewitt. Oh, well played by Chundapal once again. Keeps the strike rotating. I don't want to face bowling for too long in a row. 2 balls left now that Thomas will have to face. First time gone head to head with Bolland in a test match. And also it's Bukayo Saka. I see. I'm actually going to have a quick look at the table. Fiji up against Great Britain at the moment, sitting 12-0 for the women's sevens. Anyone wondering? The Champions Cup, Lyon actually going to be, London Irish playing up against Montpellier in the very near future as well. Right, BBL, Premier League, there it is, 17 days' time. It is going to be starting back up. Boland, better line, well played. All right, Thomas, current table. Arsenal at the top on 37 points. Only lost 1 game this season. Newcastle have had a lot of draws. I've seen they've had 6, 7 for Brentford, and then 5 for Everton in terms of that draw order. And also Brentford versus Spurs, 26th of December, says young boy Pete. Yeah, after that, who do Arsenal have in their first game? They will have West Ham. Oh, that will be an interesting one. And we lost to bloody United, says Zach there. Bowling, nice ball, solid and behind it. They're going to take the quick single and they get there nicely. Good run in between the wickets. Into the over now, 69 for 3 for the Windies. So Stark was bowling from this end. Nesa's got to get another bowl before the end of the day. The way that he was able to get that ball to talk, got himself 2 early wickets. And as Awesome Chundapal Senior wasn't playing that long ago, he must have been uploading or unloading it straight down the line at a young age. If you know what I mean. And also, so who do you follow in the Prem? I haven't really got a team yet. I guess I haven't watched enough of the Premier League to be able to have a team per se. I know some people said that I'd be suited to a Crystal Palace, who's about halfway up on the table at the moment, but I'm not really too sure who my Premier League team would be. I have to find one, won't I, at some stage? Moment. Adelaide Oval. They've said that it's the most that they've had in attendance for a West Indies test match here. And that is actually huge because since 1980, I believe it was. And Badr Azam is smashing there. Go watch Bubba batting. I do see that England at the moment against Pakistan, it's 43 for 1. Badr Azam sitting at 29 off 30 deliveries. Imam Huq, unfortunately, getting out for a duck. Mark Wood is bowling at 95 miles an hour and Bubba just smashed him. Although the thing is, with pace, it is sometimes easier to hit it. As long as you're seeing the ball well, that ball's going to fly off the face of your bat. And it's going to make it to the boundary 9 times out of 10, as long as you strike it relatively clean out of the middle or even off the edge. It's going to be racing to the boundary. Speaking of pace, Mitchell Stark be trying a bit of pace of his own to Thomas. Still has been bowling across him. That one's still not the in-swinger. We're waiting for it. It's coming soon, I can tell, but it just hasn't happened yet. 10.4 overs remain in the day now. They're going to struggle to get through those. I think they're going to be about 2 or 3 short, even with the half an hour extra. Yep, you're a Palace fan now, says ZTD. Let's have a quick look. Hey, you got yourself a Crystal Palace one in there. And also Wood was bowling a lot of short stuff. Root now bowling, says Keith. Yeah, it seems like it could be a spinner's surface at times. Jack Leach might get a bit of a crack and watch Bubba smash Root also. Well, he should. He's a part-time bowler. Badr Azam, I'd like to think. That's up. It's over the top of the slip cordon. Thomas manages to get it over the top for the 4 runs. Got him to play at it. And also I support Wolves, says Keith there. So there's a big shot. And Root bowls around 150 clicks. Says Fluffy over the top. I think Usman Khawaja tried to go up there. Oh, I just didn't get the hand up early enough. Usman Khawaja. And also we have got the Hamish, I reckon you've got a big commentary call coming in the future. Keep this stuff up. You'll get noticed. 2CGD. Or 2 cents get distracted. I just realized that's what it stood for. I thought, what did they call their award show? It was something similar to that as well. I don't know if I actually get an award for that one. I don't know whether I get to claim that man who's doing a bit of diving, but I'll take it if I get it. So more publicity, etc. You're really are a natural. But I watch Babrazan betting. You are just missing a masterclass. Says Faraz. Although I will watch it on the replay. Luckily, they have that you can watch a game after it has been live. So I will end up watching probably some of the highlights of that one. See how it goes. Kawaja, though, his legs just didn't quite get him up high enough. I think that was the in-swinger from Mitchell Starc also. Got Thomas driving. Managed to get the 4 runs for it. And yes, you do get a award. Here's Elon there. I believe it was Gaz's favourite YouTuber, wasn't it? Oh, trying to drive again there, Thomas. He's disappointed in himself for playing it up, but he knows the in-swinger's coming soon, and now he's got him guessing whether or not that ball's going away or coming in every single delivery. And also we've got there out, stares Faraz. And there, as in Thomas out or Bubba Razam out? Bubba's still at the crease. Abdullah Shafiq out. Oh, is it at the other end? One moment. Okay, it hasn't updated for me just yet. Another big wicket for England to get. Once again, Bubba might have to be the anchor of that Pakistan innings. Shorter ball. Nicely done by Mitchell Starc. That will be the end of the over. Going to be 73 for 3 now. And also England are 281 or 51 overs. Is it a one-day match or a test match? Says a young boy Pete, and also review taken out. Says Faraz, and also you mean the Portugal national team. Says ZTD. The summary of this one. So far, West Indies still trailing by 438. The over rate is still down below what it needs to be. -1 at the moment. And Shafiq sounds like shampoo. Says Fluffy, the wickets are so hard to play on. Says Faraz, and no ZTD 53, Wolverhampton Wanderers, bottom of the English Premier. Says Keith. The nuns are in attendance. They were there yesterday. I don't even know where you get yourself a nun costume. I guess from a Halloween shop or some sort of costume outfit. Now, Chanderpaul sitting there, 28 of 78 deliveries. Anyone who is new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. We're only 19 away from 21,000 subscribers. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's see if we can get to 21,000. You know, we're going to aim high. 21,000 by the end of this live stream. So we've got an extra 30 minutes that is remaining in this test match. Hit that subscribe button. Let's see if we can go up 19 and get to the 21,000. We've got plenty more coming. In 50 minutes time, we've actually got a sevens live stream between South Africa and Australia in the women's side of the draw. And then a little bit later on in the day, Samoa versus Uruguay will be the other matchup. We have got a few hours break, and then Fiji, France, and also alongside that, we will have South Africa, Canada. 7 of the Wolves players are Portuguese. There you go. Decent side to scout from. I guess Portugal through to the quarterfinals. They'll be playing up against Morocco, a tough side at the moment. Bit of a dark horse team. Just looking at how many overs they've got left. They've got 10. Michael Nisa needs a chance. And also we have got their best Kiwi rugby YouTuber here, that Canadian guy you connect with for team selections. I like his attitude. His passion shines through. I just need to pronounce Samasoni Takiaho's name, says Elon, yeah. Although I taught him Jesper Wies's name, how to say that, the South African. So we're slowly getting there. It used to be, what did he used to say? He used to say Jesper Wasey for Jesper Wiese. So we've got him slowly, we're slowly getting there. And also, if you get to 21K, give us an oi, oi, oi. Here's young boy Pete. We'll see. We're currently still 19 away, so we might not get an oi, oi, oi today. For Steve, or sorry, not for Steve, for Pete, I should say. Who's Steve? We got a Stephen? No, we haven't got a Steve in the chat at the moment. Steve Smith out there on the field. Bowling, nice ball. Chanderpaul patiently building into his innings, though, sitting 28 runs off 82 deliveries. Been impressive because they were in a tough patch. They've lost the 3 wickets already. We've seen Brathwaite go, we've seen Brooks go, and also we did see Blackwood go. Although, I guess now that both of these batsmen don't have their names starting with B for their last name, maybe they're going to go all right. And Shane Wolves can't play like the Portuguese national team and score some goals, says Keith. Were they the team that won their semi or their round of 16 game? Portugal, did they beat? Who'd they beat? But they beat them 6-1, I believe, didn't they? And I was like, can you please stream Pakistan versus English match? Also, please, says Ferez. So we will hopefully be able to do some of Pakistan, England a little bit later on in that test match. Just because we have got that sevens coming up, like I mentioned. And then from there, we will be having a bit of a break. And I believe that Pakistan match will be over by the time my sevens is finished. And Hamish, does Wales world ranking change, seeing they now have a changing coach? It's a tricky one. The Six Nations is going to be very testing for England and very testing for Wales. Because at the end of the day, like both of those two sides have made massive decisions to get rid of their regular players, get rid of their regular coach, only so close to a World Cup. That's risky for any team. So the Six Nations is going to be testing. I'd like to think that Wales would be roughly whereabouts they are. That group, though, is getting interesting because you've got Portugal, Georgia, Australia, Wales, and Fiji. All of those sides have a chance of winning those games. I beat Switzerland 6-1. That was who it was, Switzerland getting defeated. They are just showing the wicket highlights once again. And so do IJ. Says ZTD in there. Yeah. I'm still deciding on the mango, Jay. My mum wasn't too keen on our idea. Oh, it's off the edge. No, it doesn't carry to David Warner. Soft enough hands, but I should mention Nessa's back into the bowling attack and straight away creates an impact. 8.5 overs remaining in the day. Oh, he pushed at it a little bit. Not a lot of footwork from Thomas. He's got a bit more time when Michael Nessa's bowling compared to Mitchell Stark. I agree. I don't think either England or Wales win World Cup, but I do think Wales get stronger under Gatlin potential. Them or Archie make the World Cup final because the draw is Poos. Says Elon there, and Ferraz, don't spoil this chat. They do all the others. Oh, that's a brutal one, isn't it? Has he told you about Babar Azam, Jay? Apparently still in the middle for England versus Pakistan, 51 for 2. Currently almost 50-50 for those two sides for who's going to be able to win that matchup. And I was like, by the way, are you watching Babar Azam betting? I am not. I'm currently watching the West Indies versus Australia on this monitor, and then the other one's got the live streaming on it. So no screen to watch Bubba at the moment. Oh, ugly ball. What are Australia cheering for? As Nathan Lyons just said, it's come straight off the face of his bat. Steve Smith likes it. I thought it was bat, says Steve. He thought it was close as well. And boy, bad boy Bubba. And also 24 years, I've been living next door to Alice. Alice, who the is Alice? Hey, that's a classic song. Also, he has a life-size Bubba blow-up love doll. Oh, it's close. I don't think it was out, though. That's a good ball from Nessa again. Keeps popping them, says J. Hayes. You would have had a lot of fun with someone we had on the live stream earlier on, Jay. He started off with, well, it was a weird one. He started off wanting to know my girlfriend's name, even though I don't have a girlfriend. So that was nice and easy. And then he was like, I have a girlfriend, but I want to do your mother and your girlfriend. But then he later on said, your mother is my mother. So we pretty much accused him of incest, and he went real quiet. That's going to be close. Nessa thought it was good. Was there a little edge there? And what was his name? Not Shish. No, it wasn't Shish. Shish is watching the cricket at the moment. Steve Smith goes upstairs. They think it was close here. Perez, he's watching Gary Rogers from the under 56 lawn bowl squad bowl. And yes, says Elon. And I'm watching Bubba live, but I prefer to hear Hamish in his commentary. I was here for Shish. You were indeed. We had some interesting encounters with Shish, didn't we? Interesting individual. Right, original decision is not out. This one's pretty much coming down to whether or not there's a slight feather on the outside edge of the bat here. Shish kebab. CCTD. Oh, it's close. Wow, it's close. If it's hit a sticker, that could be out. but it looks like a gap between bat and pad, or sorry, a bat and ball, slightly. Maybe he clipped his back pad, and that's what made the noise. Yeah, he hits his pad. I think hitting the pad might be the noise. And also, she's just planning an attack on a Waimiri embassy. Or embassy, sorry. Right, nothing on hotspot. Okay, they're checking RTS. Now, there will be a noise because he hits his bat. Or he hits his pad. No. No noise. So it's a flat line. The reason they went up for it was that he hit his pad. So Australia will lose one of their reviews. I don't think it will be the end of the world for them. They've still got 2 more. 8.1 overs remaining in the day. Nisa, he's got to bowl out the rest of his overs. Uses up a bit more time, though, so the over rate will once again take a hammering. And I was starting to enjoy the way you just return serve in the sausages. Like you could end them, but it's actually quite funny how you don't give any his Elon. Well, at the end of the day, like I feel like I've done these live streams for long enough. We've had trolls on them. We've had people who just straight up call us names, and like none of them get through. I feel like I've lost my soul, which is good in a way. Because I feel like that's why I laughed off that Halloween situation as well, just because it's like, yeah, it happened, but oh well, it's all good. But the problem is sometimes the language barrier means they don't understand your zingers as well as the people in the chat do. Like you sometimes rip them a new one and then they don't understand it, but everyone else in the chat enjoys it, which I think is also some of the fun part of it because they don't quite know. We've got Elon Musk in the chat. Says Zach there. You're becoming world famous, Hamish. Says Zach. Oh, Cameron Green into the bowling attack. If we had Elon Musk, I would definitely have to ask him whether or not he's willing to buy licensing rights for us. Cattle prod? You need cattle prod, mate. The problem is, that was a weird way of saying it, is George doesn't like electric shocks. Fun fact. Because he's like from a farm, so he's had that trauma of touching an electric fence when it's like extremely high. Chanda, Paul, what a shot that is. A rough one from Cameron Green, a loosener per se, and smacked away to the boundary. Because I got a little shock pen and George wouldn't actually click it. And I am willing, says Elon. And Elon's sausage party, George ate all the sausages. Says Fluffy, and that sounds like a George problem, says Jay. Yeah. Doesn't like the shock pen. I had a shock pen a while ago and I was shocking myself anytime something happened in a rugby game. I can't remember what it was. I think it was anytime there was a try scored, I would shock myself. Another big shot. Slaps it out to the man at deep mid-wicket, Boland. Interesting. Cameron Green getting those first 2 balls extremely wrong. Probably not where he was instructed to bowl. It's 5 runs already off 2 deliveries. For Green, Chandapal moves up to 33. Don't think he'll quite get himself his half century today unless he continues at this scoring rate. Going a little bit more attacking. But Thomas now once again going to be on strike. This might be an interesting one because he may see Green as a slightly easier bowler to go after than Michael Nisa. At the leg side, goes down to fine leg, gets another single, and Chandapal will have the strike back. With this left-hand, right-hand combo, that's probably something that has also slowed down the over rate a bit, is the fact that Australia have to keep on chopping and changing the field. Oh, it's a no ball. Cameron Green, it just gets a little bit worse for the big man. He's not happy at the moment, Cameron Green. You can see it on his face. He's disappointed with how he batted. He's disappointed with the fact that he was slightly involved in the Travis Head run out. And now he's disappointed that he's not quite finding his length. It's another short ball. Chandapal hits it through. That is going to be another 4 runs for Chandapal. Moves up to 37. And Cam Green joining Weight Watchers. There's Fluffy, don't think so. He's a solid enough man, but he's got the size to go with it. And when you just laugh them off, they don't get what they want. But yes, talking about mother, etc. is too far, says Elon. Yeah, although he did end up he ended up insulting his own mother in the end because he said that his mother was my mother, which was weird because he also wanted to do it. So do it differently over there. I tell you where he's from anyway. But on a brighter note, at least check like it is. Shut up, says Jay. I'll just quickly check to see England-Pakistan score. Another big shot from Chandapal. Hits straight out to the man, Mitchell Starc. Okay, I was wondering whether or not maybe Babar Azam had gone out because we hadn't heard too much. And Cam Green pulling an Ollie Robinson. Yeah, a lot of no balls. Bowled by Robinson in the past. He's actually had a 4 no ball and a no ball before that, Cameron Green. Already gone for 13 runs off 3 balls. Chandapal attacking him big time. And he just knows how to play the pull shot. Pakistan is 51 for 2. Says coding there. Lost Shafiq and Al-Haq is there too. That's going to be a nicely glided shot from Thomas. That'll race away to the boundary. Cam Green sitting going for 17 runs off the first 4 balls. He's too busy having a wank about his arm. Well, there he is. There's Zach there. And also we have there. They are a strange bunch from that part of the world indeed. But all sorts of stuff which is way too inappropriate to share. Just know they are effed. And he's having Bubba alone time. And who's nabbed the Pakistan wicket, says Fluffy. I know Jimmy Anderson got the first. And then Jack Leach got the second. So currently they're bowling Root and Leach. It looks like a bit of a spinner surface. We saw one of the Pakistan spinners get 7 wickets. That's going to be the wicket. Cameron Green, he might have gone for 17. But Thomas chops it on. That's about the best case scenario there for Cam Green. Devon Thomas gone right near the end of the day. It's a moment that Cameron Green will be very happy to see because he was already getting absolutely barookalized around the park. But just softly hits it straight down. Tried to play it a bit too soft. I guess you could say, oh, Bubba, says Fluffy, but Cam Green, you got to feel happy for the guy. He's had a rough test match. Game over. And Hamish, has that guy come back to message? No, not yet. He is quiet for now. Arr, says Elon as well. Elon the Pirate. Devon Thomas gone. 19 runs off 37. Now it's the question of, do they put Jason Holder out there for the last 18 minutes of the day, or do you go with a night watchman for the West Indies? Already 90 for 4. There's a fly on my screen. Now it has moved because I swatted it out of the way. See Mitchell Starc there, consoling Cameron Green. He's still got his arm over him at the moment. I think that's just the experience of Starc saying, look, you've been smacked around the ground a little bit. Forget about that. Now you're out there. You've got a wicket on the board. Let's see some more good bowling. Right, Anderson Phillip, the man who they've sent out as the night watchman. I wouldn't think he'd be doing too many massive shots here. We're supposed to come in at 10 and headed tomorrow afternoon for day 3 of the 2-test series. Says Shannon, and they just, or they should just go to the pub, to be fair, says Elon. And that was unlucky for Thomas. It was. Played it actually pretty well, other than the fact that he just played it a little bit too much with a downwards bat, which you're always told, get that elbow up, get that bat angled downwards. Unfortunately, hit it a little bit further back, swatted it pretty much straight down, and the pace of the ball just ended up drifting onto the stumps. Chandapal looks a class part better for the Windies. Yeah, he's got a bright, very bright talent, Chandapal. Anderson Phillip on strike, the night watchman. Leaves that one alone. It was just over the stump. It's going to be the end of the over. 33 overs down now. 4 for 90. Still 7 overs remaining in the day. I don't believe they're going to get through all of them. And also, we did not play the game at any level. There's Claude. And there as well. Yeah, just chops it on. Unlucky. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for the first session tomorrow of day 3 between Pakistan, or not Pakistan, sorry, between Australia and the West Indies. I'm considering getting an Australian mug. Sounds weird, but you can get one that's like an ICC Cricket World Cup mug for only $3. Keen. You can get a West Indies one as well. I could just fill the cupboard with mugs for no reason. Elon, by the IPL if he wants, says Fluffy. Now Michael Nisa charging in. Nicely played by Chandapal. There's that fly again. You can see him go past every once in a while. I said we should. If we got around 550, then declared and took 3 or 4 wickets tonight, I'll be happy. That's what happened. Says Zach Hewitt there. I predicted pretty well. Australia, 511 It's the 4th highest at the Adelaide Oval up against the West Indies. They could have kept on going, but they decided instead to get the West Indies out there to bat. It's the right decision at the end of the day. They've been able to pick up 4 already. Shot over the top by Chanderpaul. He'll get himself another boundary, moves up to 42. And this Elon is fake Elon. There's Claude there. And I was predicted better than I spelt in that sentence, says Zach. That's all right. I feel like I've read enough chat over my time of doing YouTube that you get used to the spelling mistakes from either people consistently or some people with the random one every once in a while. You just get used to being able to read words that aren't actually put together as words per se. Chanderpaul, that fly just tried to land on my forehead. I don't know what it wants. It obviously likes the light. It's real Elon. The spelling mistakes prove it, says Fluffy. But Nisa, just been a very strong bowler. He got the 2 early wickets of Braithwaite and Brooks and Blackwood. He was dismissed in the end by, I believe, who was it who actually got Brooks? Nathan Lyon, I think it was. We speak fluent typo, says Jay. Exactly right. Oh, Nisa, that's a good ball, but nicely played. They won't take the single there, or do they? They thought about it. Chanderpaul, he doesn't mind being on strike here, which is actually quite cool to see. But maybe the inexperience could cost him there, because the thing is, he's going, I'm getting it out of the middle of the bat. Let me get my 50 before the end of the night. Whereas Phillip's job is to literally not expose Chanderpaul or another batsman to the wicket. Holland probably going to be bowling from the other end, possibly. Unless they give Cam Green a couple more. And focus. Hard focus after half a dozen Peronis. And there's Fluffy. 3 balls faced so far from Anderson Phillip. He'll be in no hurry at the moment now. And I think the commentators are talking about it now. Well, they're not really. But they're talking about night watchman. I'm going to bring it up. If Anderson or Chanderpaul goes out, who comes out next? Do you send out Jason Holder, or do you go with a second night watchman? Because 2 night watchmen at the crease, it's going to be an interesting choice. But Nessa's the type of guy to get this wicket of Phillip, just because he has certainly got the potential of getting that ball on the stumps consistently enough, possibly find either the edge or get him out bowled or LBW. Now, the end of the over, 6 overs left. Australia have to try and get through in 12 minutes. That ain't happening. They're going to be about 3 or 4 overs behind now. Phillip, he won't have the strike here. Instead, it is Chanderpaul. I could catch that fly if I really wanted to. I've got pretty quick hands. Look at that. See how quick that was. That wasn't at the fly, by the way. The fly's over here. I just flicked across in front of him. He didn't move. And also, don't you ever want, you don't ever want 2 night watchmen at the crease at the same time, says Jay Hayes. Yeah, because then what happens if one of them go out? Then you're at that stage of, do you have another night watchman coming? Nice shot from Chanderpaul. So what, Labuschagne was about to start running behind him. And okay, I'll try. Is D20 just the Kardashians of cricket? Kardashians of cricket. There's 2 flies here. There's one on that light. He's been there pretty much the whole time. I thought he was him, but this is a new fellow. I don't know who this guy is. He's just chilling. Because of the nice weather, I think. They're all out and about. He's just staying there. He's not fussed. Short ball over the top of the head there. Might count as the short ball of the over. Yes, it is the one. Still 4 balls left for Cam Green. Now, the last thing he wants is to bowl a no ball here, because he's already bowled 2 in his first over. As you can see, very expensive. And 2 night watchmen are also just bad to watch. Says that, yeah, you got to get someone else out there. Because if you got 2 night watchmen, who are they protecting? Other than, I guess they're protecting the guys in the changing sheds, but normally they've also got to protect the guy at the non-strikers end. Oh, Chanderpaul hits it straight up in the air. Who's going to get there? No one does. Warner wasn't quite able to get the legs going quick enough. Nessa also thought he was there. Chanderpaul playing aggressive at this stage, and basically 2 tail enders, says Jay Hayes. And then normally it's only a matter of time before you see the wicket. Australia need to start scampering through their overs a little bit. They want as many tonight, I would think, as they can, just because there's chances happening. They get Chanda Paul out. They start tomorrow with the whole fresh West Indian, 2 guys out there who haven't had much of a bat already. And then Australia, they will get into that situation of how long do they want to bat for if they don't enforce that follow-on. They're not playing shots either, says Zach. Right, so Phillip now on strike. Chanda Paul still going after the short ball when it's available. Australia, they want Chanda Paul back on strike here. I think they've dropped the field a little bit for Phillip. Short ball left alone, well played. Now that flies on my phone. He's being a bit cocky now. And also we have got there, you are the Chinese man, take win. Says Claude, it's another no ball from Cameron Green. Right, I mentioned he can't afford to be bowling these. And he's bowled another one. If anything, you bowl it from 23 yards back. You just make sure you're behind the line. And also Portugal playing the whole underdog backs against the wall culture perfectly, says Elon there. And Cam Green, the Rabada of Australia. So on the leg side, whipped away. Great shot by Phillip. Did they take the single there? I don't know if they did. Did they? Still waiting. They did take the single. That's fair enough because Chanda Paul, like, as much as he's risking getting himself out, he's still a set batsman at this point in time. And he looks like he wants his 50 before the end of the night. He doesn't want to sit there on like 49 waiting for tomorrow. Still another 5. Right, they've got a guy directly behind the wicketkeeper. They've got a fine third slip. This field is scattered and Chanda Paul still goes after it. He's keen as. This man doesn't know how to duck. He's just going to keep on attacking the ball. Labuschagne's having a laugh about it. This is where Chanda Paul's inexperience and maybe that youthful, not arrogance, but youthful, carefree attitude might get him in trouble. Because if he hits this one straight to a fielder and gets himself out, his team's not going to be happy with him because he could have avoided it if he had just played sensibly. Another short ball. Oh, he's played it beautifully, though. He's managed to hit it downwards. They're going to take the single. Oh, that's going to be the end of the over. Chanda Paul retains the strike, sitting on 45, closing in on that century. 99 for 4 now for the West Indies. And now only 7 minutes left, and take them on Chanda Paul. Can to an extent. He can't get too confident, though, because or else then if he goes out now, I believe actually if he goes out now, it would be the end of the day if I'm not wrong, because of how close we are to the close. Is that correct, ladies and gentlemen, or would it still be 1 more over after this? Or 2 more, perhaps? Nathan Lyon, most wickets taken at the Adelaide Test Oval. 57 wickets compared to Shane Warne's 56, overtaken the King Warnie. One less match to do it in as well, Nathan Lyon, and the second best average out of any player. And get up, Chanda Paul, make Daddy proud, says Elon there. Right, Australia really spread out field. Looks like Nessa. I would think once again, don't bowl short stuff. Actually, no, Chanda Paul's on strike. Maybe you do bowl short stuff here. If Australia, says Elon there. Right, it's an interesting field set. Nessa's been told to bowl short. When he's pitched it up, it's been so effective, nicely cut away. Probably not where Nessa wanted it, and they get the easy single. And now Phillip back on strike. Right, this is where you pitch it up if you're Michael Nessa, because that has been effective. Get it, 5 balls on the stumps in a row. If he misses, he'll hit it. And by that, I mean he'll hit the wickets. If he misses the ball, the batsman, he will not hit it. Big fan of Australia, Elon is. If indeed, says Elon. Charging in now, Michael Nessa, 4 slips. That's a good ball once again, solid in defence. This ball's going to have to do a little bit off the surface and let them bowl short. Take them on, you are the master of the short ball, or the short ball, says Claude. Now at the non-strikers end, Chanda Paul. Next over up against Cameron Green, you can guarantee he's going to go after that ball again. But I should mention, in only 25 minutes time, we've got our first live stream for the sevens that we're covering on the channel for Cape Town. That will be the matchup between Australia and South Africa for the women's sevens. Then we've got a bit of a break, and then we're jumping into Samoa versus Uruguay, which will be a good game. to watch. That is at 2:05 a.m. New Zealand time. Another short ball down the leg side. Nessa, a little bit of a loosener there. Didn't quite get it where he wanted it. And just Jay, no, I can't support cheats, says Elon. He's just scratching away at his feet, scratching away at the markings on the surface. I'm going to sit up straight for this last 5 minutes. It just feels like something's going to happen. Whether that's going to be a 6 for Chanderpaul at 4, maybe he gets to his half century. He just needs 4 more runs to be able to do so. But something's about to happen. Yes, that was off the top of the bat for Philip, who's just playing softly. But nah. Couldn't have said it better myself, Nate. How many hours you got left of work? I believe you still got another 4 or so. You get him through it. Keep on going. And also, Babar Azam playing an ODI innings there. He is on 49, says Faraz. So batting very well at the moment, Babar Azam. Let's have a quick look. 83 for 2 at the moment for Pakistan in that matchup after 21 overs. So they're also progressing this game relatively quickly. Whoa. I see the Japanese rugby leagues coming back very soon. That's actually next week that it starts back up. Your Windies, Australia wicket coming up. That was a good ball. Chanderpaul is going to go bananas. And also, we have got there, do you recall an Indian tour in 2000? Says Zach. And Bubba, circle jerk and coming. 100 runs on the board, though, for the West Indies. They've done well to an extent. Chanderpaul's been the shining light for them, though. And cheat city, boy cheaters for days. MF year, says Elon. And call Jim mowing cheaper, says Nate. That's a good ball once again. Solid in behind the ball. I believe there's only going to be 1 over left here. And Chanderpaul will be on strike. He wants his 50. That's one thing that is certain at the moment for the West Indies. Chanderpaul's going to go after this ball if it's short. Cam Green's going to be bowling it, so that extra bit of height gets it up around the head area. Last thing they can do is the same as what they did there for Nisa and get it outside of off stump. Not quite get in the right spot. Yep, it will be Cam Green once again. Looks like it's going to be the final over of the day. They're going to be 3 short again, unfortunately. So they've actually already lost 4 overs in this test match. So some side is getting fined, I think. Hanging on some space strokes again. Now Phillips can bet. He has 8 first-class centuries, the highest 84. Or 8 first-class half centuries, I should say, the highest 84. Yeah, some of these tail enders can certainly stick around for a while. And once he gets out of that night watchman phase, I think he's going to be very handy for the West Indies. And 4 hours to go, boss, says Nate. So, yeah, you're already over halfway. Keep on getting that stuff shifted. Short ball. Chanderpaul hits it hard. Managed to get it through. They've got the single. They're smacking to the guy in close. That was a fumes from SpaceX rocket. It's gone into Elon. So second, the 50 completed for Babar Azam, so very well batted. Oh, that's almost a no ball as well. Oh, yeah, smacks into him. Not sure what it hit. Might have hit his pad. Oh, no, it's hit him on the inside of the knee. That's a tough one to have. No reaction, though. Fair play to him. That was very close to a no ball. As well, I should mention for Cam Green. Do you bowl short to Phillip? He'll more than likely duck it. So more than likely you want to give him the single. Although Australia, they've gone with quite an attacking field. Oh, my back's feeling a bit weird. Luckily, my ribs are all still intact today. Yesterday, we had a numb rib for about 30 minutes or so. And for as the streamers more likes, and your channel has subs, says Jay. Brutal. How many likes are we on at the moment? Anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that like button. We're sitting on 112 at the moment. If you haven't already hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We're 15 away from the 21K. Yeah, if you want to hit that button, it is hugely appreciated. They won't out Phillips, says Claude. And there as well. Another no ball from Cam Green. It's one way of being able to bowl a lot more. Oh, short ball hit him right in the box. Maybe just to the side, though. A little bit of a reaction from Phillip that time. I'm surprised he didn't go on to make a double century. He was playing so well. Yeah, unfortunately, the run out meant that he was dismissed on 175 But yeah, he was batting brilliantly, just accelerating the game as well for Australia. Hitting it off about 230 balls, I believe it was, for Travis Head. Just showing this one again. Oh, nah, it's actually in the abdominal. And he managed to get it rather than the box. That wouldn't have felt too nice for Phillips. Sitting on 1 off 13 at the moment. The bat doesn't even have a brand on it for this man. But it looks like a decent hunk of willow will be swinging. Right, Marnus going to be fielding in close by the looks of it. 4 balls to go for Cameron Green, the last over of the day. Can the Australians get themselves a breakthrough wicket? Pushes at it a little bit there. Well bowled by Cam Green. Wicket here would be absolutely a confidence builder, really, for the Australians. They've already taken 4. This is for sure their session. West Indies, though, getting 100 runs on the board. Not too bad. And Phillips can even bat better than Joseph, says Claude. Does he have that attacking power that Joseph has in terms of those massive shots? Speaking of accelerating the game, England were ridiculous in that first test against Pakistan. They certainly were, but forced the result. They consider the single. They don't take it. I don't know whether or not Chanderpaul will be happy about that. He's got the gloves off at the non-striker's end. He's disappointed because he's sitting on 47 here. I think he wanted the 50 before the end of the day. Australia were 4 for 440. Big difference between the two sides. We haven't seen that 300 almost run partnership from the West Indies yet. Now watch some Babar Azam batting. Please, only 15 minutes left, says Faraz. Cameron Green. Over the wicket, short ball. Tries to drive it into him. Little bit of a stare down as well. Yes, Phillips can play very expansive, says Claude Murphy. So we may see a little bit more of that from him tomorrow, perhaps, when he isn't playing the night watchman role. But he's played it very well. At the end of the day, he's out there to stop another wicket from falling, there to kind of sponge up most of the deliveries, even though Chanderpaul wanted to have the strike. Still faced 15 deliveries since making his way to the crease. Last ball of the day here, as long as it's not a no ball, from Cameron Green. Plays it well, solid in behind it. Is that the end of the day? Sure is. Day 2 over. We've seen 8 wickets for 283 runs. They've just said between the two sides. Australia, they declared on 511. Brilliant batting from not just Marnus Labuschagne with the 163, but also Travis Head with 175. Decent little bit of a, I guess you could say, a finish to the innings for the Australians with Michael Nisa and also Alex Carey. And speaking of Nisa, already getting himself 2 wickets in this bowling spell. 2 for 20 off 9 overs. Cam Green got himself 1, and then Nathan Lyon was able to take the other. But Braithwaite dismissed for 19, the lowest, I believe, on Australian soil in quite some time for the West Indian captain, Blackwood, Thomas, and also the man who was batting at number 3, Brooks, was not able to put a really big total on the board. But Chanderpaul, he's doing well. He's on 47, consistently bumping up that average at international level. And cheers, Hamish. Thank you, mate. Cheers, Jay Hayes. You too, mate. And yeah, we look forward to possibly seeing you tomorrow for another day of Test Match Cricket. And thanks, Hamish. Another great stream, says Keith. I appreciate you a lot. We've been going for 7 hours, 34 minutes on this live stream. It's been quite a long one. It's been an enjoyable one too, though, as we have made our way through this day of Test Match Cricket. Next, in only 15 minutes' time, we've got our first Sevens live stream. That will be the matchup taking place between South Africa and Australia for the women's side of things. Then at 2:05 a.m., Samoa versus Uruguay. A couple more games later on in the night that we will be covering on the channel as well. But thank you all very much for tuning into this cricket live stream. Like I mentioned, the next stream that we have got is Australia versus South Africa for the women's game. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. We're back tomorrow for session 1 and some sevens along the way. And also, we've got a great stream, mate. Might be back on for the 7, says Zach. Yep, we may see you in only 15 minutes time. But thank you all very much for tuning in, and I will see you all for the next one.